The Queen of Prussia reviewing the army, CP 524. See larger version. On the 9th of October, the King of Prussia issued a manifesto from his headquarters at Erfurt, calling attention to the continual aggressions of France, those aggressions which Prussia had so long watched in profound apathy, and which, by timely union with Austria and Russia, might have been checked. But Prussia had, by her mean conduct, now stripped herself of all sympathy and all cooperation. She would have been very glad indeed of the money of Great Britain, but she had so far favored the very aggressions of Buonaparte, of which she now complained, as to receive Hanover from him, and could not even now find it in her heart to surrender it, and make a powerful friend by that act of justice. The Emperor of Russia was willing to cooperate, but Prussia had made her hostile manifestations before Alexander could approach with his army. In reply to the intimations of Prussia that she would be glad of the support of Britain, Lord Morpeth was sent to Berlin. But the language of the Prussian ministry was still of the most selfish and impolitic character, and Lucasini told Lord Morpeth that the fate of 526 Hanover must depend on the event of the coming war. With such a power, no union could take place, and in this isolated and pitiable condition, Prussia was left to try her strength with Napoleon. As for that ambitious soldier, he desired nothing so much as this encounter with Prussia. He saw in it the only obstacle to his complete dominion over Germany, and he was confident that he should scatter her armies at the first shock. The Prussian people, however, on their part, were clamorous for war. They still prided themselves on the victories of Frederick, called the Great, and the students and the young nobles were full of bravado. But, unfortunately, they had not generals like Frederick to place at the head of their armies, and their military system was entirely obsolete. The Duke of Brunswick, who, in his youth, had shown much bravery in the 7 Years' War, but who had been most unfortunate in his invasion of France, in 1792, was now, in his 72nd year, placed in chief command to compete with Napoleon. Nothing could exceed the folly of his plan of the campaign. The whole force of Prussia, including its auxiliaries, amounted only to about 150,000 men. Of these, the Saxons, who had reluctantly united with Prussia, and had only been forced into cooperation by the Prussians marching into their country, and in a manner compelling them, were worse than lukewarm in the cause. They were ready at any moment to join the French. Besides these and the troops of Cassell, they had not an ally except the distant Russians. On the other hand, Napoleon had a considerably superior army of his own in advance, and he had immense forces behind the Rhine, for he had anticipated a whole year's conscription. He had, moreover, his flanks protected by his friendly confederates of the Rhine, ready to come forward if necessary. In these circumstances, Prussia's policy ought to have been to delay action, by negotiation or otherwise, till the Russians could come up, and then to have concentrated her troops so as to resist, by their momentum, the onset of the confident and battle-practiced French. But so far from taking these precautions, the Duke of Brunswick rushed forward at once into Franconia, into the very face of Buonaparte, and long before he could have the assistance of Russia. Instead of concentrating his forces, Brunswick had stretched them out over a line of 90 miles in length. He and the king had their headquarters at Weimar. Their left, under Prince Hohenlohe, was at Schletz, and their right extended as far as Mühlhausen. The Prussians, in fact, appeared rather to be occupying cantonments than drawn into military position for a great contest. Besides, they had in front of them the Thuringian forest, behind which Napoleon could maneuver as he pleased. Perceiving the fatal separation of the Prussians from each other, and from their supplies at Naumburg, he determined to cut their army in two, and then to cut off and seize their magazines at this place. He therefore ordered the French right wing, under Soult and Ney, to march upon Hof, while the center, under Bernadotte and Davoust, with the guard commanded by Murat, advanced on Saarburg and Schletz. The left wing, under Augereau, proceeded towards Saalfeld and Coburg. Naumburg was seized, and its magazines committed to the flames, and this, at the same moment that it ruined their resources, apprised them that the French were in their rear, and, still worse, were between them and Magdeburg, which should have been their rallying point. To endeavor to make some reparation of their error, and to recover Naumburg, the Duke of Brunswick marched in that direction, but too late. Davoust was in possession of the place, and had given the magazine to the flames, and he then marched out against Brunswick, who was coming with 60,000 men, though he had only about half that number. Brunswick, by activity, might have seized the strong defile of Cosen, but he was so slow that Davoust forced it open and occupied it. On the evening of the 13th of October, the Duke was posted on the heights of Auerstadt, and might have retained that strong position, but he did not know that Davoust was so near, for the scout department seemed as much neglected as other precautions. Accordingly, the next morning, descending from the heights to pursue his march, his advanced line suddenly came upon that of Davoust in the midst of a thick fog, near the village of Hassenhausen. The battle continued from 8 in the morning till 11, when the Duke of Brunswick was struck in the face by a grapeshot and blinded of both eyes. This, and the severe slaughter suffered by the Prussians, now made them give way. The King of Prussia, obliged to assume the command himself, at this moment received the discouraging news that General Hohenlohe was engaged at Jena on the same day, October 14, with the main army, against Buonaparte himself. Resolving to make one great effort to retrieve his fortunes, he ordered a general charge to be made along the whole 527 French line. It failed, the Prussians were beaten off, and there was a total rout. The Prussians fled towards Weimar, where were the headquarters of their army, only to meet the fugitives of Hohenlohe, whose forces at the Battle of Jena were very inferior to those of the French, and whose defeat there was a foregone conclusion. Napoleon marched triumphantly forwards towards Berlin. In Leipzig, he confiscated British merchandise to the value of about 3 millions sterling. He entered Berlin on the 27th of October. As he traversed the field of Rossbach, where Frederick the Great had annihilated a French army, he ordered his soldiers to destroy the small column that commemorated that event. He took up his residence in the palace of the King of Prussia at Berlin. The wounded and blind Duke of Brunswick entreated of the conqueror that his hereditary state of Brunswick might be left him, but Buonaparte refused in harsh and insulting terms. Moreover, he ordered his troops to march on that territory and town, and the dying duke was compelled to be carried away on a litter by men hired for the purpose, for all his officers and domestics had deserted him. Buonaparte had a particular pleasure in persecuting this unhappy man, because he was brother-in-law to George III and father-in-law to the heir to the British crown, but he also wanted his dukedom to add to the kingdom of Westphalia, which he was planning for his brother Jerome. The duke's son requested of Buonaparte leave to lay his body in the tomb of his ancestors, but the ruthless tyrant refused this petition with the same savage bluntness, and the young duke vowed eternal vengeance, and, if he did not quite live to discharge his oath, his black Brunswickers did it at Waterloo. The strong towns and fortresses of Prussia were all surrendered with as much rapidity as the army had been dispersed. They were, for the most part, commanded by imbecile or cowardly old villains. Nay, there is every reason to believe that, in many instances, they sold the places to the French, and were paid their traitor fees out of the military chests of the respective fortresses. Whilst these events were so rapidly progressing, Louis Buonaparte, the new King of Holland with an army of French and Dutch, had overrun, with scarcely any opposition, Westphalia, Hanover, Emden, and East Friesland. The unfortunate King of Prussia, who had seen his kingdom vanish like a dream, had fled to Königsberg, where he was defended by the gallant Lestog, and awaited the hoped-for junction of the Russians marching to his aid. Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden, forgetting the slighted advice which he had offered to Prussia to unite with Austria, opened Stralsund and Riga to the fugitive Prussians. Having put Prussia under his feet, Buonaparte proceeded to settle the fate of her allies, Saxony and Hesse-Cassel. Saxony, which had been forced into hostilities against France by Prussia, was at once admitted by Buonaparte to his alliance. He raised the prince to the dignity of king, and introduced him as a member of the Confederacy of the Rhine. The small states of Saxe-Weimar and Saxe-Gotha were admitted to his alliance on the same terms of vassalage, but Hesse-Cassel was wanted to make part of the new kingdom of Westphalia, and though it had not taken up arms at all, Buonaparte declared that it had been secretly hostile to France, and that the House of Hesse-Cassel had ceased to reign. Louis Buonaparte had seized it, made it over to the keeping of General Mortier, and then marched back to Holland. Mortier then proceeded to reoccupy Hanover, which he did in the middle of November, and then marched to Hamburg. He was in hopes of seizing a large quantity of British goods, as he had done at Leipzig, but in this he was disappointed, for the Hamburg merchants, being warned by the fate of Leipzig, had made haste, disposed of all their British articles, and ordered no fresh ones. Buonaparte, in his vexation, ordered Mortier to seize the money in the banks, but Burian wrote to him, showing him the folly of such a step, and he refrained. But his great measure at this period was the blow aimed at the commerce of Britain, and comprised in his celebrated Berlin decrees, promulgated on the 21st of November. He had subjugated nearly the whole of the European continent. Spain, Portugal, Italy to the south of France, Belgium, Holland, Germany, and Prussia to the north, with nearly the whole seaboard of Europe, were under his hand and his armies. He had found that he could not invade England. Her fleet had risen triumphant, his own fleet had disappeared like a vapor at Trafalgar. As therefore he could not reach her soil, he determined to destroy her by destroying her commerce, on which he imagined not merely her prosperity, but her very existence depended. As he was master of nearly all continental Europe, he supposed it as easy for him to exclude by his fiat the merchandise of Britain, as to put down old dynasties and set up new ones. He had yet to 528 learn that commerce has a conquering power greater than that either of martial genius or of arms. Napoleon at Rossbach, CP 527. See larger version. These were his first decrees. 1. The British Isles were declared in a state of blockade. 2. All commerce and correspondence with Britain was forbidden. All British letters were to be seized in the post houses. 3. Every Englishman of whatever rank or quality, found in France or the countries allied with her, was declared a prisoner of war. 4. All merchandise or property of any kind belonging to British subjects was declared lawful prize. 5. All articles of British manufacture, and articles produced in her colonies, were, in like manner, declared contraband and lawful prize. 6. Half of the produce of the above confiscations was to be employed in the relief of those merchants whose vessels had been captured by British cruisers. 7. All vessels coming from Britain or British colonies were to be refused admission into any harbor in or connected with France. These decrees were to be binding wherever French power extended, but they had no effect in checking the commerce of Britain. The distress to continental merchants, however, and the exasperation of the people deprived of British manufactures, grew immediately acute. Burian says that the fiscal tyranny thus created became intolerable. At the same time, the desire of revenue induced Buonaparte to allow his decrees to be infringed by the payment of exorbitant licenses for the import of British goods. French goods also were lauded with incredible impudence, though they were bought only to be thrown into the sea. Hamburg, Bordeaux, Nantes, and other continental ports solicited, by petitions and deputations, some relaxation of the system to prevent universal ruin. They declared that general bankruptcy must ensue if it were continued. "Be it so," replied Buonaparte arrogantly. "The more insolvency on the continent, the more ruin in England." As they could not bend Buonaparte, merchants, douaniers, magistrates, prefects, generals, all combined in one system of fraudulent papers, bills of lading or certificates, by which British goods were admitted and circulated under other names for sufficient bribes. The only mischief which his embargo did was to the nations of the continent, especially Holland, Belgium, Germany, and to himself. For his rigor in this respect was one of the things which drove the whole of Europe to abominate his tyranny and rejoice in his eventual fall. Reproduced by André and Slay, 450 Bushy Hertz. Crippled but Unconquered, 1805. From the picture by W50, Willie R.A. Breaking into the midst of the enemy's lines, the Belleisle was surrounded on all sides. Raked fore and aft and thundered at from all quarters, every mast and spar of the gallant 74 was shot away, her hull knocked almost to pieces, and the decks cumbered with dead and dying. Still the unequal fight went on, till at last the Swifter, bursting through the melee, passed close under the stern of the battered wreck, giving 3 hearty cheers when a Union Jack was waved from a pike to show that, though crippled, the Belleisle was still unconquered. An incident at Trafalgar. See larger version. Murat, King of Naples, after the portrait by Gerard. See larger version. The Emperor of Russia was now fast advancing towards the Vistula in support of Prussia, and the contest appeared likely to take place in Poland. And Buonaparte, with his usual hollow adroitness, held out delusive hopes to the Poles of his restoring their unity and independence, in order to call them into universal action against Russia and Prussia. Amongst the most distinguished of these was the General Dombrowski. Buonaparte sent for him to headquarters and employed him to raise regiments of his countrymen. By such lures he obtained a considerable number of such men, but his grand scheme was to obtain the presence and the sanction of the great and popular patriot, Kosciuszko. If he were to appear and call to arms, all Poland would believe in its destinies and rise. Kosciuszko was living in honorable poverty near Fontainebleau, and Buonaparte had made many attempts to engage him in his service, as he had done Dombrowski. But Kosciuszko saw too thoroughly the character of the man. He pleaded the state of his wounds and of his health as incapacitating him for the fatigues of war, but he privately made no secret amongst his friends that he regarded Napoleon as a mere selfish conqueror, who would only use Poland as a tool to enslave other nations, never to enfranchise herself. In vain did Buonaparte now urge him to come forward and fight for his country. He steadfastly declined, but Buonaparte resolved to have the influence of his name, by means true or false. He sent him a proclamation to the Poles, requesting 530 him to put his name to it. The patriot refused, at the risk of being driven from France, but Buonaparte, without ceremony, fixed his name to the address and published it on the 1st of November. It declared that Kosciuszko was coming himself to lead his countrymen to freedom. The effect was instantaneous. All Poland was on fire, and before the cheat could be discovered, Dąbrowski had organized 4 good Polish regiments. Napoleon now called up his auxiliary forces from Saxony, Württemberg, Bavaria, and from all the Confederation of the Rhine, as well as new battalions from France, and advanced against the Russians. In the first place, the French, who had completed the subjugation of the Prussian states east of the Oder, pushed forward towards Poland to attack the Russian general, Bennigsen, who advanced to Warsaw and occupied it in conjunction with the Prussians. Bennigsen, however, finding the Prussians few and dispirited, fell back beyond the Vistula, and Murat, at the head of the French vanguard, entered Warsaw on the 28th of November. He was soon after joined there by Buonaparte, and Warsaw being put into a state of defense, the French army advanced to the Vistula and the Bug, in spite of the lateness of the season. Bennigsen again retreated behind the W. Craw, where he united his forces with those of Generals Buxhowden and Kamenskoy. Kamenskoy took the supreme command. When Napoleon arrived at the W. Craw on the 23rd of December, he formed his army into 3 divisions and forced the passages of the river. Kamenskoy fell back behind the Niemen, and the French pursued him, committing some injury on him. This trifling advantage Napoleon converted, in his bulletins to Paris, into the rout and general defeat of the Russians. It was true that the Russians were destitute of stores, having applied to Britain for money, and obtained only 80,000 pounds. They fought, therefore, under great disadvantages, against an army furnished with everything, notwithstanding Bennigsen, who was by far the most vigorous of their generals, for Kamenskoy was fast falling into lunacy, posted himself strongly behind Pultusk, his right led by Barclay de Tolly, and his left by Osterman. Kamenskoy ordered Bennigsen to retreat, but he refused and stood his ground. At first Tolly was driven back by Lannes and Davoust, but Bennigsen converted this disadvantage into a ruse, ordering Tolly to continue his retreat, till the French were drawn on, so that he could bring down his left wing on them. This he did with such effect that he killed and wounded nearly 8,000 of them, having, however, himself 5,000 killed and wounded. Lannes and 5 other generals were amongst the wounded. The French seized the opportunity of darkness to retreat with such speed that the next morning not a trace of them could be seen near Pultusk. Prince Galitzin fought another division of the French the same day at Gallium, and with the same success. Had Bennigsen had the chief command, and brought down the whole united Russian army on Napoleon, the victory must have been most decisive. As it was, it taught the French that they had different troops to Prussians or Austrians to contend with. They drew off and went into winter quarters at Warsaw and the towns to the eastward. The chief command of the Russian army was now conferred on Bennigsen, and so far from Buonaparte having, as he boasted, brought the war to a close with the year, we shall find Bennigsen, at the head of 90,000 men, soon forcing him into a winter campaign. On the 13th of September, Charles James Fox died at Chiswick House, the residence of the Duke of Devonshire. He had been for a considerable time suffering from dropsy, and had got as far as Chiswick, in the hope of gathering strength enough to reach St. Anne's Hill, near Chertsey, his own house. But his days were numbered. He was only 58 years of age. During his illness, his colleagues and so-called friends, with that strange coldness and selfishness which always distinguished the Whigs, with very few exceptions, never went near him. Those honorable exceptions were the Duke of Devonshire, who had offered him his house, the Prince of Wales, his nephew, Lord Holland, his niece, Miss Fox, and his old friend, General Fitzpatrick. Still, Fox was not deserted by humbler and less known friends. Lords Grenville and Howick, his colleagues, rarely went near him, and all the ministry were too busy anticipating and preparing for the changes which his decease must make. When this event took place, there was a great shifting about, but only one new member of the cabinet was admitted, Lord Holland, and only one resigned, the Earl Fitzwilliam. Lord Howick took Fox's department, that of Foreign Affairs. Lord Holland became Privy Seal, Grenville, First Lord of the Admiralty, and Tierney, President of the Board of Control. Sidmouth, afterwards so prominent in Tory cabinets, still sat in this medley one as President of the Council, and Lord Minto 531 was gratified by the Governor-Generalship of India. As Parliament was not sitting at the time of Fox's death, ministers ordered his interment in Westminster Abbey, and he was carried thither on the 10th of October, the 26th anniversary of his election for Westminster, and laid almost close to the monument of Chatham, and within a few inches of the grave of his old rival, Pitt. Parliament was suddenly dissolved by the All the Talents Ministry, in the hope of acquiring a better majority, but this hope was not brilliantly realized. The new Parliament assembled on the 19th of December, and, as all now saw that war must go on, both houses prepared themselves for large votes of supply. According to Windham's statement, we had 125,631 regulars in the army, of whom 79,158 were employed in defending our West India Islands, 25,000 in India, and upwards of 21,000 foreigners in our pay. Besides this, for home defense we had 94,000 militia and fencibles and 200,000 volunteers, so that altogether we had 419,000 men under arms. It was, therefore, contended, and with reason, that as we had so deeply engaged ourselves in fighting for our allies on the continent, with such a force we might have sent 20,000, with good effect, to unite with Alexander of Russia against Buonaparte, and not have let him be repulsed for want of both men and money. This, indeed, was the disgrace of all the talents, that they put the country to the expense of an enormous war establishment, and did no real service with it. The supplies, however, were freely voted. There were granted, for the Navy, 17,400,337 pounds, for the regular army, 11,305,387 pounds, for militia, fencibles, volunteers, etc., 4,203,327 pounds, ordnance, 3,321,216 pounds. The number of sailors, including 32,000 marines, was fixed at 130,000. The manner in which a great deal of these vast sums, so freely voted, was spent, was, at this very moment, staring the public most fully in the face, through the military inquiry set on foot under the administration of Pitt, and continued under the present ministry. It appeared that one Davison, being made treasurer of the ordnance by Pitt, had been in the habit of drawing large sums from the treasury long before they were wanted, and had generally from 3 million to 4 million pounds of the national funds in his hands to trade with, of which the country lost the interest. Nor was this all. There had been an understanding between himself, Delaunay, the barrack master general, and Greenwood, the army agent. All these gentlemen helped themselves largely to the public money, and their accounts were full of misstatements and overcharges. Those of Delaunay were yet only partly gone through, but there was a charge of 90,000 pounds already against him for fraudulent entries and impositions. As for Davison, there was found to be an arrangement between him and Delaunay, by which, as a contractor, he was to receive of Delaunay 2.5%, on beds, sheets, blankets, towels, candles, beer, forage, etc., which he furnished for barrack use. Besides this, he was to supply the coals as a merchant. Having always several millions of the country's money in hand, he bought up the articles, got his profit, and then his commission without any outlay of his own. Lord Archibald Hamilton gave notice of a motion for the prosecution of Davison at common law, but ministers said they had put the matter into the proper hands, and that Davison had been summoned to deliver up all his accounts that they might be examined, and measures taken to recover any amount due by him to the Treasury. But Lord Henry Petty talked as though it was not certain that there were sufficient proofs of his guilt to convict him. The Attorney General, however, was ordered to prosecute in the Court of King's Bench, but the decision did not take place till April 1809, more than 2 years afterwards, and then only the miserable sum of 18,183 pounds had been recovered, and Davison was condemned to 21 months' imprisonment in Newgate. But the great glory of this session was not the exposure of Davison and his fellow thieves, but the stop put to the operations of a much larger class of rascals. The death of Fox had been a sad blow to Wilberforce and the abolitionists, who had calculated on his carrying the prohibition of the slave trade. But Lord Grenville and his cabinet seemed to have made up their minds to have the fame of achieving the grand object of so many years' exertion for the suppression of the African slave trade. Wilberforce, to his inconceivable joy, discovered that Spencer Perceval, the leader of the opposition, and his party were willing to co-operate for this purpose. The king and royal family alone remained as adverse to the abolition of slavery as they were to the emancipation of the Catholics. The abolitionists, however, had so imbued the country with the sense of the barbarity and iniquity of the traffic that royal prejudice could no longer swamp the measure, nor aristocratic apathy delay it. Lord Grenville brought in a bill for the purpose into 532 the Peers on the 2nd of January, 1807. The 12th was fixed for the second reading. Before this took place, counsel was heard at the bar of the House against the measure, who repeated all the terrible prognostics of ruin to the West Indies and to Britain from the abolition, with which the planters and proprietors of the West Indies, the merchants and slave captains of Liverpool and Bristol, had so often endeavored to alarm the nation. The emptiness of these bugbears had, however, been now too fully exposed to the people by the lectures, speeches, and pamphlets of the Abolition Society, and Wilberforce had all along merely to use the arguments in Parliament with which they had abundantly furnished him. Lord Grenville now introduced the second reading by an elaborate speech, in which he condensed and summed up these arguments. He was warmly supported by the Duke of Gloucester, a liberal exception to his family, by Lords King, Selkirk, Rosslyn, Northesk, Holland, Suffolk, Moira, and the bishops of Durham, London, and others. The Dukes of Clarence and Sussex as zealously opposed him, as well as Lord Sidmouth, Eldon, Ellenborough, Hawkesbury, St. Vincent, and many others. The second reading was carried, after a debate which continued till 5 o'clock in the morning, by 100 against 36. The third reading was also carried with equal ease, and the bill was brought down to the Commons on the 10th of February. Lord Howick proposed its reading in an eloquent speech, and it was opposed with the usual prediction of ruin by Mr. George Hibbert, Captain Herbert, and General Gascoigne, who said the nation was carried away by sentimental cant, the result of an enormous agitation by the Quakers and Saints. The first reading, however, passed without a division, and the second on the 24th of February, by 283 against 16. The House gave 3 cheers. Seeing the large majority, and that the bill was safe, Lord Grenville recommended Wilberforce to strengthen it by inserting the penalties, which he did. But they left a great advantage to the slave merchants by allowing them to clear out their vessels from Great Britain by the 1st of May, and gave them time to deliver their human cargoes in the West Indies till the 1st of January, 1808, a liberty which was sure to create a great sending out of vessels for the last occasion, and a fearful crowding of them. However, the accursed trade was now doomed, as far as British merchants could go, though it was soon found that it was not so easy to suppress it. When it was seen that the bill must pass, Lords Eldon, Hawkesbury, and Castlereagh, who had hitherto opposed it, declared themselves in favor of it. It was carried in both houses by large majorities, and received the royal sanction on the 25th of March. So easily was the bill passed, at last, that Lord Percy, the day after it had left the Commons, moved in that house for leave to bring in a bill for the gradual emancipation of the slaves. But this being deemed premature, and calculated to injure the operation of the bill for the abolition of the trade, and to create dangerous excitement in the West Indies, the motion was discouraged, and so was dropped. The Grenville ministry was approaching its extinction. It had done a great work in the abolition of the slave trade, but there was another species of abolition which they were disposed to further which was not quite so acceptable. They had supported Wilberforce and his party in their measure for the Negroes, but Wilberforce and his friends were by no means willing to support them in liberating the Catholics from their disabilities. Grenville and Fox had made no particular stipulation, on taking office, to prosecute the Catholic claims, but they were deeply pledged to this by their speeches of many years. It was, therefore, highly honorable of them, though very impolitic, to endeavor to do something, at least, to show their sincerity. Though the king was obstinately opposed to any relaxation of the restraints on this class of his subjects, yet the Fox and Grenville ministry had introduced a milder and more generous treatment of the Catholics in Ireland. The Duke of Bedford, as Lord Lieutenant, had discouraged the rampant spirit of Orangeism, and admitted Catholics to peace and patronage. He had abandoned the dragooning system, and had managed to settle some disturbances which broke out in the autumn of 1806, without even proclaiming martial law. These measures had won the cordial attachment of the Catholics both in Ireland and England, but, in the same proportion, had exasperated the Church and war party against them in both countries. Their adding another 3.5% to the income and property taxes had still further embittered these parties, and the antagonism to them was every day becoming stronger. Yet they resolved, in spite of all this, to make an attempt to do some justice to the Catholics. They managed to carry an additional grant to the College of Maynooth, and on the 4th of March, when this grant was debated, Wilberforce, though 533, wanting the support of ministers for his slave trade bill, made a violent speech against all concessions to the Catholics. He declared the Protestant Church the only true one, and therefore the only one which ought to be supported. He did not profess, he said, to entertain large and liberal views on religious subjects. He was not, like Buonaparte, an honorary member of all religions. Undeterred by these tokens of resistance, Lord Howick, the very next day, moved for leave to bring in a bill to enable Catholics to hold commissions in the army and navy, on taking a particular oath. He said that it was a strange anomaly that Catholics in Ireland could hold such commissions since 1793, and attain to any rank except that of commander-in-chief, of master general of the ordnance, or of general of the staff. Yet, should these regiments be ordered to this country, they were, by law, disqualified for service. A clause had already been added to the Mutiny Bill to remove the anomaly. He proposed to do away with this extraordinary state of things and enable His Majesty, at his pleasure, for it only amounted to that, after all, to open the ranks of the army and navy to all subjects, without distinction, in Great Britain as well as Ireland. Charing Cross, London, in 1795. See larger version. No sooner was this motion made than Spencer Perceval rose to oppose it. Sidmouth worked upon the king's feelings by sending in his resignation, and the Duke of Portland had offered to form a ministry in accordance with the king's feelings. The bill was, notwithstanding, brought in, read a first time, and the second reading fixed for the 12th of March. But now it was found that the king, who had previously received the ministerial proposal without any comment, seeing his way clear with another ministry, refused even his qualified consent to the prosecution of the measure. The ministers postponed the second reading to the 18th, promising an after statement of their reasons. But their reasons were already well known in both houses of Parliament through the private communications of the embryo cabinet. On the 25th of March, there were motions made in both houses for an adjournment. This was to allow the new ministry to be announced in the interval. In the Lords, Earl Grenville seized the opportunity to make some observations in defense of the conduct of his cabinet during its possession 534 of office. He said they had entered it with the determination to carry these important measures, if possible: the sinking fund, the abolition of the slave trade, and the relief of the Catholics. He was happy to say that they had carried two of them, and though they had found the resistance in a certain quarter too strong for them to carry the third, they conceived that never did the circumstances of the times point out more clearly the sound policy of granting it. France had wonderfully extended her power on the continent. Peace between her and the nations she had subdued would probably lead Buonaparte to concentrate his warlike efforts on this country. What so wise, then, as to have Ireland attached to us by benefits? With these views, the king, he said, had been induced to allow ministers to make communications to the Catholics of Ireland through the Lord Lieutenant, which he had seemed to approve. Yet when these communications as to the intended concessions had been made, His Majesty had been induced to retract his assent to them. Ministers had then endeavored to modify the bill so as to meet His Majesty's views. But not succeeding, they had dropped the bill altogether, reserving only, in self-justification, a right to make a minute on the private proceedings of the cabinet, expressing their liberty to bring this subject again to the royal notice, as circumstances might seem to require. But now His Majesty had called upon them to enter into a writ obligation, never again to introduce the subject to his notice, or to bring forward a measure of that kind. This, he said, was more than could be expected of any ministers of any independence whatever. The point was, of course, of some constitutional importance, but there was much truth in Sheridan's remark. I have often heard of people knocking out their brains against a wall, but never before knew of anyone building a wall expressly for the purpose. The king now announced to ministers his fixed resolve to call in another cabinet, though the Whigs had endeavored to keep office by dropping the bill, and on the 25th of March, they delivered to the king their seals of office. Erskine alone retained his for a week, that he might pronounce his decrees on the chancery suits which had been heard by him, and 2 days before he parted with the seal, he took the opportunity to make his son-in-law, Edmund Morris, a master in chancery. This was regarded as a most singular act, Erskine being no longer bona fide chancellor, but only holding the seal for a few days after the resignation of his colleagues to complete necessary business. The House adjourned to the 8th of April, and before this day arrived the new appointments were announced. They were the Duke of Portland, First Lord of the Treasury, Lord Hawkesbury, Secretary of the Home Department, Canning, Secretary for Foreign Affairs, Lord Castlereagh, Secretary for War and the Colonies, the Earl of Chatham, Master of the Ordnance, Spencer Perceval, Chancellor and Under-Treasurer of the Exchequer, Lord Camden, Lord President of the Council, Lord Bathurst, President of the Board of Trade with George Rose as Vice President, the Earl of Westmoreland, Keeper of the Privy Seal, Lord Eldon, Lord Chancellor, and the Duke of Richmond, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland. As the Duke of Portland's health was bad, the real Prime Minister was Mr. Perceval. Before the reassembling of Parliament, the new ministers had done all in their power to arouse a no-popery cry in the country, because they intended to advise a dissolution of Parliament, although this had only sat 4 months, in order to bring in a more anti-Catholic and anti-reform body. On the 9th of April, the day following the meeting of Parliament, Mr. Brand moved a resolution that it was contrary to the first duties of the confidential advisers of the Crown to bind themselves by any pledge to refrain from offering the king such counsel as might seem necessary to the welfare of the kingdom. The new ministers, who had entered office without any such pledge being demanded, for their sentiments were too well known to the king, yet, seeing that this resolution was the first of a series intended to end in a vote of want of confidence in them, at once opposed it, and threw it out by 258 to 226. The Marquis of Stafford made a similar motion in the Lords, and Sidmouth now spoke and voted against his late colleagues, to whom he must have been throughout opposed on all points. But the strangest thing must have been to hear Erskine, whilst supporting the motion, avowing his great repugnance to the Catholics, as people holding a gross superstition, the result of the darkness of former ages, and declaring that he never thought of encouraging them, but rather that they might feel inconvenience, though suffering no injustice, as if this were possible, for if they suffer no injustice they could feel no inconvenience. And this, after assuring the king that he would never again enjoy peace if he dismissed his ministers for 535 desiring to encourage them. The Marquis of Stafford's motion was rejected by 171 against 90. Parliament was prorogued on the 27th of April, for the avowed purpose of a dissolution. And in the speech by commission, ministers stated that it was necessary the people should be appealed to as soon as possible, whilst the effect of the late unfortunate and uncalled for agitation was on their minds. Immediate preparations were made for a most determined contest. Money was spent on both sides most prodigally, but the new ministers had the greater command of it, their opponents said, out of the king's privy purse. But whether that were so or not, on the system then in vogue, of ministers in different departments drawing even millions from the treasury long before they were legitimately wanted, they could have no lack of means of corruption. And this corruption, in bribery and in purchasing of seats, never had been carried further than on this occasion. It was calculated that it would cost Wilberforce £18,000 to get in again, and this sum was at once subscribed by his friends. Tierney offered £10,000 for 2 seats and could not get them. Romilly, who was utterly averse from this corruption, was compelled to give £2,000 for a seat for the borough of Horsham, and then only obtained it through favour of the Duke of Norfolk. Seats, Romilly says, might have been expected to be cheap after a parliament of only 4 months' duration, but quite the contrary. Never had they reached such a price before. £5,000 and £6,000 was a common sum given, without any stipulation as to the chance of a short parliament. The animus which was excited in the public mind against the Catholics by the incoming ministers, for party purposes, was terrible. The Society for the Promotion of Christian Knowledge and other religious associations took the lead in the outcry. The Catholics of England, alarmed at the violence of the sensation stirred up against them, and fearing a repetition of the Gordon riots, published an address to their fellow countrymen, protesting their entire loyalty to the Crown and Constitution. Henry Erskine, Lord Erskine's brother, wittily said that if Lord George Gordon were but alive, instead of being in Newgate he would be in the cabinet. The ministers found that they had obtained a powerful majority by these means, and when Parliament met on the 22nd of June, they were enabled to reject an amendment to the address by 160 against 67 in the Lords, and by 350 against 155 in the Commons. One of the very first things which the ministers did was to reverse the mild system of the late cabinet in Ireland and to restore the old regime of coercion. A bill was brought into the Commons by Sir Arthur Wellesley, now again secretary to the Lord Lieutenant, giving authority to the latter functionary to proclaim counties in a state of insurrection, and to prohibit any person from being out of his house between sunset and sunrise, under severe penalties. Then followed another bill, compelling all persons to register what arms they had, and authorizing, on the part of the magistracy, domiciliary visits in search of arms. Education of the people, both there and in England, was discouraged. A bill for establishing a school in every parish in England, introduced by Whitbread, was allowed to pass the Commons, but was thrown out in the Lords. Parliament was then prorogued on the 14th of August. The foreign expeditions planned by the Grenville ministry were, this year, attended by disgraceful results, and the news of their failure arrived in time to enable the new ministry to throw additional odium upon their foes. The news of the seizure of Buenos Aires by Sir Home Popham and General Beresford had induced the late cabinet to overlook the irregular manner in which their enterprise had been undertaken. They sent out Admiral Sir 100 Stirling to supersede Sir Home Popham, who was to be brought before a court-martial, but he took out with him a fresh body of troops under General Auchmuty. These troops landed at Montevideo on the 18th of January, and, after a sharp contest against 6,000 Spaniards and the loss of 560 British killed and wounded, the place was taken on the 2nd of February. Soon afterwards, General Whitelock arrived with orders to assume supreme command and to recapture Buenos Aires, which the inhabitants had succeeded in recovering. Whitelock reached Montevideo towards the end of May and found the British army, with what he brought, amounting to nearly 12,000 men, in fine condition. With such a force, Buenos Aires would have soon been reduced by a man of tolerable military ability. But Whitelock seems to have taken no measures to enable his troops to carry the place by a sudden and brilliant assault. It was not till the 3rd of July that he managed to join Major General Gore, who had taken possession of a commanding elevation 536 overlooking the city. The hope of success lay in the rapidity with which the assault was made. All this was now lost. The rain poured in torrents, and the men had no shelter and were half starved. All this time, the Spaniards had been putting the city into a state of defense. Still, on the morning of the 5th of July, the order was issued to storm. The troops advanced in 3 columns from different sides of the town, headed severally by Generals Auchmuty, Lumley, and Crawford. Whitelock said that it could be of no use to delay the advance towards the center of the town by attacking the enemy under cover of their houses. It could only occasion the greater slaughter. The command, therefore, was to dash forward with unloaded muskets, trusting alone to the bayonet. Much blame was cast on Whitelock for this order, but there seems strong reason in it, considering the wholly uncovered condition of the troops against a covered enemy, and that the only chance was for each division to force its way as rapidly as possible to certain buildings where they could ensconce themselves, and from whence they could direct an attack of shot and shells on the Spaniards. General Auchmuty, accordingly, rushed on against every obstacle to the Great Square, Plaza de Toros or Square of Bulls, took 32 cannon, a large quantity of ammunition, and 600 prisoners. Other regiments of his division succeeded in getting possession of the church and convent of Santa Catalina and of the Residencia, a commanding post. Lumley and Crawford were not so fortunate. The 88th was compelled to yield, and the 36th, greatly reduced and joined by the 5th, which had taken the convent of Santa Catalina, made their way to Sir Samuel Auchmuty's position in the Plaza de Toros, dispersing a body of 800 Spaniards on their way and taking 2 guns. Crawford's division capitulated at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. In the evening, Whitelock resolved to come to terms. The conditions of the treaty were that General Whitelock's army, with its arms, equipage, and stores, was to be conveyed across the La Plata to Montevideo. His troops were to be supplied with food, and that at the end of 2 months the British were to surrender Montevideo and retire from the country. Such was the humiliating result of the attempt on Buenos Aires. Nothing could exceed the fury of all classes at home against Whitelock on the arrival of the news of this disgraceful defeat. It was reported that he had made the men take their flints out of their guns before sending them into the murderous streets of Buenos Aires. And had he arrived with his dispatches, his life would not have been safe for an hour. There was a general belief that the court was protecting him from punishment, and in truth, the delays interposed between him and a court-martial appeared to warrant this. It was not till the 28th of January, 1808, that he was brought before such a court at Chelsea Hospital, when he was condemned to be cashiered, as wholly unfit and unworthy to serve His Majesty in any military capacity whatever. The British fleet passing through the Dardanelles, CP 538. See larger version. Another expedition, planned by the Grenville ministry, produced no favorable result. This was to Constantinople. Bonaparte had sent thither the artful Sebastiani and General Andreassi to destroy British influence, and to engage the Sultan in war with Russia, so as to act as a most effectual diversion of the Russian forces, whilst he himself was occupied with the Tsar. In the north, the French agents had completely succeeded in their plans against Russia. The Sultan assumed an attitude which compelled Alexander to keep a strong army on the lower Danube, thus weakening his force against Napoleon and distracting his attention. There appeared every probability that British influence would be equally swamped in Turkey by the French, and it was determined to send a naval squadron to Constantinople to overawe the Sultan Selim and to compel the removal of the French intriguants. Had this expedition been committed to such a man as Sir Sidney Smith, there is little doubt but that it would have been entirely successful, but it was altogether most miserably mismanaged and therefore failed. To have been effectual, it should have been sudden. There should have been no previous negotiation about it. The ships should have appeared off Constantinople and then and there the ambassador should have stated his terms and have insisted on them. Instead of this, our ambassador, Mr. Arbuthnot, commenced his negotiations for the strengthening of the British alliance in conjunction with Russia and for the restriction of the French influence. But, excepting Britain, Russia had no advocates with the Porte, which had already declared war. The victories of Buonaparte now in Austria and Prussia gave the French great eclat with the Turks, and Sebastiani made the utmost of this advantage. He was zealously supported by Spain and Holland. In the midst of these negotiations, Admiral Louis appeared off Constantinople with one ship of the line and one frigate. Had it 537 been a whole fleet, the effect would have been decisive. As it was, there was immediately a rumor that a great British fleet was on the way, and accordingly the Turks were in a hurry to strengthen their fortifications and make every arrangement for defense. They were ably assisted in these measures by Sebastiani, Andreassi, and a number of French engineer officers. On the 10th of February, Sir John Duckworth appeared off the Dardanelles, and joining his squadron with that of Admiral Louis, the British fleet now consisted of 8 line-of-battle ships, 2 frigates, and 2 bombs. But on the 14th, the Ajax, one of the men of war, took fire and blew up, killing 250 of the people on board. They had then to wait till the 19th for a breeze that would carry them through the strait. The British ships passed the batteries under a brisk fire, without replying, and on the 20th of February, Sir John Duckworth came to anchor off Prince's Islands, opposite to Constantinople, and at about 10 miles distance. Now was the time to have struck an effectual terror by demanding the immediate dismissal of the French, and to have begun storming the town unless the demand was at once complied with. The whole population was in an astounding panic, expecting every moment the commencement of the bombardment, and the Sultan sent Ismail Bey to request Sebastiani and his suite to quit Constantinople without delay. But Sebastiani replied that there was no cause of alarm from the British. He was perfectly indifferent to their presence, and that, as he was under the protection of the Porte, he should not quit Constantinople without an express order from the Sultan. Had Sir Sidney Smith been in command, Sebastiani would soon have received this order, for he would have quickened the Sultan's movements by some shot and shells sent into the seraglio. But Duckworth was made of much more phlegmatic stuff. The wind on the 21st was fair, and the whole fleet expected the order to put across and commence bombarding the city. Instead of that, however, Sir John sent a fresh message and menace. As this received no answer, and yet was followed by no prompt action, the 538 Turks at once took heart, went on fortifying and planting batteries, and continued to amuse Sir John from day to day with hopes of treating, employing the time only to make their defenses, under the supervision of Sebastiani and the French engineers, the more perfect. It is almost impossible to imagine a British admiral so besotted as to continue this course for 10 days. Yet this was precisely what Sir John Duckworth did, and that in spite of the orders of Admiral Collingwood. By this time, every possible point of defense had its batteries, soldiers had poured into Constantinople, and every male inhabitant was armed and foaming with fury at the British. On the morning of the 1st of March, Sir John weighed anchor to return from his ignominious, abortive mission. The wind was fair for him, but his return was now not so easy a matter. Whilst he had been wasting his time before Constantinople, Turkish engineers, who had studied under the French, had been sent down to the Dardanelles with 200 well-trained cannoneers. Numbers of troops had been collected on each side of the strait, and the batteries were supplied with enormous cannons, capable of carrying granite balls of 700 or 800 pounds weight. Towards nightfall, he dropped down towards the strait, and the next day cast anchor before passing the castles and batteries, that he might sail through by daylight, when the enemy could best see him. On the morning of the 3rd, he accordingly sailed through the strait, and was sharply assailed by the cannon of the forts and batteries, the stone shot doing some of his ships damage, and the loss of men being 29 killed and 140 wounded. The object of the expedition failed, and the only resource was to keep the Turkish fleet blockaded. But Sir John Duckworth was to play a leading part in a still more abortive enterprise. There was a rumor that Buonaparte had promised the Grand Turk to aid him in recovering the provinces which Russia had reft from Turkey on the Danube, in the Crimea, and around the Black Sea, on condition that Egypt was given up to him. To prevent this, an expedition was fitted out to seize on this country. Between 4,000 and 5,000 men were sent from our army in Sicily, under Major General Mackenzie Fraser. They embarked on the 5th of May, and anchored off Alexandria on the 16th. The following morning General Fraser summoned the town to surrender, but the governor of the Viceroy Mehemet Ali replied that he would defend the place to the last man. On that day and the following 1,000 soldiers and about 60 sailors were landed, and, moving forward, carried the advanced works with trifling loss. Some of the transports which had parted company on the voyage now arrived, the rest of the troops were landed, and having secured the castle of Aboukir, Fraser marched on Alexandria, taking the forts of Caffarelli and Cretan on the way. On the 22nd, Sir John Duckworth arrived with his squadron. The British army expected to hear that he had taken Constantinople, and his ill news created a just gloom amongst both officers and men. The people of Alexandria appeared friendly, but the place was, or seemed to be, destitute of provisions, and the transports had been so badly supplied that the men were nearly starved before they got there. The Alexandrians assured General Fraser that, in order to obtain provisions, he must take possession of Rosetta and Romani. Fraser, therefore, with the concurrence of Sir John Duckworth, dispatched Major General Wauchope and Brigadier General Meade to Rosetta, with 1,200 men. The troops were entangled in the streets and shot down. A subsequent effort was made to besiege Rosetta in form. The troops reached Rosetta on the 9th of April and posted themselves on the heights above it. They summoned the town formally to surrender and received an answer of defiance. Instead of proceeding to bombard the town at once, Major General Stewart waited for the arrival of a body of Mamelukes. The Mamelukes had been in deadly civil strife with Mehemet Ali and had promised to cooperate with the British, and this was one of the causes which led the British government to imagine that they could make themselves masters of Egypt with so minute a force. But the Mamelukes did not appear. Whilst waiting for them, Colonel MacLeod was sent to occupy the village of El Hamd to keep open the way for the expected succor. But Mehemet Ali had mustered a great force at Cairo, which kept back the Mamelukes, and, at the same time, he was reinforcing both Rosetta and Romani. Instead of the Mamelukes, therefore, on the morning of the 22nd of April, a fleet of vessels was seen descending the Nile, carrying a strong Egyptian force. Orders were sent to recall Colonel MacLeod from El Hamd, but too late, his detachment was surrounded and completely cut off. The besieging force, scattered over a wide area, instead of being in a compact body, were attacked by overwhelming 539 numbers, and, having no entrenched camp, were compelled to fight their way back to Alexandria as well as they could. When Stewart arrived there, he had lost one half of his men. Mehemet Ali, in proportion as he saw the British force diminished, augmented his own. He collected and posted a vast army between Cairo and Alexandria, and then the Alexandrians threw off the mask and joined their countrymen in cutting off the supplies of the British and murdering them on every possible occasion at their outposts. Fraser held out in the vain hope of aid from the Mamelukes or from home, till the 22nd of August, when, surrounded by the swarming hosts of Mehemet Ali and his supplies all exhausted, he sent out a flag of truce, offering to retire on condition that all the British prisoners taken at Rosetta, at El Hamd, and elsewhere should be delivered up to him. This was accepted, and on the 23rd of September the ill-fated remains of this army were re-embarked and returned to Sicily. Thus was destroyed in Egypt all the prestige of the battles of Alexandria and Aboukir Bay. The consequence of these two badly planned and worse executed expeditions was the declaration of war against Britain by the Porte, the seizure of all British property in the Turkish dominions, and the formation of a close alliance between Turkey and France. But the triumph over the British had not relieved the Turks of the Russians. Admiral Siniavin still blockaded the Dardanelles, and another Russian squadron, issuing from the Black Sea, blockaded the mouth of the Bosphorus. The Turks came boldly out of the Dardanelles and attacked Siniavin on the 22nd of May and on the 22nd of June. But on both occasions they lost several ships and were expecting heavier inflictions from the Russians, when they were suddenly relieved of their presence by the news of the Treaty of Tilsit, which had been contracted between Alexander of Russia and Buonaparte. Alexander, by this, ceased to be the ally and became the enemy of Britain. It was necessary, therefore, for Siniavin to make all speed for the Baltic before war could be declared between the two nations, after which his return would be hopeless. The Russian admiral, however, before quitting the Mediterranean, had the pleasure of taking possession of Corfu, which Buonaparte had made over to Alexander. One of the events of the early part of this year was the capture of the Dutch island of Curaçao by a squadron under Captain Brisbane. But by far the most prominent naval transaction of the year was the seizure of the Danish fleet off Copenhagen, a proceeding which occasioned severe censures on Britain by Buonaparte and the continental nations under his domination. The opposition at home were equally violent in the outcry against this act, as in open violation of the laws of nations, Denmark then being nominally at peace with us. But though nominally at peace, Denmark was at heart greatly embittered against us by our bombardment of its capital in 1801, and it was quite disposed to fall in with and obey the views of Napoleon, who was now master of all Germany, at peace with Russia through the Treaty of Tilsit, and therefore able any day to overrun Denmark. Buonaparte was enforcing his system of the exclusion of Britain from all the ports of the continent, and it was inevitable that he would compel Denmark to comply with this system. But there was another matter. Denmark had a considerable fleet and admirable seamen, and he might employ the fleet greatly to our damage, probably in endeavoring to realize his long-cherished scheme of the invasion of England. At the least, in interrupting her commerce and capturing her merchantmen. The British ministers were privately informed that Buonaparte intended to make himself master of this fleet, and they knew that there were private articles in the Treaty of Tilsit between Russia and France, by which he contemplated great changes in the north, in which Denmark was believed to be involved. Upon these grounds alone, the British government was justified, by the clearest expressions of international law, in taking time by the forelock, and possessing themselves of the fleet to be turned against them. Not to appropriate it, but to hold it in pledge till peace. Grotius is decisive on this point. I may, without considering whether it is manifest or not, take possession of that which belongs to another man, if I have reason to apprehend any evil to myself from his holding it. I cannot make myself master or proprietor of it, the property having nothing to do with the end which I propose, but I can keep possession of the thing seized till my safety be sufficiently provided for. This view would fully have justified the British government, had nothing further ever become known. But subsequent research in the Foreign Office of France has placed these matters in their true light. The Treaty of Tilsit contains secret articles by which Alexander was permitted by Napoleon to appropriate Finland, and Napoleon was authorized by Alexander 540 to enter Denmark and take possession of the Danish fleet to employ against us at sea. These secret articles were revealed to the British government. No man at this time was so indignant as Alexander of Russia at our thus assailing a power not actually at war. He issued a manifesto against Britain, denouncing the transaction as one which, for infamy, had no parallel in history, he himself being in the act of doing the same thing on a far larger scale, and without that sufficient cause which Britain could show, and without any intention of making restitution. We only seized a fleet that was on the point of being used against us, and which was to be returned at the end of the war. The horrified Tsar invaded Sweden, while at peace, and, without any declaration of war, usurped a whole country. Finland, larger than Great Britain. Russia, in fact, had brought Denmark into this destructive dilemma by its insidious policy. But having seized Finland, in 5 years more it committed a still greater robbery on Denmark than it had done on Sweden, by contracting with Bernadotte to wrest Norway from Denmark and give it to Sweden. Departure of the British troops from Alexandria, CP 539. See larger version. For the reasons here stated, early in the summer a powerful fleet was fitted out with the utmost dispatch and secrecy by the new ministry, and sent to the Baltic. The fleet consisted of 25 sail of the line, more than 40 frigates, sloops, bomb vessels, and gun brigs, with 377 transports to convey over 27,000 troops from Stralsund, a great part of which were Germans in British pay. Admiral Gambier commanded the fleet, and Lord Cathcart the army, having second in command Sir Arthur Wellesley. On the 1st of August, the British fleet was off the entrance of Gothenburg, and Admiral Gambier sent Commodore Keats into the Great Belt to cut off any passage from Holstein for the defense of Copenhagen. Admiral Gambier himself entered the Sound, passed the castles without any attack from them, and anchored in Elsinore roads. By the 9th of August, the whole fleet and the transports were collected there, and Mr. Jackson, who had been many years British envoy in the north of Germany, and knew most of the Danish ministers, was dispatched to Kiel, in Holstein, where the Crown Prince lay with an army of from 41,000 to 30,000 men, to endeavor to induce him to enter into an alliance with Great Britain, and to deliver the fleet to its keeping till the peace, stating the necessity that the British commanders would otherwise be under of taking possession of it by force. The Crown Prince, though the British had made it impossible to cross over and defend the fleet, received the overture with the utmost indignation. Mr. Jackson returned to Admiral Gambier, and the Crown Prince sent a messenger to order Copenhagen to be put into a state of defense. But there was scarcely a gun upon the walls, and the population only numbered, excluding the sailors, some 13,000 men, inclusive of 5,500 volunteers and militia. On the 17th, several Danish gunboats came out of the harbor, fired at some of our transports coming from Stralsund, burnt an English vessel, and attacked the pickets of Lord Cathcart's army. These vessels were driven back again by bombshells, and that evening Admiral Gambier took up a nearer station northeast of the Crown Battery, the Trekroner. He then proceeded to surround the whole of the island of Zealand, on which Copenhagen stands with our vessels. The division of the army landed at Wedbeck, having now marched up, was joined by other divisions, and proceeded to entrench themselves in the suburbs of Copenhagen. They were attacked by the gunboats, but on the 27th they had covered themselves by a good battery, and they then turned their cannon on the gunboats, and soon compelled them to draw off. On the 29th, Sir Arthur Wellesley marched to Kioge, against a body of Danish troops that had strongly fortified themselves there in order to assail the besiegers, and he quickly routed them. The Danish troops then made several dashing sorties from Copenhagen, while their gunboats and floating batteries attacked our advanced vessels, and managed, by a ball from the Trekroner, to blow up one of our transports. The French had now arrived at Stralsund, and Keats was sent to blockade that port, to hinder them from crossing over into Zealand. Nothing but the extreme rapidity of the movements of the British prevented a powerful army of French from being already in Copenhagen for its defense. Heligoland. See larger version. On the 1st of September, the British commander made a formal demand for the surrender of the fleet. The Danish general requested time to communicate this demand to the Crown Prince, but the vicinity of the French would not permit this, and the next day, the land batteries on one side and our bomb vessels on the other began to fling shells into the town. The wooden buildings were soon in flames, but the Danes replied with their accustomed bravery to our fire, and the conflict became terrible. The bombardment of the British continued without cessation all day and all night till the morning of the 3rd. It was then stopped for an interval, to give an opportunity for a proposal of surrender. But none coming, the bombardment was renewed with terrible fury. In all directions the city was in a blaze. The steeple of the chief church, which was of wood, was a column of fire, and in this condition was knocked to pieces by the tempest of shot and shells, its fragments being scattered, as the means of fresh ignition, far around. A huge timber yard taking fire added greatly to the conflagration. The fire engines, which the Danes had plied bravely, were all knocked to pieces, and, to prevent the utter destruction of the city, on the evening of the 5th the Danish governor issued a flag of truce and requested an armistice of 24 hours. Lord Cathcart replied that, in the circumstances, no delay could be permitted, and that therefore no armistice could take place, except accompanied by the surrender of the fleet. This was then complied with, and Sir Arthur Wellesley, Sir Home Popham, and Lieutenant Colonel George Murray went on shore to settle the terms of the capitulation. This was completed by the morning of the 7th, signed, and ratified. The British were to be put at once in possession of the citadel and all the ships and maritime stores, and, within 6 weeks, or as much earlier as possible, they were to remove these and evacuate the citadel and the Isle of Zealand. All other property was to be respected, and everything done in order and harmony. Prisoners were to be mutually exchanged, and Britons seized in consequence of the proclamation to be restored. The whole of these measures were completed within the time specified, and 17 ships of the line, 11 frigates, and 25 gunboats became the prize of the British. On the 21st of October, the British fleet sailed from Copenhagen roads. At Helsingfors, the fleet was saluted by the King of Sweden, who invited the admirals to breakfast, and, by the end of the month, was anchored in Yarmouth Roads safely, with all its captives. Fresh offers of alliance with Denmark were made before leaving, accompanied with promises of restoration, but were indignantly refused by the Crown Prince. And no sooner were the British gone than the Danes converted their trading vessels into armed ones and commenced a raid amongst the British merchants, now in the Baltic, for the protection of which some men of war ought to have been left. The Crown Prince, now thrown completely into the arms of the French, made a declaration of war against Britain, and the British government issued an order for reprisals on the ships, colonies, and property of the Danes. They also seized on the island of Heligoland, a mere desolate rock, but lying at the mouth of the Elbe and only 25 miles from the mouths of the Weser and the Eider. It was of the greatest importance during the war as a safe rendezvous for our men of war, and as a depot for our merchandise ready to slip into any of the neighboring rivers, and thus, by smugglers, to be circulated all over the continent, in spite of Buonaparte's embargo. It served also to remind the people of those regions that, though Buonaparte ruled paramount on land, there was a power on the sea that yet set him and all his endeavors at defiance. The military transactions of the continent this year had been of the most remarkable kind. Buonaparte, after his repulse at Pultusk, had retired to Warsaw, which he entered on the first day of the year 1807. He calculated on remaining there till the return of spring. But Benningsen, the Russian general, was determined to interrupt this pleasant sojourn. He had an army of 80,000 or 90,000 men, with a very bad commissariat, and equally badly defended from the severity of the winter. The King of Prussia was cooped up in Königsberg, with an army of a very few thousand men, and his situation was every day rendered more critical by the approach of the divisions of Ney and Bernadotte, whom the treacherous surrender of the Prussian fortresses by their commanders had set at liberty. But Benningsen hastened to relieve the King of Prussia at Königsberg. His Cossacks spread themselves over the country with great adroitness, surprising the French convoys of provisions. More Cossacks were streaming down to their support out of the wintry wilds of Russia, and the French were forced from their pleasant quarters, 543 in Warsaw, to preserve the means of their existence. Buonaparte, alarmed at these advances, determined to turn out and force the Russians eastward, towards the Vistula, as he had forced the Prussians at Jena with their rear turned to the Rhine. To take the Russians thus in the rear, he ordered Bernadotte to engage the attention of Benningsen on the right whilst he made this maneuver on the left. But Benningsen, fortunately, learned their stratagem by the seizure of the young French officer who was carrying Buonaparte's dispatches to Bernadotte. Benningsen was therefore enabled to defeat Buonaparte's object. He concentrated his troops on Preuss-Eylau, where he determined to risk a battle. But he was not allowed to occupy this position without several brisk encounters, in which the Russians lost upwards of 3,000 men. The Battle of Eylau took place on the 7th of February. It was such a check as Buonaparte had never yet experienced. He had been beaten at every point. Augereau's division was nearly destroyed. That of Davoust, nearly 20,000 in number, had been repulsed by a much inferior body of Prussians. 50,000 men are said to have been killed and wounded, of whom 30,000 were French. 12 eagles had been captured and remained trophies in the hands of the Russians. Had Benningsen had a good commissariat, the doom of the French was certain. The army, famishing and in rags, was still eager to push their advantage the next day, and the French, if compelled to retreat, as there was every prospect, must have fallen into utter demoralization, and the war would have been soon at an end. But Benningsen, sensible that there was an utter lack of provision for his army, and that his ammunition was nearly exhausted, hesitated to proceed to a second action with an army reduced 20,000 in number, and thus to risk being cut off from Königsberg, endangering the person of the King of Prussia. And so the extreme caution, or rather, perhaps, the necessities of the Russian general, were the rescue of Buonaparte. Benningsen resolved to retreat upon Königsberg. The Russians began their retreat, but some of them not till daylight, and then marched close past Eylau, in the very face of the French, who were probably as much astonished as pleased at the spectacle. Benningsen could scarcely have known the extent of the French losses when he decided to retire. But Buonaparte, notwithstanding that he claimed the victory, was glad now to offer a suspension of hostilities to the King of Prussia, with a view to a separate peace, hinting that he might be induced to waive most of the advantages derived from the fields of Jena and Auerstadt, and restore the bulk of his dominions. Frederick William, however great the temptation, refused to treat independently of his ally, the Tsar. On this, Buonaparte, so far from pursuing the Russians, as he would have done had he been in a capacity for it, remained 8 days inactive at Eylau, and then retreated on the Vistula, followed and harassed all the way by swarms of Cossacks. On this, Benningsen advanced and occupied the country as fast as the French evacuated it. The Emperor Alexander could soon have raised another host of men, but he was destitute of money and arms. He therefore applied to Britain for a loan, which the talents thought fit to decline. This, at such a crisis, was unwise. It is certain that it filled Alexander with disgust and resentment, and led to his negotiations with Buonaparte at Tilsit. Soon after this, the Conservative or Portland ministry came in, and supplies of muskets and 500,000 pounds were sent, but these were, in fact, thrown away, for they did not arrive till the Tsar had made up his mind to treat with Napoleon. On his return to the Vistula, Buonaparte displayed an unusual caution. He seemed to feel that his advance into Poland had been premature, whilst Prussia was in possession of Danzig, whence, as soon as the thaw set in, he was open to dangerous operations in his rear, from the arrival of a British army. He therefore determined to have possession of that post before undertaking further designs. The place was invested by General Lefebvre, and capitulated at the end of May. Buonaparte all this time was marching up fresh troops to fill up the ravages made in his army. The Russians, after a drawn battle near Hallsberg on the 10th of June, then crossed the Aller, and placed that as a barrier between them and the French, in order that they might avoid the arrival of a reinforcement of 30,000 men who were on the march. Thus occupying the right bank of the Aller, and the French the left or western side, The Russians advanced to Friedland, not many miles from Eylau. At Friedland was a long wooden bridge crossing the Aller, and there, on the 13th of June, Bonaparte, by a stratagem, succeeded in drawing part of the Russians over the bridge by showing only Oudinot's division, which had been severely handled at the Battle of Hallsberg. The 544 temptation was too great. Benningsen forgot his usual caution and allowed a division of his army to cross and attack Oudinot. Oudinot retired fighting, and thus induced more of the Russians to follow, till, finding his troops hotly pressed, Benningsen marched his whole force over, and then Napoleon showed his entire army. Benningsen saw that he was entrapped and must fight, under great disadvantages, with an enfeebled army and in an open space where they were surrounded by a dense host of French, who could cover themselves amid woods and hills and pour in a tempest of cannonballs on the exposed Russians. It was the anniversary of the Battle of Marengo, and Bonaparte believed the day one of his fortunate ones. Benningsen was obliged to reduce his number by sending 6,000 men to defend and keep open the bridge of Allerberg, some miles lower down the Aller, and which kept open his chance of union with Elstock and his Prussians. Notwithstanding all these disadvantages, Benningsen fought desperately. The battle continued from 10 o'clock in the morning till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when Bonaparte brought up his full force in person for one of those terrible and overwhelming shocks by which he generally terminated a doubtful contest. There was such a simultaneous roar of musketry and cavalry as seemed enough to sweep away the Russians like chaff. The batteries poured down upon them a rain of no less than 3,000 ball and 500 grapeshot charges, yet the Russians did not flinch till they had at least 12,000 killed and wounded. It was then determined to retreat across the river, and 2 fords having been found, the Tsar's imperial guard charged the troops of Ney with the bayonet and kept them at bay till the army was over. The transit was marvelous in its success. All their cannon, except 17, were saved, and all their baggage. As at Eylau, so at Friedland, Napoleon made no attempt to follow the Russians. But the battle, nevertheless, produced important consequences. The King of Prussia did not think himself safe at Königsberg, and he evacuated it, and the unhappy queen prepared with her children to fly to Riga. The Russians retreated to Tilsit, and there Alexander made up his mind to negotiate with Napoleon. He was far from being in a condition to despair. Gustavus, the King of Sweden, was at the head of a considerable army at Stralsund. A British expedition was daily expected in the Baltic. The spirit of resistance was reawakening in Prussia. Schill, the gallant partisan leader, was again on horseback with a numerous body of men, gathered in various quarters, and Hesse, Hanover, Brunswick, and other German provinces were prompt for revolt on the least occasion of encouragement. Bonaparte felt the peril of crossing the Niemen and advancing into the vast deserts of Russia, with these dangerous elements in his rear. Besides, his presence was necessary in France. He had been absent from it nearly a year. He had drawn heavily on its resources, and a too long-continued strain without his personal influence might produce fatal consequences. To leave his army in the north was to leave it to certain defeat, and with the danger of having all Germany again in arms. These circumstances, well weighed by a man of genius and determination, would have induced him to make a resolute stand, and to draw his enemy into those wilds where he afterwards ruined himself, or to wear him out by delay. Alexander, however, had not the necessary qualities for such a policy of procrastination. He was now depressed by the sufferings of his army and indignant against Britain. Accordingly, Benningsen communicated Alexander's willingness for peace on the 21st of June, and the armistice was ratified on the 23rd. Bonaparte determined then, as on most occasions, to settle the treaty, not by diplomatists, but personally with the Tsar. A raft was prepared and anchored in the middle of the Niemen, and on the morning of the 25th of June, 1807, the two emperors met on that raft and embraced, amid the shouts of the two armies arranged on each bank. The two emperors retired to a seat placed for them on the raft, and remained in conversation 2 hours, during which time their attendants remained at a distance. The town of Tilsit was declared neutral ground, and became a scene of festivities, in which the Russian, French, and even Prussian officers, who had been so long drenching the northern snows with each other's blood, vied in courtesies towards each other. Amongst them, the two emperors appeared as sworn brothers, relaxing into gaiety and airs of gallantry, like two young fashionables. On the 28th, the King of Prussia arrived, and was treated with a marked difference. He was bluntly informed that whatever part of his territories were restored would be solely at the solicitation of the Emperor of Russia. The Treaty of Tilsit, CP 544. See larger version. By the terms of the Treaty of Tilsit, Prussian Poland was taken away, but not to be incorporated with a restored Poland, as Buonaparte had delusively allowed the Poles to hope. No, a restored Poland was incompatible with a treaty of peace with Russia or the continuance of it with Austria. It was handed over to the Duke of Saxony, now elevated to the title of the King of Saxony and Duke of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, the name which Prussian Poland assumed. The duped Polish patriots cursed Buonaparte bitterly in secret. Alexander, with all his assumed sympathy for his fallen cousins of Prussia, came in for a slice of the spoil, nominally to cover the expenses of the war. Danzig, with a certain surrounding district, was recognized as a free city under the protection of Prussia and Saxony. But Buonaparte took care to stipulate for the retention of a garrison there till the conclusion of a general peace, so as to stop out any British armament or influence. To oblige the Emperor of Russia, he allowed the Dukes of Saxe-Coburg, Oldenburg, Mecklenburg-Schwerin, who were the Tsar's relations, to retain possession of their territories. But he returned to Prussia only about one half of the provinces which he had seized, reducing her very much to the limits in which Frederick the Great had found her before his usurpations. She surrendered her provinces between the Rhine and the Elbe, which, together with Hesse, Brunswick, and part of Hanover, were formed into the Kingdom of Westphalia and given to Jerome Buonaparte. She was saddled by a crushing war indemnity and had to leave Berlin and the chief fortresses in the hands of the French until the debt was paid. In the articles of the treaty which were made public, Alexander paid a nominal courtesy to his ally, Great Britain, by offering to mediate between her and France, if the offer were accepted within a month. But amongst the secret articles of the treaty was one binding the Tsar to shut his ports against all British vessels, if this offer were rejected. This was a sacrifice demanded of Alexander, as Great Britain was Russia's best customer, taking nearly all her raw or exported produce. In return for this, and for Alexander's connivance at, or assistance in, Buonaparte's intention of seizing on Spain and Portugal, for the taking of Malta and Gibraltar, and the expulsion of the British from the Mediterranean, Alexander was to invade and 546 annex Finland, the territory of Sweden, and giving up his designs on Moldavia and Wallachia, for which he was now waging an unprovoked war, he was to be allowed to conquer the rest of Turkey, the ally of Napoleon, and establish himself in the long-coveted Constantinople. Thus these two august robbers shared kingdoms at their own sweet will and pleasure. Turkey and Finland they regarded as properly Russian provinces, and Spain, Portugal, Malta, Gibraltar, and eventually Britain as provinces of France. Chapter 20, Reign of George III, continued. Napoleon's designs on Spain, the continental system, Treaty of Fontainebleau, Junot marches on Portugal, flight of the royal family, the Milan Decree, the Pope imprisoned in the quirinal imbecility of the Spanish government, quarrels of the Spanish royal family, occupation of the Spanish fortresses, the king's preparations for flight, rests at Madrid, abdication of Charles IV, Murat occupies Madrid, the meeting at Bayonne, Joseph becomes king of Spain, insurrection in Spain, the junta communicates with England, ferocity of the war operations of Bessieres, Duchesne, and Moncy, Dupont surrenders to Castanos, Joseph evacuates Madrid, siege of Saragossa, Napoleon's designs on Portugal, insurrection throughout the country, Sir A. Wellesley touches at Corunna, he lands at Figueres, Battle of Rolica, Wellesley is superseded by Bird, Battle of Vimiera, arrival of Dalrymple, Convention of Sintra, inquiry into the Convention, occupation of Lisbon, Napoleon's preparations against Spain, Wellesley is passed over in favor of Moors, advance, difficulties of the march, incompetency of Hookem Freer, Napoleon's position in Europe, the meeting at Erfurt, Napoleon at Vittoria, destruction of the Spanish armies, Napoleon enters Madrid, Moore is at last undeceived, the retreat, Napoleon leaves Spain, Moore retires before Soult, arrival at Corunna, the battle, death of Sir John Moore, the ministry determined to continue the war, scandal of the Duke of York, his resignation, charges against Lord Castlereagh, Wellesley arrives in Portugal. He drives Soult from Portugal into Spain, his junction with Cuesta, position of the French armies, folly of Cuesta, Battle of Talavera, state of the Commissariat, Wellesley's retreat, French victories, the lines of Torres Vedras, the Walcheren expedition, Flushing taken, the troops die from malaria, disastrous termination of the expedition, Sir John Stuart in Italy and the Ionian Islands, war between Russia and Turkey, Collingwood's last exploits, attempt of Gambier and Cochrane on La Rochelle. The restless spirit of Buonaparte did not allow him any repose, even after his subjugation of the greater part of the north of Europe. Whilst he had been contending with the Russians, he had been planning fresh campaigns, fresh conquests at the opposite extremity of the continent. God, the favorite of the King of Spain, and the paramour of his dissolute queen, who had professed great admiration of Bonaparte, seeing him so deeply engaged in Germany, had suddenly called out a considerable army and addressed it in a vaunting but mysterious way. The news of this reached Bonaparte on the field of Jena, and, discovering by this means the real sentiments of the Spanish favorite towards him, he vowed vengeance on Spain. It was by no means the first time that he had contemplated the conquest of Spain and Portugal, but this circumstance inspired him with a new impulse in that direction and a plausible excuse. In his interviews with Alexander of Russia, these views had been avowed, and now, no sooner had he returned to Paris than he commenced his operations for that purpose. He blended this scheme, at the same time, with his great one of shutting out the British trade from the whole continent. Russia had, by the Treaty of Tilsit, entered into a compact to enforce his system in her ports. Holland was compelled to submit to it. The Kingdom of Westphalia was now in the hands of his brother Jerome, who had been forced to separate from his American wife, Elizabeth Patterson, and had been married to a daughter of the King of Württemberg, so that the territories now comprised in the new Kingdom of Westphalia were under the same law of exclusion. He had extended it to the Prussian ports since his conquest of that country and to the Hanseatic towns. Denmark was ready to comply, and the treaty with Russia extended his embargo ostensibly to the whole western shores of the Baltic. Sweden refused to accept it, and the foolhardy King Christian IV declared war on Russia and invaded Norway. He promptly lost Finland and Pomerania. Sir 547 John Moore, with an army of 10,000 men, was sent to his assistance, but found him so unreasonable that he thought it better to return without landing the troops. Christian was soon afterwards deposed, and his uncle established in his place, who accepted the continental system. But Alexander was as little faithful in this part of the treaty as in other parts. In fact, he dared not strictly enforce the exclusion of British trade, were he so disposed. Nearly the whole heavy produce of Russia, hemp, iron, timber, wax, pitch, and naval stores, which constituted the chief revenues of the Russian nobles, was taken by the British and paid for in their manufactures. To have cut off his trade would have made the life of Alexander as little secure as that of his father, Paul, had been. The Russian and British trade therefore continued, under certain devices, and notwithstanding the decrees of the Tsar to the contrary. Bonaparte knew it, but was not prepared to open up a new war with Russia on that account, at least at present. He was now turning his attention to the south. Spain and Portugal, still nominally existing under their native princes, but very much under the influence of Bonaparte, admitted British goods to a great extent. Bonaparte himself had winked at the introduction of them into Portugal, because that country had paid him large sums to permit it. But now he determined to enforce a rigid exclusion, and to make the breach of his dictated orders a plea for seizure of the country. In fact, he had long resolved to seize both Spain and Portugal, but to employ Spain first in reducing her neighbor, and by that very act to introduce his troops into Spain herself. He complained, therefore, that Portugal had refused to enforce the Berlin Decree, and he entered into a treaty with Spain at Fontainebleau, which was signed on the 29th of October. By this infamous treaty, Spain agreed to assist France in seizing Portugal, which should be divided into three parts. The province of Entreminho y Douro, with the town of Oporto, was to be given to the King of Etruria, the grandson of the King of Spain, instead of Etruria itself, which Bonaparte wanted to annex to France, and this was to be called the Kingdom of Northern Lusitania. The next part, to consist of Alemtejo and Algarve, was to be given to Godoy, who was to take the title of Prince of Algarve. The third was to remain in the hands of the French till the end of the war, who would thus be at hand to protect the whole. In fact, it never was the intention of Bonaparte that either God or the King of Etruria should ever be more than a temporary puppet, but that the whole of Spain and Portugal should become provinces of France under a nominal French king. No sooner was this treaty signed than Junot was ordered to cross the Bidasoa with 30,000 men and march through Spain for the Portuguese frontier. Two additional armies, partly of French and partly of Spaniards, supported him, and another army of 40,000 was stationed at Bayonne, intended, it was said, to act as an army of reserve, in case the British should land and attempt to defend Portugal, but in reality it was intended for the subjugation of Spain itself. Junot, who had formerly been Bonaparte's ambassador at the court of Lisbon, made rapid marches through Spain. The Prince Regent of Portugal, knowing that resistance was in vain, sent the Marquis of Marialva to state to the courts of France and Spain that he had complied with the whole of their demands, as regarded the admission of British goods, and demanded the arrest of the march of the invading army. But no notice was taken of this, and Junot pushed on with such speed as to exhaust his troops with fatigue. He was anxious to seize the persons of the royal family, and therefore this haste, accompanied by the most solemn professions of his coming as the friend and ally of Portugal, as the protector of the people from the yoke of the British, the maritime tyrants of Europe. But the royal family put no faith in these professions. They resolved not to wait the arrival of the French, but to muster all the money and valuables that they could, and escape to their South American possessions. Whilst these preparations were being made in haste, the British traders collected their property and conveyed it on board British vessels. The inhabitants of the British factory, so long established in Lisbon, had quitted it on the 18th of October, amid the universal regret of the people. The ambassador, Lord Strangford, took down the British arms and went on board the squadron of Sir Sidney Smith, lying in the Tagus. On the 27th of November, the royal family, amid the cries and tears of the people, went on board their fleet, attended by a great number of Portuguese nobility. In all, about 1,800 Portuguese thus emigrating. The Prince Regent accompanied them, sensible that his presence could be of no service any longer. The fleet of the royal emigrants was still in the Tagus, under the safe 548 protection of Sir Sidney Smith's men of war, when Junot and his footsore troops entered Lisbon on the 1st of December. He was transported with rage when he saw their departing sails, for he had received the most imperative injunctions to secure the person of the Prince Regent, from whom Napoleon hoped to extort the cession of the Portuguese-American colonies. Junot declared that the Prince Regent and royal family, having abandoned the country, had ceased to reign, and that the Emperor Napoleon willed that it should henceforth be governed, in his name, by the General-in-Chief of his army. This proclamation of the 2nd of February set aside at once the conditions of the Treaty of Fontainebleau. The imaginary princedom of Gaude was no more heard of, and the kingdom erected for the King of Etruria remained a mere phantom at the will of Buonaparte. The property of the royal family, and of all who had followed them, was confiscated. A contribution of £4,500,000 sterling was laid on a people of less than 3 millions, and as there was not specie enough to pay it, plate and every kind of movable property was seized in lieu of it, without much regard to excess of quantity. The officers became money brokers and jobbers in this property, much of which was sent to Paris for sale, and the whole unhappy country was a scene of the most ruthless rapine and insult. Flight of the royal family of Portugal, CP 547. See larger version. Whilst these abominations were being done in Portugal, Buonaparte had proceeded to Italy to prosecute other parts of his one great design. He determined, in the first place, to shut the trade of Britain out of all the Italian ports, as he had now, in imagination, done in nearly all the other ports of Europe. Accordingly, at Milan, on the 17th of December, he issued his celebrated decree, which took its name from that city, as his northern decrees had taken their name from Berlin. Henceforward, the Berlin and Milan decrees acquired great notoriety. To counteract the ordinances of the Berlin decrees, which forbade any ship of any nation to be admitted into continental ports without certificates of origin. That is, without certificates showing that no part of their cargo was of British produce. Various orders in council had been issued by Britain, permitting 549 all neutral vessels to trade to any country at peace with Great Britain, provided that they touched at a British port and paid the British duties. Thus, neutrals were placed between Scylla and Charybdis. If they neglected to take out British certificates, they were captured at sea by the British cruisers. If they did take them, they were confiscated on entering any continental port where there were French agents. This led to an enormous system of bribery and fraud. The prohibited goods were still admitted by false papers, with respect to which the French officers, men of the highest rank, were well paid to shut their eyes. All the ports of Italy were now subjected to this system, and Buonaparte immediately seized a great number of American vessels, on the ground that they had complied with the British orders in council. It might be thought that America would so far resent this as to declare war on France, but Buonaparte calculated on the strength of American prejudices against Britain, and for France at that time, that the United States would rather declare war against Britain, which, by its orders in council, brought them into this dilemma. The ports of the Pope alone now remained open, and these Buonaparte determined forthwith to shut. But, in the first place, he announced to the Queen of Etruria, whom he had hitherto allowed to retain her Italian territory in right of her infant son, that she must give that up and accept the kingdom of northern Lusitania in Portugal. This princess had an ominous persuasion that her son would never possess, or, if he possessed, would never retain this northern Lusitania. But she had no alternative, and, in the month of June following, the kingdom of Etruria was converted into 3 new departments of France. This having been arranged, this setter up and puller down of kingdoms proceeded to compel the Pope to adopt his system. Pius VII did not seem disposed to comply. He had no quarrel with Britain, had no advantage, but much the contrary, in depriving his subjects of articles of British manufacture. Besides that, amongst the numerous adherents of the Church in Ireland, he would create great prejudice. But all these reasons had no more weight with the haughty egotism of Buonaparte than so much air. He forced his troops into the papal territories, threw a strong body into Ancona on the Adriatic, and another into Civita Vecchia and at the mouth of the Tiber. The Pope protested against the violent invasion of his principality, but in vain. Buonaparte insisted that he should declare war against Britain. Pius then consented to close his ports, but this did not satisfy Napoleon. He demanded that war should be declared, pronouncing himself the heir of Charlemagne and therefore suzerain of the Pope, and he demanded compliance. On the Pope continuing obstinate, Buonaparte forced more troops into his states and sent General Mialis to take possession of Rome. This accordingly was done in February 1808. The Pope shut himself up in the Quirinal Palace, and the French surrounded him with troops and cannon and held him prisoner to compel him to comply. The Pope, though shut up in the Quirinal and deprived of his cardinals, remained unshaken and protested solemnly against this violent usage and robbery by the man whom he had consented to crown and to make a concordat with. When the magistrates and priests of the marches were called on to take the oath of allegiance to Napoleon, they refused almost unanimously and were driven out of the states or shut up in prisons and fortresses in the Alps and Apennines. The government of Spain was sunk into the very deepest degradation and imbecility. Charles IV was one of the weakest of Bourbon kings. He was ruled by his licentious wife, Maria Luisa, and she by Manuel de God, a young and handsome man who, about the year 1784, had attracted her eye as a private in the royal guards. By her means, he was rapidly promoted, and at the age of 24 was already a general. He was soon created a grandee of Spain, and the queen married him to a niece of the king. He was made generalissimo of all the Spanish forces, and, in fact, became the sole ruling power in the country. He was styled the Prince of the Peace, a title acquired by his having effected the pacification of Gaul, which terminated the Revolutionary War between France and Spain. By the subsequent Treaty of St. Ildefonso, he established an offensive and defensive alliance with France, which, in truth, made Spain entirely subservient to Napoleon. Whilst the French were seizing on Portugal, the Spanish royal family was convulsed by quarrels. Ferdinand, the Prince of Asturias, and heir to the throne, hated Goddo, as usurping the power which he himself ought to enjoy, and, stimulated by his friends, who shared in his exclusion, appealed to Napoleon for his protection, and to win his favor requested him to choose a wife for him out of his own family. This 550 at one time would have been a subject of the highest pride to Buonaparte, that a member of the Bourbon family, and future king of Spain, should solicit a personal alliance with his. But that day was gone by. Buonaparte had determined to make himself master of Spain, and he left the request of the prince without any answer. Urged on by his party, the prince seems to have determined to do without Buonaparte and to depose his father, but the plot was discovered, and the person of the prince secured. The imbecile king, instead of contenting himself by the exercise of his own authority, appealed to Napoleon. And at the same time, to make the disgrace of his family as public as possible, he appealed to the Spanish people by a proclamation against the conduct of his son and informing them that he had put the prince under arrest. But the appeal to Buonaparte did not succeed. For his own purposes, the French emperor appeared to take part with the prince and caused his ambassador, Beauharnais, to remonstrate with the king on his severity towards him. Charles IV wrote again to Napoleon and ventured to mention the prince's private application to him for a wife, hoping, the king said, that the emperor would not permit the prince to shelter himself under an alliance with the imperial family. Buonaparte professed to feel greatly insulted by such allusions to his family, and the poor king then wrote very humbly, declaring that he desired nothing so much as such an alliance for his son. Ferdinand, through this powerful support, was immediately liberated. But these mutual appeals had greatly forwarded Buonaparte's plans of interference in Spain. He levied a new conscription, and avowed to Talleyrand and Fouche that he had determined to set aside the royal family of Spain and to unite that country to France. Both those astute diplomatists at once disapproved and endeavored to dissuade him from the enterprise. They reminded him of the pride of the Spanish character, and that he might rouse the people to a temper of most stubborn resistance, which would divide his attention and his forces, would be pretty certain to bring Britain into the field for their support, and unite Britain again with Russia, thus placing himself between two fires. Talleyrand, seeing that Buonaparte was resolutely bent on the scheme, dropped his opposition, and assisted Napoleon in planning its progress, thus enabling the emperor afterwards to charge Talleyrand with the responsibility of this usurpation, as he had before charged him with counseling the death of the Duc d'Enghien. In after years, Napoleon used to denounce his own folly in meddling with Spain, calling it that miserable war, and describing it as the origin of his ruin. Bonaparte very speedily matured his plans for the seizure of Spain, and he began to put them into execution. From Italy, where he was violating the territories of the Pope, and compelling the reluctant Queen of Etruria to give up her kingdom, he wrote to the King of Spain, her father, that he consented to a marriage between the Prince of Asturias and a lady of his family. Whilst he thus gave assurance of his friendship, he ordered his army, lying at Bayonne, to enter Spain at different points, and possess themselves of the strong positions along its frontier. By this means, the French were received as friends by the people, and neither the king nor God complained of this gross breach of the Treaty of Fontainebleau. The impudent tricks by which the great fortresses were secured, each of which might have detained an army for years, have scarcely any parallel in history. At Pamplona, on the 9th of February, 1808, the French troops commenced a game of snowballing each other on the esplanade of the citadel, when suddenly they occupied the drawbridge, entered the fortress gate, and admitted a body of their countrymen, who had been placed in readiness, and the fortress was secured. At Barcelona, the French gave out that they were about to march. Duchesne, the general, drew up his men before the citadel, on pretense of speaking with the French guard, near the citadel gate, passed suddenly in, followed by an Italian regiment, and the place was their own. Saint Sebastian was captured by a number of French being admitted into the hospital, who let in their fellows, and Montjay was taken by a like ruse. Reproduced by Andre and Slay, Limited, Bushy Hertz. Naples from the Mergellina. After the painting by Burkitt Foster, RWS. See larger version. Nothing could exceed the consternation and indignation of the Spanish people when they found their great strongholds guarding the entrances from France into the country, thus in the hands of the French. Had there been a king of any ability in Spain, an appeal to the nation would, on this outrage, have roused it to a man, and the plans of Bonaparte might have been defeated. But God, knowing himself to be the object of national detestation, and dreading nothing so much as a rising of the people, by whom he would most certainly be sacrificed, advised the royal family to follow the example of the court of Portugal and escape to their transatlantic dominions, which advice could only have been given by a miscreant and adopted by an idiot. To surrender a kingdom and a people like those of Spain, without a blow, was the extreme of cowardice. But as if to urge the feeble king to this issue, at this moment came a letter from Bonaparte, upbraiding him with having received his acceptance of the match between their houses coldly. Charles, terrified in the extreme, wrote to declare that nothing lay so near his heart, and at the same time made preparations to be gone. The intention was kept as secret as possible, but the public soon became aware of the court's proposed removal from Madrid to Cadiz, in order then to be able to embark for America. The Prince of Asturias and his brother protested against the project. The Council of Castile remonstrated. The populace were in a most tumultuous state, regarding the plan as originating with Godoy, and surrounded the palace with cries and gestures of dissatisfaction. The king was in a continual state of terror and irresolution, but Godoy pressed on matters for the flight. On the 17th of March, a proclamation was placarded at the gates of the palace, announcing that the king was resolved to remain and share the fate of his people. Great were the acclamations and rejoicings, but towards evening, the crowds that still lingered around the royal residence saw unmistakable signs of departure. There was an active movement amongst the guards. Carriages and baggage were becoming apparent, and the agitation of the people grew intense. The Prince of Asturias and his brother protested against the departure. Bodies of soldiers, in open revolt, began to assemble, and the people cried that they would have the head of the traitor, God. From angry words, the populace and revolted soldiers came to blows with the household troops. Godoy's brother led up a regiment against the rioters, but the men seized him and joined the people. Whilst one crowd surrounded the palace of Aranjuez, another rushed to the house of God to seize and kill him. They ran all over his house but could not discover him. The tumult continued all night, but was somewhat appeased the next morning by a royal proclamation, which announced that the king had dismissed him from his offices. This did not, however, prevent the people continuing the search for God, who was at length discovered by a life guardsman in a garret of his own house, where he had been concealed between two mattresses. Compelled to come forth by heat and thirst, he was dragged into the street, soundly beaten, and would soon have been put to death, had not the Prince of Asturias, at the urgent entreaty of the king and queen, interceded, declaring that he should be tried for his crimes and duly punished. Gade was committed to custody in the castle of Villaviciosa. His property was confiscated, and on the 19th, the king, terrified at the still hostile aspect of the people, proclaimed his own resignation in favor of Ferdinand, their favorite. In truth, as little deserving of their favor, by any moral or intellectual quality, as the king himself. The abdication was formally communicated by letter to Napoleon, whose troops, under Murat, were, during these tumults, now rapidly advancing on Madrid. On the 23rd, only 4 days after the abdication of the king, Murat entered Madrid with a numerous body of infantry and cuirassiers, attended by a splendid train of artillery. Ferdinand entered the city the same day. He had formed an administration wholly opposed to Gade and his policy. The ambassadors of the other powers presented themselves to offer their congratulations, but Beauharnais, the French ambassador, preserved a profound silence. Murat also, though he professed himself friendly to Ferdinand, said not a word implying recognition of his title. Still more ominous, the news arrived that Bonaparte himself was on the way with another powerful army. Murat took up his residence in the palace of the Prince of the Peace, and greatly alarmed Ferdinand and his courtiers by addressing him, not as Your Majesty, but merely as Your Royal Highness. He counseled him to wait and do nothing till he could advise with Napoleon, and in the meantime to send his brother Don Carlos to greet the emperor on his entrance into Spain. To this Ferdinand consented, but when Murat recommended him also to go and show this mark of respect to his ally, Ferdinand demurred, and by the advice of Cevallos, one of his wisest counselors, he declined the suggestion. To complicate matters, Murat opened communication with the king and queen, and not content with that, with Gade also, assuring him that his only hope of safety lay in the friendship of the emperor. By this means, Murat learned all the accusations that each party could make against the other, so that these things might serve Bonaparte to base his measures, or, at least, his pretenses upon. Encouraged by this, Charles 552 wrote to Napoleon to declare his abdication entirely forced, and to leave everything to the decision of his good friend, the emperor. Capture of Gade, CP 551. See larger version. The suggestions of Murat had failed to induce Ferdinand to leave his capital and go to meet Napoleon. But a more adroit agent now presented himself in the person of Savary, the delegated murderer of the Duc d'Enghien. Savary paid decided court to Ferdinand. He listened to all his statements of the revolution of Enriches and the abdication of the king. He told him that he felt sure Napoleon would see these circumstances in the same favorable light as he did, and persuaded him to go and meet the emperor at Burgos, and hear him salute him Ferdinand VII, King of Spain and of the Indies. Savary accompanied Ferdinand to conduct him safely into the snare. He spoke positively of meeting Napoleon at Burgos, but when they arrived there, they received the information that Napoleon was only yet at Bordeaux, about to proceed to Bayonne. Savary seemed so sure of his victim that he ventured to leave Ferdinand at Vittoria and went on to see Napoleon and report progress, probably also to receive fresh instructions. The opportunity was not lost by some faithful Spaniards to warn Ferdinand to make his escape during Savary's absence, and to get into one of his distant provinces, where he could, at least, negotiate with Napoleon independently. Ferdinand was astounded, but persuaded himself that Napoleon could not contemplate such treachery. Although the people opposed the prince's going, Savary prevailed, and on they went. When Bonaparte heard that Ferdinand had arrived, he is said to have exclaimed, "What, is the fool really come?" He received him, however, with courtesy, invited him to dinner, and treated him with all the deference of a crowned head. But the same evening he sent Savary to inform him that he had determined that the Bourbons should cease to reign, and the crown should be transferred to his own family. Possessed of the Prince of Asturias, Bonaparte proceeded to complete his kidnapping and make himself master of the king and queen. He was sure that if he brought Gade to Bayonne, he should draw the infatuated queen after him, and that she would 553 bring the king with her. He therefore ordered Murat to send on Gade, under a strong guard. This was executed with such rapidity that he was conveyed from Aranjuez to the banks of the Bidasoa in a couple of days. Bonaparte received Gade in the most flattering manner, told him that he regarded the abdication of Charles as most unjustifiable, and that he would be glad to see the king and queen at Bayonne, to arrange the best mode of securing them on the throne. Gade communicated this intelligence with alacrity, and Napoleon very soon had the 2 remaining royal fools in his safe keeping. On the 30th of April, a train of old, lumbering carriages, the first drawn by 8 Biscayan mules, was seen crossing the drawbridge at Bayonne. The arrival consisted of the King and Queen of Spain, with 3 or 4 unimportant grandees. God welcomed Charles and his queen, and assured them of the friendly disposition and intentions of Buonaparte. Having the family in his clutches, Napoleon had little difficulty in compelling Ferdinand to restore the crown to his father, who abdicated a second time, and placed his crown in the hands of the emperor. Having now kidnapped and disposed of the whole dynasty of Spain, Buonaparte had to inaugurate the new one by the appointment of a king. For this purpose, he pitched on his brother Lucian, who, next to himself, was the ablest of the family, and who had rendered him signal services in the expulsion of the Council of 500 from St. Cloud. But Lucian was of too independent a character to become a mere puppet of the great man, like the rest of his brothers. As Napoleon grew haughty and imperious in the progress of his success, Lucian had dared to express disapprobation of his conduct. He declared that Napoleon's every word and action proceeded, not from principle, but from mere political considerations, and that the foundation of his whole system and career was egotism. He had married a private person to please himself, and would not abandon his wife to receive a princess and a crown, like Jerome. Lucian had, moreover, literary tastes, was fond of collecting works of art, and had a fortune ample enough for these purposes. When therefore Napoleon sent for him to assume the crown of Spain, he declined the honor. Napoleon then resolved to take Joseph from Naples and confer on him the throne of Spain and the Indies. Joseph, who was indolent and self-indulgent, and who at Naples could not exempt himself from continual fears of daggers and assassination, received with consternation the summons to assume the crown of Spain, as ominous of no ordinary troubles. He declared that it was too weighty for his head, and showed no alacrity in setting out. Napoleon was obliged to summon him several times, and at length to dispatch one of his most active and trusted aide-de-camp to hasten his movements. And truly the prospects of the reign before him were such as might have daunted a much bolder and wiser man than Joseph. The people of Madrid had watched with increasing resentment the spiriting away of the different members of the royal family to Bayonne. They were wrathful that God had been carried beyond the reach of their vengeance, and every day they were on the lookout for news from Bayonne as to the cause of Ferdinand, and this news grew even more unfavorable. On the evening of the 30th of April, the populace had retired in gloomy discontent, because no courier had arrived bringing intelligence of Buonaparte's intentions towards Ferdinand. On the morning of the 1st of May, numbers of men assembled about the gate of the inn and the post office, with dark looks, and having, as was supposed, arms under their long cloaks. The French mustered strongly in the streets, and the day passed over quietly. But the next morning, the 2nd of May, the same ominous-looking crowds, as they assembled, were agitated by reports that the only remaining members of the royal family, the widowed Queen of Etruria and her children, and the youngest son of King Charles, Don Francisco, were about to be sent off also to Bayonne. They presently saw these royal personages conducted to their carriages. Don Francisco, a youth of only 14, weeping bitterly, and the sight roused the people to instant fury. They fell on the French, chiefly with their long knives, massacred 700 soldiers of the line, and wounded upwards of 20 of the imperial guard. The French, in return, fired on the people and killed 120 of them. Murat poured in troops to suppress the riot, but could not disperse them till after several volleys of grapeshot and repeated charges of cavalry. Unprepared as the country was, the people felt by no means daunted. The alcalde of Mostoles, about 10 miles south of Madrid, hearing the firing and understanding the cause, sent a bulletin to the south in these words: "The country is in danger. Madrid is perishing through the perfidy of the French. All Spaniards come to deliver it." That was all that was necessary. The fact of being in possession of 554 Madrid was a very different thing to being in possession of Paris, Spain consisting of various provinces, having their separate capitals, and everywhere was a martial people, just as ready and able to maintain a struggle against an invader as if Madrid were free. At Valencia, the populace, headed by a priest, fell on the French and massacred 200 of them. Solano, the governor of Cadiz, suspected of favoring the French, was dragged out of his house and murdered. Even before the insurrection at Madrid, there had been one at Toledo, and the French had been menaced with destruction. Amid these popular outbursts, the great body of the Spaniards were calmly organizing the country for defense. A junta, or select committee, was elected in each district, and these juntas established communications with each other all over the land. They called on the inhabitants to furnish contributions, the clergy to send in their church plate to the mint, and the common people to enroll themselves as soldiers and to labor at the fortifications. The Spanish soldiers, to a man, went over to the popular side, and in a few days the whole nation was in arms. The crisis of which Bonaparte had warned Murat was come at once, and the fight in Madrid on the 2nd of May was but the beginning of a war which was to topple the invader from his now dizzy height. This made Bonaparte convene a mock national junta, or assembly of notables, to sanction the abdication and the appointment of Joseph Bonaparte as the new monarch. Joseph entered Madrid on the 6th of June and proclaimed a new constitution. No sooner had the insurrection of Arran Jews taken place, and Ferdinand been proclaimed king, than, so early as April the 8th, General Castanos informed Sir Hugh Dalrymple, the governor of Gibraltar, that there was an end of the policy of God, which had made Spain the slave of France and the foe of Britain. Sir Hugh sent a prompt dispatch to England with the news, and till he could receive instructions from the British government, he maintained friendly relations with the Spaniards. When the Junta of Seville was formed, and there was every reason to believe that Spain would make a determined resistance, on his own responsibility, he encouraged the merchants of Gibraltar to make a loan of $40,000 to the junta without premium, and Captain Whittingham, an officer well acquainted with Spain, went to Seville to assist in planning the best means of preventing the French from passing the Sierra Morena. On the 8th of June, Sir Hugh received a dispatch from Lord Castlereagh, informing him that the British government had determined to send 10,000 men immediately to the assistance of the Spanish patriots. But this was preceded 4 days by a proclamation which had outstripped Lord Castlereagh's dispatch, stating that His Majesty had ordered all hostilities towards Spain to cease and all Spanish ships at sea to be unmolested. Admiral Collingwood took the command of the whole British fleet on the coast of Spain, ready to cooperate. He landed Mr. Cox to proceed to Seville as confidential agent, and about the middle of June General Spencer arrived at Cadiz with 5,000 British soldiers. About the same time, the Junta of Seville declared themselves at peace with Great Britain and sent 4 commissioners to England to settle diplomatic relations between the countries. Meanwhile, the French generals, though they saw insurrections rising in every quarter, and though they themselves were located in different parts of the country, distant from each other, entertained no fear but that the steady discipline of their troops and their own experience would easily put them down. Murat had quitted Spain to proceed to his kingdom of Naples, which he had received on the 15th of July, and Savary was left at Madrid as commander-in-chief, and he found himself in a most arduous and embarrassing post, with so many points to watch and to strengthen for the suppression of the insurrection. The Spanish junta recommended their country, very prudently, to avoid regular engagements with their yet raw forces against the veteran armies of France, but to carry on a guerrilla warfare, wielding the enemy in mountains and defiles, cutting off their supplies, and harassing their rear, their outposts, and their foraging parties. The ardor and pride of the Spaniards only too much tempted the men to despise this advice, and whenever they did they severely paid for it. The relentless spirit of the people against the lawless invaders, on the other hand, incited the French to equal ferocity. They treated the Spaniards as rebels in arms against their king. The villages were given up to the plunder and licentiousness of the soldiers. This again fired the Spaniards to retaliation, and they put to death sick and wounded when they fell into their hands. The war thus commenced with features of peculiar horror. The character of the country rendered the conflict the more desperate to the invaders. The fertile regions were separated from each other 555 by vast desert heaths and barren mountains, so that Henry IV had said truly, if a general invaded Spain with a small army he would be defeated, if with a large one he would be starved. To collect provisions, the French had to disperse themselves over wide tracts, and thus exposed themselves to the ambuscades and surprises of the Spaniards, every peasant carrying his gun. At first victory seemed to attend the French. Lefebvre defeated the Spaniards in Aragon on the 9th of June, and General Bessieres beat the insurgents in several partial actions in Navarre and Biscay. But his great success was over the united forces of Generals Cuesta and Blake on the 14th of June at Medina de Rio Seco, a few leagues from the city of Valladolid. Duchesne thought he should be able to send reinforcements to assist in reducing Valencia and Aragon, but he soon found that he had enough to do in his own district. Marshal Moncey, all this time expecting the cooperation of Duchesne, had advanced into Valencia. For a time the country seemed deserted, but as he advanced he found the hills and rocks swarming with armed people, and he had to force his march by continual fighting. There were Swiss troops mingled amongst the Spanish ones opposed to him, and whilst they attacked him in front, the Spaniards assaulted his flanks and rear. When he arrived before the city of Valencia, on the 27th of June, he found the place well defended. On the 29th, Moncey retired from before the walls, despairing of the arrival of Duchesne. Montcy, like Bessières, now found himself called to Madrid to defend the new king, who, it was clear, could not long remain there, and already the British were landing on the shores of the peninsula to bring formidable aid to the exasperated inhabitants. But the most important operations were at this moment taking place in the south between Dupont and Castanos. Castanos was quartered at Utrera with 20,000 men. Dupont had been ordered by Murat to march from Madrid into the southwest and make himself master of the important post of Cadiz. After a countermand, he again advanced in that direction and had crossed the Sierra Morna, so celebrated in the romance of Don Quixote, and reached the ancient city of Cordova. There he received the news that Cadiz had risen against the French and had seized the French squadron lying in the bay, and, at the same time, that Seville was in the highest state of insurrection. Whilst pausing in uncertainty of what course to pursue, Castanos advanced from Utrera towards the higher part of the Guadalquivir. If Dupont had rushed forward to attack Castanos at Utrera, he would have done it under great disadvantages. He was cut off from the main French army by the Sierra Morna, and these mountains being occupied by the insurgent inhabitants, he would have no chance of falling back in case of disaster. He now advanced to Andujar, which he reached on the 18th of June, having had to fight his way through bands of fiery patriots. On the evening of the 16th of July, Castanos appeared on the Arganilla, directly opposite to Andujar. The river was fordable in many places from the drought, and the different divisions of the Spaniards crossed in the night. Vettel, seeing the critical situation of the French army, made a rapid movement to regain and keep open the mountainous defile by which he had arrived, but Dupont remained at Andujar till the night of the 18th. Vettel remaining at the pass for Dupont, the latter found himself intercepted at Balen by the Swiss general, Redang, and whilst engaging him, his own Swiss troops went over to Redang. He sent expresses to Vettel to return to his aid, but before this could be accomplished, he was defeated and compelled to surrender. He was enormously encumbered by baggage. For the French, as usual, utterly regardless of the necessity of keeping on good terms with a people over whom they wished to rule, had been pillaging churches and houses of all plate and valuables that they could find. In endeavoring to defend the baggage, Dupont had weakened his front and occasioned his repulse. Castanos had not perceived the march of the French, but by the time his van came up with Redang, he found the French army prisoners. The terms proposed by the French were that they should be allowed to retire upon Madrid with all their arms and baggage. But Castanos was too well acquainted with the necessities of the French through the intercepted letter to Savary. He insisted that they should pile their arms, give up the greater part of their spoil, and be sent down to Sanlúcar and Rota, where they should be embarked for France. Whilst Dupont was hesitating on these conditions, he received a note from Vettel, proposing that they should make a simultaneous attack on the Spaniards, and thus have a fresh chance of turning the scale in their own favor. But Dupont saw that this was hopeless. And moreover, it is said that Castanos insisted that if Vettel himself did not immediately 556 lay down his arms, he would shoot Dupont. Vettel, who now saw little hope of cutting his way through the mountains, was compelled to obey. The French piled their arms on the 22nd of July, the prisoners amounting to between 18 and 19,000. They gave up also 30 pieces of cannon. The news of this great victory, which at once freed from the French armies the rich province of Andalusia and the cities of Cadiz and Seville, spread joy and exultation over Spain, and filled Buonaparte, who received it at Bordeaux, with the deepest anxiety. But the Spaniards were led into a confidence which brought its subsequent chastisement. The news no sooner reached Madrid than the king ceased to feel himself safe there. He determined to retire to Vitoria, which was at a convenient distance from the French frontier. On the 3rd of July he quitted the city by night, and, guarded by French troops, took the road to Vitoria, leaving Grouchy and Marshal Bessières to cut off any pursuit of the Spaniards. Grouchy then dispatched a letter requiring Castanos to send an officer to take charge of the city and to protect the French invalids in the hospitals. He sent General Morno, and himself arrived to hold the city on the 23rd of August. Such of the Spanish grandees as had encouraged the French fled, with Joseph, for safety, and obtained the name of Jospinos, or Infrancados. The rest joined the Spanish cause. But the event which, far more than the Battle of Balen, showed Buonaparte and the world the sort of war he had provoked, was the siege of Saragossa. This ancient city, the capital of Aragon, stands on the right bank of the Ebro, with a suburb on the left bank connected with it by a bridge. Another river, a small one called the Cozo, flowed into the Ebro, close under the city walls. The immediate neighborhood of Saragossa is flat and on one side of the river marshy. Its walls were of brick, about 10 feet high, old and ruinous, but in places they were only of mud. It might seem that no strong defense of such a place could be made against an army of 13,000 men veterans who had served in Germany and Poland, and who were furnished with battering trains and every means of assault. But the streets of the city were narrow and crooked, the houses strong and lofty, the rooms being almost all vaulted, and therefore almost impervious to shell. The inhabitants were 60,000. Saragossa raised the flag of resistance the moment that Murat issued his proclamation on the 20th of May, informing the Spanish people of the abdication of Charles and Ferdinand and calling on the Spaniards to submit to the new government. On the 16th of June, General Lefebvre commenced the attack by driving in the outposts of Palafox, the Spanish general, and establishing strong guards before the gates. But the Spaniards fought him street by street. As fast as they knocked down the walls and scattered the sandbags, they were repaired again by the Spaniards. At this stage of the siege, Augustina, the maid of Saragossa, a handsome woman of the lower class, of about 22 years of age, arrived on one of the batteries with refreshments and found every man who had defended it lying slain. The fire was so tremendous that the citizens hesitated to reman the guns. Augustina sprang forward over the bodies of the dead and dying, snatched a match from the hand of a dead artilleryman, and fired off a 6-and-20-pounder. She then jumped upon the gun and vowed never to quit it alive during the siege. Such an example added new courage to the defenders, and the siege proceeded with incessant fury. At this juncture, Buonaparte withdrew a part of the troops, ordering Lefebvre to join Bessières with them, and Verdier was left to continue the siege with about 10,000 men. The Saragossans, encouraged by this, and assisted by some regular troops, not only defended the town more vigorously than ever, but sent out detachments to cut off Verdier's supplies. After several determined assaults, he raised the siege on the 13th of August. The success of the revolt against the French in Spain was certain to become contagious in Portugal. Junot was holding the country with an army of 30,000 men, amongst whom there was a considerable number of Spanish troops, who were sure to desert on the first opportunity after the news from Spain. What Buonaparte intended really to do with Portugal did not yet appear. The conditions of the Treaty of Fontainebleau remained a dead letter. He had established neither the Queen of Etruria nor the Prince of the Peace in their kingdoms there. The likelihood was that, as soon as Spain was secure, he would incorporate Portugal with it. This seemed very probably his intention, from words that he let fall at an assembly of Portuguese notables, whom he had summoned to meet him at Bayonne. The Count de Lima, the president of the assembly, opened it with an address to Napoleon, who listened with great nonchalance, and then said, "I hardly know what to make of you, gentlemen. It must depend on the events in Spain. And then, are you of consequence sufficient to constitute a separate people? Have you enough of size to do so? What is the population of Portugal? 2 millions, is it?" "More than 3, sire," replied the count. "Ah, I did not know that. And Lisbon, are there 150,000 inhabitants?" "More than double that number, sire." "Ah, I was not aware of that. Now, what do you wish to be, you Portuguese? Do you desire to become Spaniards?" "No," said the Count de Lima bluntly, and drawing himself up to his full height. Then Buonaparte broke up the conference. Heroism of the Maid of Saragossa, CP 556. See larger version. The Spanish junta sent an officer to Lisbon to consult with General Carafa, the commander of the Spanish auxiliaries, on the best means of withdrawing the troops from that city. Carafa, who was an Italian, did not seem to fall into the proposal, but this was of less consequence, for his men took the liberty of deserting, first in small numbers and secretly, but soon by a whole regiment at a time and openly. Junot sent out 600 men to stop them, but they attacked, killed, and wounded nearly half the detachment and pursued their march. General Ballesta, who commanded the Spanish troops at Oporto, seized the French general, Quesnel, who had but a small number of men, and marched away for Corunna, carrying Quesnel and his few soldiers prisoners with him. No sooner were the Spaniards gone, however, than the cowardly governor of Oporto put down the rising and declared for the French. But the fire of revolt was flying too fast all over the kingdom for this to succeed. In a few days the people rose again, seized on the arsenal, and armed themselves. They were encouraged by the monks, who rang their bells to call the people out, and by the bishops, who blessed the banners, and offered up public prayers for the enfranchisement of the country in the cathedrals. There was a similarly successful outbreak at Braganza. From one end of the country to the other, the rising was complete and enthusiastic. Deputies were dispatched to England to solicit assistance and arms. For a time, Junot managed to keep down the population of Lisbon by collecting troops into it, seizing, altogether, 4,500 of the Spaniards and making them prisoners. Alarmed, however, at his position, and fearing to move any of his forces from the capital, he ordered Loyson, who lay at the fortress of Almeida on the frontiers, to march to Oporto and suppress the revolt. But General Silveira, a Portuguese nobleman, put himself at the head of the armed population and successfully defended Oporto. At Beja, Leiria, Evora, and other places, the French managed to put down the insurgents, but not without much bloodshed and severe military executions. But the hour of retribution was fast approaching. Spanish as well as Portuguese deputies appeared in London soliciting aid. They did not ask for men, for, in the pride of their temporary success, they imagined themselves amply able to drive out the French. But they asked for arms, clothes, and ammunition, and they prayed that an army might be sent to Portugal, which would act as a powerful diversion in their favor. Both the government and people of Britain responded to these demands with enthusiasm. War with Spain was declared to be at an end. All the Spanish prisoners were freed from confinement and were sent home in well-provided vessels. The ministers, and Canning especially, avowed their conviction that the time was come to make an effectual blow at the arrogant power of Bonaparte. Sir Arthur Wellesley was selected to command a force of 9,000 infantry and 1 regiment of cavalry, which was to sail immediately to the peninsula and to act as circumstances should determine. This force sailed from Cork on the 12th of July and was to be followed by another of 10,000 men. Sir Arthur reached Corunna on the 20th of the same month and immediately put himself in communication with the junta of Galicia. All was confidence amongst the Spaniards. They assured him, as the deputies in London had assured the ministers, that they wanted no assistance from foreign troops, that they had men to any amount, full of bravery. They only wanted arms and money. He furnished them with a considerable sum of money, but his experienced mind foresaw that they needed more than they imagined to contend with the troops of Bonaparte. They wanted efficient officers and thorough discipline, and he felt confident that they must, in their overweening assurance, suffer severe reverses. He warned the junta that Bonaparte, if he met with obstructions in reaching them by land, would endeavor to cross into Asturias by sea, and he advised them to fit out the Spanish ships lying at Ferrol to prevent this. But they replied that they could not divert their attention from their resistance by land, and must leave the 559 protection of their coasts to their British allies. Sir Arthur then sailed directly for Oporto, where he found the Portuguese right glad to have the assistance of a British force and most willing to cooperate with it, and to have their raw levies trained by British officers. On the 24th of July he opened his communication with the town. The bishop was heading the insurrection, and 3,000 men were in drill, but badly armed and equipped. 1,000 muskets had been furnished by the British fleet, but many men had no arms except fowling pieces. Wellesley made arrangements for horses and mules to drag his cannon and convey his baggage, and then he sailed as far as the Tagus, to ascertain the number and condition of the French forces about Lisbon. Satisfied on this head, he returned and landed his troops on the 1st of August at Figueras in Mondego Bay. This little place had been taken by the Portuguese insurgents and was now held by 300 mariners from British ships. Higher up the river lay 5,000 Portuguese regulars at Coimbra. On the 5th he was joined by General Spencer, from Cadiz, with 4,000 men, thus raising his force to 13,000 foot and about 500 cavalry. The greatest rejoicing was at the moment taking place amongst the Portuguese from the news of General Dupont's surrender to Castanos. Junot had from 16 to 18,000 men in Portugal, but a considerable number of them were scattered into different garrisons. His hope of reinforcements from Spain was likewise cut off by the surrender of Dupont, and by the fact of the Spaniards being in possession of Andalusia, Estremadura, and Galicia. Thus the numbers of the two armies which could be brought into the field against each other were pretty equal, except that Junot had a fine body of cavalry, of which arm the British were nearly destitute. On the 9th of August, General Wellesley commenced his march southward, in the direction of Lisbon, to encounter Junot. On the 16th, Wellesley came in contact with the van of Junot's army. On the landing of the British, Junot had called in his different garrisons and concentrated his troops about Lisbon. He also dispatched General Laborde to check Wellesley's march and ordered Loyson to support him. But before Loyson could reach Laborde, Wellesley was upon him and drove in his outpost at the village of Abidos and forced him back on Rollica. At that place Laborde had a very strong position, and there he determined to stand. He was located on a range of rocky hills, the ravines between which were thickly grown with underwood and briars. Up these the British must force their way if they attacked, and must suffer severely from the riflemen placed in the thickets and on the brows of the hills. Wellesley knew that Loyson with his detachment was hourly expected, and he determined to beat Laborde before he came up. He therefore placed his Portuguese division on his right to meet Labord, and ordered his left to ascend the steep hills and be prepared for the appearance of Loycen's force, which was coming in that direction. His middle column had to make its way up the steepest heights in front of Labord's center. All three columns executed their movements, however, with equal valor and spirit. The center suffered most of all, both from the nature of the ground and from a rifle ambuscade placed in a copse of myrtle and arbutus, which mowed our soldiers down in heaps, with their gallant colonel, the son of Lord Lake of Indian fame, at their head. Notwithstanding all difficulties, our soldiers scaled the heights formed there, and the center charged Labord's center with the bayonet and drove them back. As the French had been taught that the British soldiers were of no account, and their general only a sepoy general, they returned several times to the attack, but on every occasion found themselves repulsed as by an immovable wall. Then, seeing the right and left wings bearing down upon them, they gave way and ran for it. They were equally astonished at the terrible charges with the bayonet, at the rapidity and precision of the firing, and the general arrangement of the battle, and the exactitude with which it was carried out. The French left 600 killed and wounded on the field. The British had 480 killed or disabled. Labord retreated amongst the hills to the village of Azambugera, and thence to Torres Vedras, where he looked for the junction of Loycen, and where that general really appeared. Still the British force was equal, if not superior, in numbers to the French, and Sir Arthur Wellesley advanced along the seacoast to Vimiera, where he was joined by Generals Anstruther and Acland. Unfortunately, at this moment arrived Sir Harry Bird, whom the ministry had ordered to supersede Sir Arthur Wellesley in the chief command till the arrival of Sir Hugh Dalrymple, who was to be the general-in-chief. Bird, second in command, and Wellesley, Sir John Moore, Lord Paget, Sir John Hope, and MacDonald Fraser, to command different 560 divisions. Thus, by the old system of routine, the real military genius was reduced from the first to the fourth in command. Sir Arthur went on board Sir Harry Bird's vessel on the evening of his arrival, the 20th of August, and explained to him the positions of the armies, and his plan of advancing along the coast to Mafra, thus turning the flank of Labord and Loycen, and compelling them to fight or retreat on Lisbon. This was clearly the view of every one of the officers, who were eager to press on. But Sir Harry, old and cautious, was of opinion that nothing more should be risked till Sir John Moore arrived with his reinforcements. Sir Arthur must have returned under a sense of deep disappointment, but, fortunately for him, the enemy did not allow of his waiting for Sir John Moore. At midnight he received a hasty message that the French were in motion, and coming in one dense mass of 20,000 men to surprise and rout him. Sir Arthur was strongly posted in the village of Vimiera and on the hills around it. He sent out patrols and ordered the pickets to be on the alert, and he then called out his troops, and had them in good fighting order by the dawn of day. At about 7 o'clock, the advance of the enemy was perceived by the clouds of dust that rose into the air, and soon they were seen coming on in columns of infantry, preceded by cavalry. By 10 o'clock the French were close at hand, and made an impetuous attack on the British center and left, to drive them into the sea, according to a favorite French phrase, the sea actually rolling close to their rear. The first troops which came into collision with them were the 50th Regiment, commanded by Colonel Walker. Seeing that the intention of the French, who were led by Labord himself, was to break his line by their old method of pushing on a dense column by a momentum from behind, which drove in the van like a wedge, in spite of itself, Colonel Walker instantly changed the position of his regiment, so as, instead of a parallel line, to present an oblique one to the assailing column. This was, therefore, driven on by the immense rear, and, instead of breaking the British line, was actually taken in flank by it, and the musketry and grape-shot mowed down the French in a terrible manner. This was at once succeeded by a rapid charge with the bayonet, and so astonishing was the effect of this unexpected movement, that the French were thrown into irretrievable confusion, and broke on every side. Whilst this was the effect on the center and left, General Sir Ronald Ferguson was attacked with equal impetuosity by Loycen. Bayonets were crossed, and the same result as took place at Maida occurred. The French fell back and fled. Nothing was wanted but a good body of cavalry to follow up the flying foe and completely reduce them to surrender. The small body of horse, commanded by Colonel Taylor, fought with an ardor that led them too far into the center of Margarin's powerful cavalry, and Colonel Taylor was killed, and half of his little troop with him. Kellerman, to stop the pursuit, posted a strong reserve in a pine wood, on the line of retreat, but they were driven out at the point of the bayonet. Had the orders of General Wellesley now been carried out, the French would have been cut off from much further retreat. General Hill was commanded to take a short cut, and interpose between the French and the strong position of Torres Vedras, and General Ferguson was directed to follow sharply in their rear. In all probability, they must have capitulated at once. But here the evil genius of Sir Harry Bird again interfered to save them. He appeared on the field and thought sufficient had been done till Sir John Moore arrived. It was not enough for him that the French had now been twice put to rout within a few days, and were in full flight, and that they were found not to be 20,000, but only 18,000 strong. He ordered the pursuit to cease, and the army to sit down at Vimiera till the arrival of Moore. To the great astonishment of the French, and the equal mortification of the British, the retreating enemy was thus allowed to collect their forces and take possession of the heights of Torres Vedras. The next day, the 21st, Sir Hugh Dalrymple arrived from Gibraltar and superseded Sir Harry Bird. But the mischief was done. The enemy had gained the strong position from which Wellesley would have cut them off. What would have been the effect of Sir Arthur's unobstructed orders was clearly seen by what did take place. For, notwithstanding the possession of the strong post of Torres Vedras, Junot saw that he could not maintain the conflict against the British, and on the 22nd he sent General Kellerman with a flag of truce to propose an armistice, preparatory to a convention for the evacuation of Portugal by the French. The terms which Junot required were that the French should not be considered as prisoners of war, but should be conveyed to France by sea with all their baggage, that nothing should be detained. These would, in fact, have allowed 561 them to carry off all the plunder of churches and houses, and to this Sir Arthur objected. He said that some means must be found to make the French disgorge the church plate. But the convention was signed, subject to the consent of the British Admiral, Sir Charles Cotton, a condition of importance, seeing that Junot had stipulated that the Russian fleet in the Tagus, commanded by Admiral Siniavin, should not be molested or stopped when it wished to go away. Admiral Cotton objected to these terms, and it was agreed that the Russian fleet should be made over to Britain till 6 months after the conclusion of a general peace. Commissioners were appointed to examine the French spoil, who recovered the property of the Museum and Royal Library, and some of the church plate. But the French were allowed to carry off far too much of their booty. The definitive treaty was signed at Sintra on the 30th of August, much to the disgust of Sir Arthur Wellesley, who, however, signed it as a matter of form. He then wrote to Lord Castlereagh to say that he desired to quit the army, that matters were not prospering, and that he had been too successful to allow him to serve in it in any subordinate situation. Indeed, he saw that, left to himself, he could carry victory with the British standard, but that it was impossible to do any good under incompetent men. Sir John Moore. See larger version. The indignation of all parties in England was unbounded. They were persuaded that Junot might have been compelled to surrender with all his army as prisoners of war, that his arms and booty ought to have been given up entirely, as 562 well as the Russian fleet, and the army prevented from taking any part in the after-war, except upon a proper exchange. And no doubt this might have been the case had Wellesley been permitted to follow his own judgment. A court of inquiry was appointed to sit in the Great Hall of Chelsea College, which opened on the 14th of November and closed on the 27th of December. Yet matters were so managed that scarcely any blame was cast on Sir Harry Bird, and all the generals were declared free from blame. Sir Harry was, indeed, included in the praise bestowed by the committee, that Sir Hugh Dalrymple, Sir Harry himself, and Sir Arthur Wellesley, as well as the rest of the officers and men, had displayed an ardor and gallantry on every occasion during the expedition that reflected the highest luster on His Majesty's troops. But the public was not at all mystified by this strange sentence. The convention being ratified, the British took possession of all the forts on the Tagus on the 2nd of September, and the port of Lisbon was open to our shipping. On the 8th and 9th, the British army entered Lisbon in triumph, amid the acclamations of the people. Transports were collected, and the embarkation of the French army commenced, and before the end of the month they were all shipped off, except the last division, which was detained by an order from England. The colors of the House of Braganza were hoisted on all the forts which we had taken possession of, and a council of government was established, which ruled in the name of the Prince Regent of Portugal. The system of Buonaparte, by which he endeavored to prevent the knowledge of these events in Spain and Portugal from spreading through France, was one of unscrupulous lying. He took all sorts of false means to depress the spirits of the insurgents by mere inventions, which he had inserted in the Spanish and Portuguese gazettes under his influence. At one time it was that George III was dead, and that George IV was intending to make peace with Napoleon. But whatever effect he might produce by such stories for a time in the peninsula, the truth continued to grow and spread over France. It became known that Junot and his army were driven from Lisbon, that Dupont was defeated and had surrendered in the south of Spain. Then that King Joseph had fled from Madrid, and that all the coasts of the peninsula were in possession of the British, who were received by the Spaniards and Portuguese as friends and allies. Compelled to speak out at length, on the 4th of September, a statement appeared in the Moniteur mentioning some of these events, but mentioning only to distort them. It could not be concealed that Britain was active in these countries, but it was declared that the emperor would take ample vengeance on them. In order to silence the murmurs at the folly as well as the injustice of seizing on Spain, which was already producing its retributive fruits, he procured from his slavish Senate a declaration that the war with Spain was politic, just, and necessary. Bonaparte then determined to put forth all his strength and drive the British from the peninsula, but there were causes of anxiety pressing on him in the north. Austria and Russia wore an ominous aspect, and a spirit of resistance showed itself more and more in the press of Germany, and these things painfully divided his attention. His burden was fast becoming more than he could bear. Meanwhile, ministers had not yet perceived the military genius of Sir Arthur Wellesley, notwithstanding his services in India, at Copenhagen, and his brilliant victories at Rolica and Vimiera. Instead of making him at once commander-in-chief of the forces destined to cooperate in Spain, for they now resolved to make a decided movement in favor of the Spanish patriots, they gave that post to Sir John Moore. Sir Arthur had assured ministers that he was far better qualified for the chief command than any of the superior officers then in the peninsula. He had now displayed the qualities necessary for a great general, prudence as well as daring, and the sagacious vision which foresees not only difficulties, but the means of surmounting them. Sir Arthur had carried victory with him everywhere, a circumstance one would have thought sufficient to satisfy the dullest diplomatist that he was the man for the occasion. But there was one thing which demanded attention, without which the successful operation of our armies was impossible: the thorough reform of the commissariat department. This department was at that time in a condition of the most deplorable inefficiency. The commissariat officers had no experience, there was no system to guide and stimulate them. Sir Arthur had learned the necessity, in India, of the most complete machinery of supply, that it was of no use attempting to advance into a hostile country without knowing how and whence your troops were to be provisioned, and to have always ammunition in plenty, and tents for shelter. This machinery all wanted organizing, the absolute necessity of its 563 perfect action impressing itself on every individual concerned in it. Until this were done, Sir Arthur would never have advanced into the heart of Spain as Sir John Moore 999. Considering the state of the roads, and the want of mules, horses, and wagons to convey the baggage, he would not have proceeded till he had first brought these into existence. Still more, Sir Arthur would not have marched far without securing, by one means or other, correct information of the real state and localities of the Spanish armies. On all these things depended success, and no man was more alive to the knowledge of this than Sir Arthur Wellesley. He had already pressed these matters earnestly on the attention of government, and had they had the penetration to have at once selected him for the command, they would have spared the country the disasters which followed. On the 6th of October, Sir John Moore received instructions from Lord Castlereagh that his army was to advance into Spain and co-operate with the Spanish armies for the expulsion of the French. He was informed that his 25,000 men would receive a reinforcement of 10,000 men under Sir David Baird, who was on his voyage to Corunna. When Sir John prepared to march, the most serious difficulties presented themselves. Even at Lisbon it was found impossible to procure conveyance for the necessary baggage, and therefore the supplies of provisions and stores were cut down extremely, a great mistake. There was one species of baggage, women and children, who, according to the wretched practice of the time, were allowed to accompany the troops, and would not be left behind, though the army was going into immediate active service against the enemy. Sir John directed the commanding officers to order that as many as possible of these should stay behind, especially such women as had very young children or infants at the breast, as there would not be found sufficient carts for them. And in the mountainous tracks at that season, and the horrible roads, they must suffer the most exhausting fatigues and hardships. But Sir John had not the commanding firmness of Wellesley, and his orders in this respect were, for the most part, neglected. Very proper orders were also issued by Sir John regarding the behavior of the soldiers towards the natives. They were informed that the Spaniards were a grave and very proud people, readily offended by any disrespect towards their religion or customs, and the soldiers were desired to behave courteously, and to wear the cockade of King Ferdinand VII, as well as their own. The army set out in successive divisions, and by different routes, in consequence of the exhausted state of the country, which had been stripped by the French as by an army of locusts. The roads were intolerable and the weather was vile. Wading through mud and dragging their artillery through bogs and sloughs, they struggled on to Cassell Branco, which the 1st Division reached on the 4th of December. By the 11th, Sir John had crossed the Portuguese frontier and entered Ciudad Rodrigo. There he was received with great demonstrations of joy, and on the 13th he arrived at Salamanca. Here he had to remain for the coming up of his artillery, which, under a guard of 3,000 foot and 1,000 horse, had been conducted, by Sir John Hope, round by Elvas, as the only road, according to the Portuguese, by which heavy cannon could be conveyed. This was a proof of the great need of those arrangements so strongly urged by Sir Arthur Wellesley. Proper inquiries, through proper officers, would have ascertained beforehand the actual state of the roads and passes. Here Sir John, too, had to wait for Sir David Baird's detachment, which had arrived at Corunna on the 13th of October, but had found the greatest difficulty in being allowed to land and proceed. This was refused by the Junta of Galicia, out of that ignorant and inflated pride of the Spaniards, which persuaded them that, because they had compelled Dupont to surrender, they could drive the French out of their country without any assistance of the British, whom they regarded not as saviors but as intruders. Whilst application was made to the Central Junta, at Madrid, for the troops to land, they had to remain for a fortnight cooped up in the transports. There was still another hindrance, which the sound sense and foresight of Wellesley would not have permitted. Though the British government had forwarded to Spain 200,000 muskets, with all requisite ammunition, and 16 millions of hard dollars, Sir John Moore was entrusted with only 25,000 pounds of it, and Sir David Baird with none at all. When, therefore, permission was obtained from Madrid for the Allies, who were bringing them all the arms and all the material of war, to land, Baird had no money to pay his way on the march with 10,000 men, and Sir John Moore had to remit him 8,000 pounds. This was sufficiently bad management, but this 564 was far from the worst. Sir John Moore, in the most critical circumstances, was left without the necessary information regarding the real strength of the enemy, and without the influence which the British ambassador should have exerted to have the army supplied with the necessary means of conveyance for its baggage, ammunition, and artillery. The Spaniards obstructed rather than helped the British army. They did not know themselves that the French were pouring reinforcements through the Pyrenees to the amount of 70,000 men, soon to be followed by Buonaparte himself. The British ambassador, at such a time, ought to have taken measures for knowing the truth. But the ambassador was, just at this moment, the most unfit person that could possibly have been pitched upon. Sir Charles Stuart, who had been for some time ambassador at Madrid, was well acquainted with the Spaniards, and had energy and intelligence enough to have operated upon them. But as, with new changes of ministry, everything must be changed by the British government, even if it be for the worse, so here, not only had the generals been changed 3 times in 24 hours, but the active and well-informed minister was withdrawn, and a most indolent and useless man sent in his place. This was Mr. John Hookham Freer, great in the Quarterly Review, and connected with Canning and his party. He either sent Sir John no information as to the state and position of the Spanish armies, or of the advance and numbers of the French, or he sent him erroneous intelligence. Lord William Bentinck, who was in Spain, exerted himself to rouse the Spanish junta to a proper sense of their real position, and of the necessity for affording the British army, which had come to assist them, all the information and support that they could. And he himself sent word that the French were crossing not merely the Pyrenees, but the Ebro. At length, a dispatch to Marshal Jourdain, being accidentally intercepted by a guerrilla party on the frontiers, startled the junta with the news that immense bodies of French were advancing into Spain, and they began to appreciate the value of their British allies, but would do nothing to facilitate their march, or to direct them to the quarter where they would be most useful. And Freer, who should have stimulated them to a sense of their duty, did just nothing at all. The Royal Palace, Madrid, from a photograph by Frith and Co. See larger version. Sir John Moore entered Spain under the impression that several brave and victorious Spanish armies were to cooperate with him, but he looked in vain for any such armies. Nay, on the very day of his arrival at Salamanca, he heard of the defeat of the Count de Belvedere, near Burgos, and only 2 days afterwards that general had also been defeated at Espinosa, on the frontiers of the province of Biscay. He demanded from the junta to know with whom he was to cooperate for the conduct of the campaign, and he was referred to Castanos. But Castanos had already lost the confidence of the proud and ignorant junta, and had little information to give. On the 15th of November, the governor of the province announced to him that the French had taken possession of Valladolid, only 20 leagues from Salamanca. From the dormant Mr. Freer he heard nothing. This was startling intelligence, for he had only a small portion of his army yet with him. Sir David Baird was still struggling with the obstructive junta at Corunna, and Sir John Hope was wandering near Madrid with the artillery. Moore began to have a very gloomy idea of the situation, not only of Spain, but of his situation in it. He wrote that there was no unity of action, no care of the juntas to promote it, or to furnish arms and clothing to the soldiers, that he was in no correspondence with the generals of the other armies, and knew neither their plans nor those of the government. He declared that the provinces around him were not armed, and as for the national enthusiasm of which so much had been said, that he saw not a trace of it. That, in short, the British had no business there, but he would still try to do something, if possible, for the country, since he was there. Meanwhile, Buonaparte was preparing to descend like an avalanche on this absurdly inflated nation. To set himself at ease with the North, whilst thus engaged in the peninsula, he deemed it first necessary, however, to have an interview with the Emperor of Russia in Germany. The spirit of the Germans was again rising, and notwithstanding the spies and troops of Buonaparte, his paid literati, like Johannes Muller, and his paid princes, like those of the Rhenish Confederation, Bavaria, Baden, and Württemberg, the Germans were beginning to blush at their humiliation, and to lament the causes of it, their effeminacy and their division into so many states, with all the consequent prejudices and intestine feuds. Prussia, which had suffered so severely for its selfish policy, and had been so cut down in territory and insulted in its honor by Napoleon, began to cherish the hope of yet redeeming itself by a more manly spirit and a more cordial cooperation with the rest of Germany. In this work of regeneration, which is sure to take place sooner or later, when nations have been well beaten and humiliated, and which then, in their renewed manhood, require no foreign aid for the accomplishment of their freedom, all classes labored. The king, under the inspiration of his patriotic minister, von Stein, began most essential reforms. He abolished the feudal servitude and forced labor under which the peasantry groaned. He made a thorough moral reorganization of the army, admitting of promotion from the ranks. He allowed any man that had the money to purchase baronial estates, and he deprived the higher nobility of the exclusive right of possessing landed property and of appointment to the higher civil and military posts. Von Stein, too, commenced the work of inspiring the mass of the people with a new soul of patriotism. He established a secret society, called the Tugendbund, or Union of Virtue, which was to unite nobles, statesmen, officers, and literati in one common confederation for the rescue of the country. Amongst those who entered the most enthusiastically were Colonel Schill, who had headed with great effect his troop of volunteer cavalry, John, a professor at Berlin, and Moritz Arndt, a professor of Bonn, the author of the famous national song, was Ist der Deutschen Vaterland, in which he maintained that it was not Prussia, nor Austria, nor any other particular state, but all Germany so far as the language extended. Scharnhorst, the commander of the Prussian army, though restricted to the prescribed number of troops, created a new army by continually exchanging trained soldiers for raw recruits, and secretly purchased an immense quantity of arms, so that, on emergency, a large body of men could be speedily assembled. He had also all the brass battery guns converted into field pieces and replaced by iron guns. But Napoleon's spies were everywhere. They discovered the existence of the Tugendbund and of the secret societies of the students, which they carried on under the old name of the Burschenschaft, or Association of the Students. Though Napoleon pretended to ridicule these movements, calling it mere ideology, he took every means to suppress them. The minister, von Stein, in consequence 566 of the contents of an intercepted letter, was outlawed. Scharnhorst and Gruner, the head of the police, were dismissed from their offices. But it was all in vain. The tide of public feeling had now set in the right way. The same spirit was alive in Austria. Abuses were reformed, a more perfect discipline was introduced. John Philip von Stadion, the head of the ministry, encouraged these measures. The views of the Archduke Charles were carried out on a far wider basis. A completely new institution, that of the Landwehr, or armed citizens, was set on foot. The Austrian armies were increased greatly. In 1807, the Hungarian Diet voted 12,000 recruits. In 1808, 80,000, while 80,000 organized soldiers, of whom 30,000 were cavalry, constituted the armed reserve of this warlike nation. Napoleon remonstrated and received very pacific answers, but the movement went on. Von Stein, now a refugee in Austria, fanned the flame there, and he and Count Munster, first Hanoverian ambassador and afterwards British ambassador at St. Petersburg, were in constant correspondence with each other and with the government of Great Britain. Before Buonaparte, therefore, could proceed to Spain, he determined to meet the Tsar at Erfurt, in Germany, by their open union to overawe that country, and to bind Alexander more firmly to his interest by granting him ampler consent to his designs on Turkey and on Finland. The meeting took place on the 27th of September and terminated on the 17th of October. Both emperors returned in appearance more friendly and united than ever, but each in secret distrusting his ally. Buonaparte, who was now intending in earnest to divorce Josephine and marry a daughter of a royal house, by whom he might have issue, and thus league himself with the old dynasties, made a proposal for one of the Russian archduchesses, which was evaded by Alexander on the plea of the difference of religion. Such a plea did not deceive the keen sagacity of Buonaparte. He felt it to result from a contempt of his plebeian origin and a belief in the instability of his giddy elevation, and he did not forget it. To impress on Europe, however, the idea of the intimate union of the Tsar and Buonaparte, they addressed, before leaving Erfurt, a joint letter to the King of Great Britain, proposing a general peace. To this letter Canning answered to the ministers of Russia and France that Sweden, against whom the Tsar had commenced his war of usurpation, Spain, Portugal, and Sicily, must be included in any negotiations. The French and Russian ministers, on the contrary, proposed a peace on the principle of everyone retaining what they had got. This, Canning replied, would never be consented to, and the two emperors knew that very well, but the letter had served Buonaparte's purpose. It enabled him to tell France and the world how much he was disposed to peace, and how obstinate was Britain. It served to make the world believe in the close intimacy of the Tsar and himself. He now hurried back to France, and, opening the session of the Corps Legislatif, on the 25th of October, he announced that he was going to Spain to drive the English leopards. For such he always absurdly persisted in calling the lions in the royal arms of Great Britain, out of both Spain and Portugal. On the 27th he set out. Buonaparte determined to overwhelm both Spanish and British by numbers. He had poured above 100,000 men across the Pyrenees, and had supplied their places in France by two enormous conscriptions of 80,000 men each. He now followed them with the rapidity of lightning. From Bayonne to Vittoria, he made the journey on horseback in 2 days. He was already at Vittoria a week before the British army, under Sir John Moore, had commenced its march from Lisbon. It was his aim to destroy the Spanish armies before the British could come up, and he accomplished it. The Spanish generals had no concert between themselves, yet they had all been advancing northward to attack the French on different parts of the Ebro, or in the country beyond it. It was the first object of Napoleon to annihilate the army of Blake, which occupied the right of the French army in the provinces of Biscay and Guipuzcoa. Blake was attacked by General Lefebvre on the last of October, on ground very favorable to the Spaniards, being mountainous, and thus not allowing the French to use much artillery. But after a short fight of 3 hours, he was compelled to fall back, and for 9 days he continued his retreat through the rugged mountains of Biscay, with his army suffering incredibly from cold, hunger, drenching rains, and fatigue. There was said to be scarcely a shoe or a greatcoat in the whole force. Having reached Espinosa de los Monteros, he hoped to rest and recruit his troops, but Lefebvre was upon him, and he was again defeated. He next made for Reynosa, a strong position, where he hoped to recollect his scattered army. But there he received the news of the 567 defeat of Belvedere, from whom he hoped for support. The French were again upon and surrounding him, and he was compelled to order his army to save themselves by dispersing amongst the mountains of Asturias, whilst himself and some of his officers escaped, and got on board a British vessel. Buonaparte had arrived at Vittoria on the 8th of November, between the defeat of Blake at Espinosa and his dispersion at Reynosa, and he immediately dispatched Soult to attack Belvedere. This self-confident commander of 22, surrounded by as self-confident students from Salamanca and Leon, instead of falling back and forming a junction with Castanos, stood his ground in an open plain in front of Burgos, and was scattered to the winds. Between 3,000 and 4,000 of his men were killed, wounded, or taken prisoners, and all his cannon and baggage captured. Buonaparte had now only to beat Castanos, and there was an end to the whole Spanish force. That general was much more cautious and prudent than the rest, and he fell back on the approach of Marshal Lannes, at the head of 30,000 men, to Tudela. But Buonaparte had sent numerous bodies of troops to intercept his course in the direction of Madrid, and, unfortunately for Castanos, he was joined by Palafox, who had made so successful a stand against the French at Saragossa. Castanos was for retreating still, to avoid Lannes in front, and Ney and Victor, who were getting into his rear. but Palafox and others of his generals strongly recommended his fighting, and a commissioner sent from the junta in Madrid, in the French fashion, to see that he did his duty, joined in the persuasion, by hinting that to retreat would give suspicion of cowardice and treachery. Against his better judgment, Castanos, therefore, gave battle on the 22nd of November at Tudela and was completely routed. Palafox hastened back to Saragossa, which was destined to surrender after another frightful siege. The road was now left open to Madrid, and the French troops had orders to advance and reduce it, and they did this with a fiendish ferocity, burning the towns and villages as they proceeded, and shooting every Spaniard that they found in arms. As the French approached Madrid, whither Buonaparte was coming in person, the junta, which had taken no measures to render it defensible while they had time, were now all hurry and confusion. They began to collect provisions. The stones were torn up to form barricades. A desperate resistance might have been made as there had been at Saragossa, but there was treachery in the city. The wealthy inhabitants, merchants and shopkeepers, as well as the aristocracy, were far more anxious to save their property than their country. The cowardly junta, having issued orders, lost heart and fled for Badajoz. On the 2nd of December, the anniversary of his coronation, Buonaparte arrived before Madrid and summoned it to surrender, and this being unheeded, he prepared to storm it the next morning. Had Palafox been there would have been, probably, a brave defense. The next morning the storming commenced, and the French forced their way as far as the palace of the Duke de Medina Celi, the key of the whole city. The place was then summoned afresh, and the governor now proposed a surrender. The fact was that he had already settled in his mind to go over to the French as the strongest party, and he gave no encouragement or assistance to the citizens, who still continued from behind their walls and barricades to fire on the French. On the 4th he declared that the city must surrender, and the French marched in. Many of the people fled and the rest were disarmed. But Buonaparte, who wanted to keep Madrid uninjured and in good temper for King Joseph, gave strict orders that the city should not be plundered, nor the people treated with rudeness. He fixed his residence about 4 miles from Madrid, and issued thence imperial decrees and a proclamation, informing the Spaniards that all further resistance was useless, that he wanted his brother to reign in quiet, but that if this were not permitted, he would come and reign there himself and compel submission. For God had given him the power and inclination to surmount all obstacles. He then set out to drive the English leopards from the peninsula, a task that was to try him to the uttermost. Sir John Moore was left in a most critical situation. All those fine armies, which were to have enfranchised Spain without his assistance, were scattered as so much mist. But this he only knew partly. He knew enough, however, to induce him to determine on a retreat into Portugal, and there to endeavor to make a stand against the French. He wrote to Sir David Baird and Sir John Hope, both of them still at a great distance, to retreat too, Sir David with his division to fall back on Corunna, and then sail to Lisbon to meet him, Sir John to await him at Ciudad Rodrigo. Had Moore carried out this plan, whilst Buonaparte and his troops were 568 engaged with the army of Castanos, and with Madrid, his fate might have been very different. But here again he was the victim of false information. Mr. Freer, who seems to have really known nothing of what was going on, and to have believed anything, wrote to him from Aranjuez on the 30th of November, protesting against his retreat, and assuring him that he had nothing to do but to advance to Madrid and save Spain. He expressed his most unbounded faith in the valor and success of the Spaniards. He talked to Moore of repulsing the French before they collected their reinforcements. On reflecting on the statements of Mr. Freer, Sir John concluded that Madrid was still holding out, and thought it his duty to proceed to its rescue. He was joined on the 6th of December by Hope and the artillery, and he wrote again to Sir David Baird to countermand his retreat and order him to come up with dispatch. Thus precious time was lost, and it was not till the 9th that he was undeceived. He had sent Colonel Graham to Madrid with a reply to Morla, and to procure intelligence of the real state of affairs. Graham now came back with the alarming and astonishing truth that the French were in Madrid, that it had held out only 1 day. It is strange that Sir John did not instantly commence his retreat, but he was still misled by false accounts of the strength of the French, and actually resolved to proceed to Madrid. On the 11th he sent forward his cavalry, under General Stuart, when they came upon the advanced post of the enemy occupying the village of Ruda. It was but about 80 men, infantry and cavalry. They were quickly surrounded by the British dragoons, and the whole killed or taken prisoners. On the 14th, an intercepted letter of Berthier to Soult fell into Moore's hands, by which he learned that various French divisions were moving down upon him, and that Soult was in advance. He thought that he might meet and beat Soult before the other divisions arrived, and he therefore, after sending a dispatch to General Baird to warn him of Soult's approach, crossed the Tordesillas, and continued his march as far as Mayorga, where he was joined by Sir David Baird and Sir John Hope, so that his army now amounted to 23,580 on the spot. He had other regiments in Portugal and on the road, making up his total to 35,000. On the 23rd, Moore was obliged to halt for the coming of his supplies, and whilst doing so, he received the intelligence that no fewer than 70,000 men were in full march after him, or taking a route so as to cut off his rear at Benevento, and that Buonaparte himself headed this latter division. There was no further thought of advancing, but of retreat, before the army was completely surrounded. By the 26th, the whole army was beyond Astorga, but the French were now close behind them. Buonaparte, indeed, hoped to have rushed on by the Guadarrama, and to have cut off his retreat at Tordesillas, but he was 12 hours too late. On the last day of December, 1808, Buonaparte was pressing close on the British rear in the vicinity of Astorga, and thus closed the year on the fortunes of the Spaniards and their British allies. The boastful Spanish armies, too proud to think at first that they needed assistance, too unskillful, when they did see the need of it, to cooperate with it, and who had afforded nothing but indifference and false intelligence to their benefactors, were dispersed like so many clouds, and their allies were flying from an overwhelming foe. But the year 1809 opened with one auspicious circumstance. There was no relief from the necessity of continuing the flight, but the proud Corsican, who hoped to annihilate the English leopards, was suddenly arrested in his pursuit and called away to contend with other foes. On the 1st of January, he was in Astorga, and from the heights above it could see the straggling rear of the British army. Nothing but the most imperative urgency prevented him from following and seeking a triumph over the hated British. But that urgency was upon him. Pressing dispatches from France informed him that the North was in ferment and that Austria was taking the field. The intelligence was too serious to admit of a moment's delay, but he made sure that Soult could now conquer the British, and on the 2nd he turned his face northward and traveled to Paris with a speed equal to that with which he had reached Spain. Soult, indeed, had 60,000 men and 91 guns to deal with the flying and now greatly disorganized army of the British. At first the retreat had been made with much discipline and order, but the miserable weather, the torrents of rain and heavy falls of snow, the roads rough with rocks or deep with mud, tried the patience of the men. So long as they were advancing towards the enemy they could bear all this with cheerfulness, but the British are never good-humored or patient under retreat. Sullen and murmuring, they struggled along in the 569 retreat, suffering not only from the weather, but from want of provisions and the disgraceful indifference of the people to those who had come to fight their battles. Whenever a halt was made, and an order given to turn and charge the enemy, they instantly cheered up, forgot all their troubles, and were full of life and spirit. But their gloom returned with the retreat, and not being voluntarily aided by the Spaniards, they broke the ranks and helped themselves to food and wine wherever they could find them. Such was now the state of the weather and the roads, that many of the sick and the women and children, who, in spite of orders, had been allowed to follow the army, perished. The French pressed more and more fiercely on the rear of the British, and several times Sir John was compelled to stop and repel them. On one of these occasions, the French general, Colbert, was killed, and the 6 or 8 squadrons of horse led by him were, for the most part, cut to pieces. At Lugo, on the 5th of January, Sir E. Paget beat back a very superior force. Again, on the 7th, Sir John Moore halted and repulsed the advanced line of Soult, killing 400 or 500 of the French. The next morning the armies met again in line of battle, but Soult did not attack, and as soon as it was dark Sir John quietly pursued his march, leaving his fires burning to deceive the enemy. Burial of Sir John Moore, CP 570. See larger version. On the 10th of January, the army came in sight of Corunna and the sea, but no transports could be seen in the bay. They were detained by contrary winds at Vigo, and the last hope of safety seemed cut off. Sir John, however, quartered his troops in Corunna and determined to defend it manfully till the transports could get up. But great was his chagrin at the proofs of the miserable management of the commissariat department. On a hill above the town were 4,000 barrels of gunpowder, which had been sent from England, and had been lying there many months, and the town was a great magazine of arms. Sir John replaced the weather-worn muskets of his troops with new ones, supplied them with fresh, good powder, and, after removing as many barrels of powder into the town as the time would allow, he blew up the rest, producing a concussion that shook the place like an earthquake. On the morning of the 14th, the transports, to their great relief, hove in sight, and Sir John hastened to get on board the sick, the horses, and the dismounted cavalry, and to prepare for a fight, for Soult was now close upon the town. The hills were crowded with his troops, and they were already skirmishing with his outposts. In these skirmishes, Colonel Mackenzie was killed in endeavoring to seize some of the French cannon, planted on the same spot where the powder had just been blown up. The morning of the 16th passed without any attack from Soult, and Sir John proceeded with his arrangements for embarkation. But about noon, the battle began. Soult had erected a powerful battery on some rocks at the extremity of his left, and commanding the village of Elvina, occupied by our troops. Sir David Baird was posted on the British right, opposite to the battery, and at no great distance from the village. The French made a dash at the village, under cover of the battery, and drove our men from it. The fight then became general. Soult had 20,000 men, Sir John about 14,500, but Soult had far more and heavier cannon, for Sir John had shipped all his artillery except 12 light guns. It was soon seen that the French cannon did vastly more execution than ours, and as the whole line was engaged, Sir John sent Sir E. Paget, with the whole of his reserve, to turn the left of a column that was outflanking Baird on the right, and to silence the battery, if possible. Another division, under General Fraser, was sent to support Paget, and the battle now raged furiously on the right, and about the village of Elvina, which was lost and taken once or twice. In this conflict, Sir David Baird had his arm shattered by a cannonball, and was taken off the field. Major Stanhope was killed, and Major, afterwards General Sir Charles, Napier was wounded. But Paget drew back on the British right, and Sir John, seeing the 42nd Highlanders engaged, rode up to them and shouted, "Highlanders, remember Egypt?" And they rushed forward, driving all before them till they were stopped by a stone wall. The battle, however, still raging, and the French bringing up reserves, the furious contest was renewed around the village of Elvina. Sir John then dispatched Captain, afterwards Lord, Hardinge, to bring up the guards to support the 42nd Highlanders. Whilst awaiting their arrival, a cannonball, which had struck the ground, glanced forward again, and wounded Sir John on the right shoulder and breast. He was dashed from his horse, and was supposed to be killed, but the force of the ball having been partly spent, before Captain Hardinge could reach him he had raised himself, and was gazing earnestly after the 42nd and the other troops engaged. When he had seen his soldiers driving the French before them, he consented to be borne to the rear. He was carried away by a Highland sergeant and 3 soldiers, in a blanket, his wound bleeding very much, and himself satisfied that his hurt was mortal. As he went, however, he repeatedly made the soldiers halt, that he might have another view of the battle. By night the French were beaten back in every direction, but the British general was dead, having lived only to receive the tidings of victory. During the night the troops were, most of them, got on board, and at midnight Sir John's remains were committed to the ground, as he had always wished them to be, should he be killed in battle, on the ramparts in the old citadel of Corunna. No coffin was to be procured, for coffins were not a Spanish fashion, but he was buried dressed as he was, and wrapped in his military cloak, literally as described in Wolfe's popular poem on his death. The chaplain read the burial service, and there his officers left him alone with his glory, to make their own embarkation. The prospects of the European war at this juncture, as observed from England, were gloomy in the extreme. The dispersion of the armies of Spain, the retreat and death of Sir John Moore, leaving the whole of the Spanish and Portuguese peninsula under the feet of Buonaparte, disposed many to believe the power of the conqueror unassailable. The Whig opposition made every use of this feeling to damage and, if possible, drive their rivals from office. That the Whigs, in power, would have refrained from continental war any more than the Tories is not to be believed. They had always, when in office, except in the case of Fox, for a short interval, been as ready to fight, but they had generally conducted their campaigns with much less ability. Now, their great organ, the Edinburgh Review, indulged in the most vehement censures on the cabinet, charged all the adverse circumstances of the Spanish and Portuguese war to its bad management, and intimated that it was the most wicked and idiotic folly to hope to contend with Buonaparte at all. But if ever there was a time when the continuance of the war was excusable, and perhaps necessary, it was now. Great Britain had gone fully and freely into the conflict to assist the continental nations. She had pledged herself 571 solemnly to Spain and Portugal, and to have withdrawn at this crisis would have been equally treacherous to our allies and pusillanimous as regarded the enemy. It would have been, in fact, to proclaim to the world that we had been completely beaten out of the field, that we could not do what we had promised to our allies, and that Napoleon must be left the master of Europe and the dictator to Britain. Such a confession would have destroyed forever the prestige of Great Britain, and justly. Ministers felt this, and never were more resolved to persevere to the end. To show that they did not for a moment despair, they signed a treaty of peace and amity with Spain only 5 days after the arrival of the news of the retreat and death of Sir John Moore, binding themselves never to acknowledge the authority of Buonaparte over Spain, or of any family but of Ferdinand VII and his lineal successors. That they were supported in their views by Parliament was soon made evident by the rejection, by a majority of 208 against 158, of a motion of Lord Henry Petty censuring the Convention of Sintra, and, by a majority of 220 against 127, of a motion of Mr. Ponsonby for inquiry into the conduct of the late campaign in Spain. Ministers had at length satisfied themselves that they had in Sir Arthur Wellesley a man capable of contending against the haughty tyrant of Europe. The most liberal votes were made for the prosecution of the war. The total of supplies for the year amounted to £53,862,000, including a loan of £11 million. For the army, £27 million was voted, and for the Navy £19 million. Between 20 and 30,000 men were drafted from the militia into the regulars, and thus the army was augmented to that amount by soldiers already well trained. The loan was freely taken at a lower interest than any hitherto borrowed. The opposition asserted because trade was deranged, and capitalists were at a loss how to invest their money. But the ministers contended, on the other hand, that it was solely because the war was popular with the nation. Before, however, entering into its arduous and bloody details, we must narrate some disgraceful affairs at home. On the 27th of January, Colonel Wardle, a militia officer, rose in his place in the House of Commons and made some startling charges against the Duke of York, as Commander-in-Chief of the army. Wardle had been a zealous conservative, but had now changed his politics, and was acting with the party of extreme reformers headed by Sir Francis Burdett, Lord Folkestone, and others. His charge was that the Duke of York was keeping a mistress, named Mary Ann Clark, a married woman to the great scandal of the nation, and was allowing her to traffic in commissions and promotions in the army. Nor was this all. He asserted that, not in the army alone, but in the church, this public adulteress was conferring promotions through her influence with the Duke, and that she had quite a levy of clergy, who were soliciting and bribing her to procure livings and even bishoprics. These were sufficiently exciting statements, and the colonel demanded a committee of inquiry to enable him to prove his assertions. Sir Francis Burdett seconded the motion, and the proposal was not met, as it should have been by ministers or the Duke's friends, by a denial, but, in general, by a eulogium on the Duke's excellent discharge of his duties as Commander-in-Chief. The House determined that, wherever the infamy was to fall, it should have the full airing of a committee of the whole House, which was appointed to commence its inquiries on Wednesday, the 1st of February, the Duke intimating, through his friends, that he was, on his part, desirous of the fullest investigation of the matter. From the evidence of Mrs. Clark, it appeared very clear that the Duke had permitted her to traffic in the sale of commissions, and both Mrs. Clark and Mary Ann Taylor, whose brother was married to Mrs. Clark's sister, asserted that the Duke had received part of the money for some of these bargains. Sums of £1,000, of £500, and £200 had been paid to her for such services. Unfortunately, however, for the continuance of the popularity of Mrs. Clark, it appeared that she was now actually living in the keeping of this virtuous Colonel Wardle, who was thus chastising royal peccadilloes. The whole of the circumstances did not come out whilst the question was before the House of Commons, but enough to injure the credit irreparably of Colonel Wardle, and make Mrs. Clark's evidence more than ever suspicious. The full information was brought out by a trial instituted by a Mr. Wright, an upholsterer in Rathbone Place, for furnishing a new house for her in Westbourne Place. She had now quarrelled with Colonel Wardle, and he refused to pay the bill. Wardle, it appeared, had done his best to stop the coming on of the 572 trial, but in vain. Mrs. Clark appeared against him, and not only deposed that he had gone with her to order the goods, but told her it was in return for her aid in prosecuting the Duke of York's case. Wardle was cast on the trial, with costs, having about £2,000 to pay, and losing all the popularity that he had gained by the investigation. He had been publicly thanked by public meetings, both in the city and the country, and now came this rueful expose. But it was too late now to save the Duke's reputation. The House of Commons had concluded its examination in March. It acquitted the Duke of any participation with his artful mistress in the vile profits on the sale of commissions, but that she had made such there was no question. The Duke did not await the decision of the Commons, but resigned his office. Lord Althorp, in moving that, as the Duke had resigned, the proceedings should go no further, said that the Duke had lost the confidence of the country forever, and therefore there was no chance of his returning to that situation. This was the conclusion to which the House came on the 21st of March, and soon afterwards Sir David Dundas was appointed to succeed the Duke as Commander-in-Chief, much to the chagrin of the army, and equally to its detriment. The Duke, though, like some of his brothers, very profligate, and like them, according to a statement made during the debates on his case, capable, as a youth, of learning either Greek or arithmetic, but not the value of money, seems to have discharged his duty to the army extremely well, of which old General Dundas was wholly incapable. The corruptions connected with the Duke of York and his mistress were but a small fragment of the wide and universal system which was existing. The exposures, however, made by this inquiry induced the Chancellor of the Exchequer to bring in a bill to prevent such abuses. He referred to the sale of commissions which had been brought to light and which had been carried on by means of improper influence over a man in high office. His bill, therefore, went to make it penal to demand money for the appointment to office or to issue advertisements to that effect. The bill was passed. But fresh light continued to break on the all-pervading corruption. The Commissioners of Naval Inquiry presented a fresh report, abounding with proofs of the villainies that had been going on in that department. The military commissioners had a like frightful exposure to make of frauds and peculations which had been going on wholesale, especially in the West Indies. The same result followed the investigations of the committee that inquired into the appointment of cadets to the East India Service. There was abundance of proofs of the sale of such places, and even Lord Castlereagh was implicated. It was found that as president of the Board of Control, the minister, in fact, for Indian affairs, he had presented a writership to his friend, Lord Clancarty, which Clancarty had bartered with a Mr. Reading for a seat in Parliament, and which Reading immediately sold for £3,000. Lord Archibald Hamilton immediately moved that Lord Castlereagh had been guilty of an abuse of his authority as president of the Board of Control. Castlereagh replied that, when he presented his friend, Lord Clancarty, with the writership, he had no notion that Reading was a regular broker in parliamentary seats, though he did not deny that Reading had told him that he meant to make over the place to a member of Parliament who had a nephew whom he wished to send to India, and that this member of Parliament would vote accordingly. The virtuous Wilberforce seemed to hold this easygoing morality, for he voted for Lord Castlereagh, and, in spite of the denunciations of Sir Francis Burdett, Mr. W. Smith, and others, Lord Archibald Hamilton's motion was rejected by 216 against 167, and Lord Castlereagh walked away scathless. There was immediately another charge brought against him, in company with the Honourable Henry Wellesley, the brother of General Wellesley, and late Secretary of the Treasury, for corrupt practices in the election of members of Parliament, but the ministerial majority outvoted Mr. Maddox, the mover. About the same time, Mr. Kirwan brought in a bill to prevent such practices and to obtain purity of Parliament by extinguishing bribery, and this was suffered to pass when all vitality had been taken out of it. On the 15th of June, Sir Francis Burdett also made a motion for extensive parliamentary reform, but the greater part of the members of Parliament had already left town, and the motion was rejected by 74 against 15. On the 21st, the session was closed with a speech which took a hopeful view of the war in Spain, and also of that which Austria had again commenced. We may now return to the details of these great contests on the continent. Sir David Baird. See larger version. We have stated that the spirit rising again in Germany called Buonaparte suddenly from Spain, even before Soult had pursued Sir John Moore to Corunna. At Valladolid, he met the Abbé de Prat, who had risen high in Buonaparte's favor. To de Prat, he said he began to suspect that he had made his brother Joseph a grander present in Spain than he was aware of. I did not know, he said, what Spain was. It is a finer country than I imagined. But you will see that, by and by, the Spaniards will commit some folly which will place their country once more at my disposal. I will then take care to keep it to myself, and divide it into 5 great viceroyships. Such were the soaring notions of Napoleon at the very moment that the man was ready who was to drive the French from Spain forever. In England, at last, almost everyone had now awoke to the consciousness that Sir Arthur Wellesley was the only man to cope with the French in the peninsula. There were a few individuals, like Lord Folkestone, who were blinded enough by party to oppose this general conviction. But before the close of March, Sir Arthur was selected by the government for this command. On the 15th of April, he sailed from Portsmouth, and on the 22nd he arrived safely at Lisbon. Some regiments of both horse and foot soon followed him, and he assumed the command of the British army in Portugal, which had been some time in the hands of General Sir J. Cradock. The command of the Portuguese troops had been placed in the hands of General Beresford, who had been actively drilling them. And thus General Sir Arthur Wellesley found himself at the head of an effective army of 574 British and Portuguese, numbering 25,000 men. Soult, on the retreat of Sir John Moore, had taken possession of Ferrol, Bilbao, and the other principal towns in the north of Spain. He had then entered Portugal and had marched to Oporto, which he took after a resistance of only 2 days, and Sir J. Cradock had retired to Lisbon. Soult was prevented from advancing farther by the rising of the Spaniards behind him in Galicia, who retook Vigo and other places, while Silveira, the Portuguese general, interposed between him and Galicia and formed a junction with the Spaniards. Wellesley determined to expel Soult from Oporto, and did not hesitate to say that the French general could not long remain in Portugal. Leaving a division in Lisbon to guard the eastern frontiers of Portugal against the forces of Victor, who lay in Spanish Estremadura, Sir Arthur advanced towards Oporto with a celerity that astonished the French. He quitted Lisbon on the 28th of April, reached Coimbra, driving the French before him, and on the 9th of May he was advancing from that city on Oporto. By the 11th he was occupying the southern bank of the Douro, opposite to that city. Soult had broken down the bridges and sent away the boats, so that he might be able to retire at leisure into Galicia. But Sir Arthur managed to send across General Murray with a brigade, a few miles above Oporto, and a brigade of guards also passed at the suburb of Villanova, and he discovered sufficient boats to carry over his main army just above the town. The French commenced a fierce attack on the British forces as they landed, but the 1st Battalion, the Buffs, got possession of a large building called the Seminario and held it till the other troops arrived. Major General Hill soon brought up the 48th and 66th Regiments. General Sherbrooke, who crossed the river below the town with the Brigade of Guards and the 29th Regiment, entered the town amid the acclamations of the people and charged the French in the rear. And General Murray, about the same time, showed himself on the French left above the town. Soult fled, leaving behind him his sick and wounded, and many prisoners, besides much artillery and ammunition. This taking of Oporto, in the face of a French force of 10,000 men, coupled with his having to cross the broad Douro, and that with very defective means of transit, was a most brilliant affair. And the most astonishing thing was that Wellesley lost only 23 killed and 98 wounded, while Soult's troops suffered severely. Sir Arthur determined to give Soult as sharp a chase as he had given Sir John Moore. He wrote to General Beresford to hold Villarreal, if possible, whilst he pressed on the heels of Soult. On the 16th of May he came up with Soult's rear, near Salamond, defeated the rear guard, killed and wounded a great number of men, and Sir Arthur wrote that, had they had half an hour's more daylight, he should have taken the whole of his rear guard. He added, I shall follow him tomorrow. He has lost everything, cannon, ammunition, baggage, military chest, and his retreat is in every respect, even in weather, a pendant for the retreat to Corunna. In truth, had Sir John Moore sent a nemesis to avenge himself, it could not have executed a more complete retribution. All the horrors of Sir John's retreat, and far worse, were repeated. The French had exasperated the population here, as everywhere, by their reckless cruelties and rapacity, and they surrounded the flying army, and killed every man that they could find straggling, or who was left exhausted on the road. On the other hand, the French tracked their retrograde path with equal fury. Their route, says Sir Arthur, could be traced by the smoke of the villages that they set on fire. Sir Arthur, in his dispatches, also says that, during their abode in Portugal, the French had murdered people merely because they did not like their seizure of their country, and that he saw men hanging on trees by the roadside, whom they had executed for no other reason. So the scene of Soult's retreat was now one long picture of pandemonium, the whole way strewn with dead men, horses, and mules, a wasted country, and an infuriated peasantry seeking to wreak their vengeance. Sir Arthur stopped his pursuit near the frontiers of Spain. He could not overtake Soult, who fled flinging away every impediment, whilst he was compelled to carry his supplies and artillery along with him. Besides, the French, since the defeat of the Spaniards at Tudela, had entered Andalusia in great force, where there was no army to oppose them except the ill-equipped one of the proud and unmanageable General Cuesta. And Marshal Victor, who commanded in Estremadura, might readily have made a descent on Lisbon, had Wellesley gone far into Spain. He therefore resolved to return to Oporto, to make necessary inquiries as to the roads into Spain, to improve his commissariat, and then, forming a junction with Cuesta, to 575 advance against Marshal Victor. Whilst at Oporto, he had the satisfaction to learn that Freer was superseded by his own brother, Lord Wellesley, as ambassador for Spain, a circumstance of immense importance to the cause. Towards the end of May, Wellesley commenced his march over the Spanish frontiers, his force being about 20,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry. He fell in with the old Spanish general, Cuesta, at Oropsa on the 20th of July, who was at the head of 30,000 men but miserably equipped, discouraged by repeated defeats and nearly famished. Sir Arthur was woefully disappointed by this first view of a Spanish army in the field, and here indeed all his difficulties began. The general was a regular Spanish hidalgo, proud, ignorant, and pig-headed. He received Wellesley with immense stiffness and ceremony, as if somebody immeasurably his inferior. And though he knew no English, nor Sir Arthur any Spanish, he would not condescend to speak French with him. His army collected supplies from all the country round, and though the British were come to fight for them, the Spaniards expected them to provide for themselves, and there was the greatest difficulty in inducing the people to sell the British anything, except for fabulous prices. Still worse, Sir Arthur found it impossible to get Cuesta to cooperate in anything. He fancied that he knew a great deal more about military affairs than the sepoy general, as Wellesley was termed, and that he ought to direct in everything, though he had done nothing but get well beaten on every occasion. And yet, if we take a glance at the French forces now in Spain, against whom they had to make head, the utmost harmony and cooperation was necessary. The French army in Spain numbered more than 200,000 men, and of these more than 130,000 lay in the provinces bordering on Portugal, or between it and Madrid. Victor had 35,000 in Estremadura, and close behind him, in La Mancha, Sebastiani had 20,000 more. Northward in Old Castile, Leon, and Asturias, Kellerman and Bonnet had 10,000. Soult, in Galicia, was joined by Ney and Mortier, making his army again upwards of 50,000, with whom he contemplated returning into Portugal. General de Salles had 15,000 men at Madrid to protect the intrusive King Joseph, and Suchet and Augereau, in Aragon and Catalonia, commanded 50,000. Almost all the strong fortresses in the country were in their hands. The only circumstances favorable to the Allies were that the French generals were at variance amongst themselves, that none of them paid any deference to the commands of King Joseph, who was nominally generalissimo, and that the Spaniards were, everywhere where woods and mountains favored them, harassing the French in a manner that made them very sick of the country, and that often reduced them to a state of severe privation. Sir Arthur was anxious to engage and defeat Victor before he was joined by the forces of Joseph from Madrid and of Sebastiani from La Mancha. He therefore dispatched Sir Robert Wilson, at the head of a considerable body of Spanish and Portuguese troops, on the way towards Madrid, and Sir Robert executed this duty with so much promptitude and address that he threw himself into the rear of Victor at Escalona, only 8 leagues from the capital. On the 22nd of July, the united armies of Britain and Portugal attacked Victor's outposts at Talavera and drove them in. The stupid old Cuesta was nowhere to be seen, and the next day, the 23rd, when the British were again in position, ready to attack the French, the day was lost, because Cuesta said he would not fight on a Sunday. This tried Sir Arthur's patience past endurance, for every moment was precious, and he wrote on the occasion, "I find General Cuesta more and more impracticable every day. It is impossible to do business with him, and very uncertain that any operation will succeed in which he has any concern. He has quarreled with some of his principal officers, and I understand they are all dissatisfied with him." The opportunity of beating Victor was thus lost. At midnight he quitted Talavera and retreated to Santa Olalla, and thence towards Torrijos to form a junction with Sebastiani. The next morning Wellesley took possession of Talavera, but he could not pursue the enemy, for he says, he found it impossible to procure a single mule or a cart in Spain. Neither could he procure food for his army. He says his troops had actually been 2 days in want of provisions, though Cuesta's camp abounded with them. He declared that, under such treatment by those that he had come to save, he would return to Portugal before his army was ruined. On this, Cuesta became as wildly and madly active as he had been before stubbornly passive. He dashed forward after Victor alone, never stopping till he ran against the rear of the 576 united army of Victor and Sebastiani at Torrijos. Wellesley was quite sure what the result would be, and in a few days Cuesta came flying back with a confused mass of men, bullocks, flocks of sheep, baggage wagons, and artillery, beaten and pursued by the enemy. Map of Spain and Portugal to illustrate the Peninsular War. See larger version. Sir Arthur knew that at least 100,000 French were on the march to take him at once in flank and front, that Soult was advancing from Salamanca, Mortier from Valladolid, and besides, which he did not know, Ney was en route from Astorga. He must, therefore, retreat at once or fight, and the enemy saved him the trouble of deciding. King Joseph, afraid of Sir Robert Wilson being joined by General Venegas, who had shown himself on the road towards Aranjuez, and of then falling on Madrid, ordered Victor to attack Wellesley at once, without waiting for any further reinforcements. Accordingly, Sir Arthur was attacked by Victor in front of Talavera. He had placed Cuesta and his Spaniards on his right, abutting on the Tagus, and protected by old enclosure walls and olive gardens, and his own troops on the left on the open plain. The attack began on the evening of the 27th of July on the outposts, which gradually fell back, and the battle was renewed the next day. The position of the Spaniards being found unapproachable, the whole fury of the French fell on the British, and the contest was kept up till it was pitch dark. 577, about midnight, there was a tremendous firing on the Spanish side, and Sir Arthur rode there to ascertain the cause. No cause was visible, but the Spaniards were flying in great haste, and it was with difficulty that he and Cuesta could stop the rout. Next day the British line was attacked on all points by the troops of both Victor and Sebastiani, but they were repelled and driven down the hills at the point of the bayonet. At one time the British center was driven in, but it was re-established by the 48th, while the 23rd Dragoons, by a reckless charge, paralyzed a whole division of the French army. In the words of Sir Arthur, the British everywhere maintained their positions gloriously, and gave the French a terrible beating. Out of the 50,000 pitched against the less than 20,000 British, for the Spanish were scarcely engaged at all, they lost in killed and wounded 7,000 men. General Lapis was killed, and many prisoners were taken, besides 17 pieces of artillery, with tumbrils and ammunition complete. The British lost 857 killed and had 3,913 wounded. Major General Mackenzie and Brigadier General Langworth were killed. The bayonet charge at Talavera, CP 577. See larger version. The next morning, by daybreak, the French were in full retreat over the river Alberche, and Sir Arthur employed the 2 following days in getting his wounded into hospital in Talavera, and in procuring provisions for his victorious but starving army. Sir Arthur complains that, though he had thus repulsed the French for them, neither the Spanish authorities nor the Spanish people did anything to assist him in this respect. They were very willing that the British should fight their battles, but they must provide for themselves or starve. The state of our own commissariat aggravated this evil. It had long been a department of the most corrupt kind, the duties of which were neglected, and little was thought of by its officers, but the enriching of themselves at the expense of our government and our soldiers. These swindlers, long after this, continued to pay the contractors and muleteers in notes payable at Lisbon or at headquarters. These the receivers 578 had often to get changed into coin at a monstrous discount, and Jews and jobbers flocked after the army for this purpose. To add to the mischief, some of these villains introduced loads of counterfeit dollars, merely copper-plated, so that, after losing enormously on the exchange of the paper, the receivers found themselves utterly defrauded of their payment. It was no wonder that the trading part of the Spanish population should feel shy of supplying us, more especially as Sir John Moore, from the money which should have been in his chest having been, by Mr. Freer, carelessly handed over to the Spanish junta, had to pay in paper which the British government had not yet redeemed. The reform of such abuses as these was one of the great things which Wellesley did for the British army, but at present he was suffering the extremest difficulties from them. He wrote sternly to Mr. Freer, who had not yet been superseded by the arrival of Lord Wellesley, that he, Sir Arthur, was blamed by the junta for not doing more, whilst they were allowing his army, which had beaten twice their own number in the service of Spain, to starve. It is positively a fact, he wrote, that during the last 7 days the British army have not received 1/3 of their provisions. That, at this moment, there are nearly 4,000 wounded soldiers dying in the hospitals in this town from want of common assistance and necessaries, which any other country in the world would have given even to its enemies, and that I can get no assistance of any description from this country. I cannot prevail on them to even bury the dead carcasses in the neighborhood, the stench of which will destroy themselves as well as us. All this while, he added, Don Martin de Garay was urging him to push on and drive the French over the Pyrenees, but, added Sir Arthur, I positively will not move. Nay, more, I will disperse my army till I am supplied with provisions and means of transport as I ought to be. And, in fact, circumstances rendered it advisable to retreat. Joseph Buonaparte, with the reinforcements of Sebastiani, had joined Victor, and that general felt ready to advance. At the same time, Wellesley learned that Soult had arrived in Palencia, in the British rear. He desired Cuesta to guard the pass of Puerto de Banos, but this he did so ineffectually that both Soult and Mortier marched through it. Ney also reached Palencia, and thus 53,000 men were threatening to cut off Sir Arthur's route to Portugal. He determined to fall back on Oropesa, leaving Cuesta to defend Talavera, and protect the 2,000 British wounded in the hospitals. But Cuesta speedily abandoned the place, leaving 1,500 of the wounded behind, whom Victor, to his honor, treated in the most humane manner. With the road of the enemy thus left open in his rear in two directions, Sir Arthur, at the same time, learned that Soult's division had got between him and the bridge of Alvarez, in the direct line of his march into Portugal. His situation, thus hemmed in by overwhelming forces, was most critical, and he informed Cuesta that he must file off for Badajoz. He reached Badajoz safely on the 2nd of September, carrying the 1,500 wounded with him. These he sent to the strongly fortified town of Elvas, in Portuguese territory, which now became the great hospital of the army. Sir Arthur, on the 7th of September, was informed of the arrival of Sir Robert Wilson at Castelo Branco. He had conducted his little force almost to the gates of Madrid, and had made a powerful diversion in favor of the main army, by keeping King Joseph and the French general in constant fear of his joining Venegas and attacking the capital. On his return, by order of Wellesley, he had gallantly fought his way against vastly superior forces, always contriving to make the enemy believe that his strength was double what it was. His conduct of this expedition elicited the most cordial praises from the commander-in-chief. At this juncture, Napoleon sent a dispatch, ordering the army in Spain to cease further offensive operations till the conclusion of the Austrian War enabled him to send fresh reinforcements into Spain. This was a proof that Buonaparte no longer hoped to beat the British army by any but the most preponderating masses. He had in Spain 10 times the forces of the British, yet he could not hope for victory from this vast disproportion. Wellesley, at this very time, in one of his dispatches, had observed this great fact. "I conceive," he said, "that the French are dangerous only in large masses." The British army was therefore quartered on the line of the Guadarrama, to protect Portugal from Soult, and remained undisturbed till the following May. Whilst the hostile forces were thus resting, the news reached Sir Arthur that he had been created Baron d'Oro of Wellesley and Viscount Wellington of Talavera. This honor had been conferred upon him on the 4th of September. As soon as possible after the arrival of 579, the news of his brilliant and memorable victory at Talavera. If there wanted anything to prove the truth of Lord Wellington's warnings to the Spanish authorities of the undisciplined condition of their armies and the incompetency of their generals, it came quickly. Whilst they continued to treat him more like an enemy than a friend, and had issued orders throughout the province where he lay, forbidding the sale of provisions and forage for his army, their own armies were again annihilated. The army of Venegas, which had retreated, on the advance of Sebastiani towards Madrid, into the Sierra Morna, had been taken from him, and given to a young, inexperienced man, General Arizaga. Cuesta also had been set aside for one still more incapable, a General Eguia, of whom Lord Wellington had already pronounced that he was a fool. Arizaga, instead of maintaining his strong post in the hills, being joined by the greater part of the army of Estremadura, now commanded by Eguia, imagined that he could beat the united forces of Mortier and Sebastiani and drive them out of Madrid. With 50,000 men and 60 pieces of artillery, he descended from his hills into the open plains of Ocana, where he was beaten on the 20th of November, with the loss of all his artillery but 5 guns, his baggage, military chest, provisions, and everything. There was immense slaughter of his soldiers, and the rest fled into the mountains. The Duke del Parc, who was placed for the protection of the line of the Tagus with another large army, was marching to support this intended conquest of Madrid, when, in the month of October, being strongly posted on the heights of Tamames, he encountered General Marchand and defeated him. Elated by this success, he no longer trusted to hills and strong positions, but, like Arizaga, advanced boldly into the plains, and on the 28th of November he encountered Kellerman at Alba de Tormes and received a most thorough defeat. His men, both cavalry and infantry, scarcely stayed to cross swords or bayonets with the French, but, flinging down their arms and leaving all their baggage and artillery behind them, they fled in every direction. Kellerman pursued and cut them down without mercy, according to his own account, killing 3,000 men and making 300 prisoners. Lord Wellington, notwithstanding that the destruction of these armies, on which the defense of Andalusia and the provinces of the south depended, completely proved the justice of his statements to the junta, was deeply chagrined by the circumstance. "I lament," he said in his dispatches, "that a cause which promised so well a few weeks ago should have been so completely lost by the ignorance, presumption, and mismanagement of those to whose direction it was entrusted. I declare that, if they had preserved their 2 armies, or even one of them, the cause was safe. The French could have sent no reinforcements which could have been of any use. Time would have been gained. The state of affairs would have daily improved. All the chances were in our favor. And, in the first moment of weakness, occasioned by any diversion on the continent, or by the growing discontent of the French themselves with the war, the French armies must have been driven out of Spain. Lord Wellington's position was, by the destruction of these armies, left totally open, and he had for some time resolved to retire wholly into Portugal, and had been planning that system of defense which afterwards proved so astonishing to the French. Though he was left with about 20,000 men to maintain himself against the whole French host in Spain, he never for a moment contemplated quitting the peninsula, nor despaired of the final result. The experienced eye of Lord Wellington, after the Battle of Vimiera, had at a glance seen the admirable capability of the mountain ranges of Torres Vedras for the construction of impregnable lines of defense for Lisbon. So far from holding any notion of being driven to his ships, like Sir John Moore, he was satisfied that, by fortifying the defiles through these hills and keeping our ships on the Tagus and on the coast, he could defy all the armies of France. He proceeded now to Lisbon, where he arrived on the 10th of October, reconnoitered the hills, and having done so, left with Colonel Fletcher of the Engineers a clearly written statement of all that he desired to be done, so as to make the double line of defenses complete. To erect batteries on each side of the defiles through which the necessary roads ran, to erect breastworks and entrenchments where required, and to break down the bridges in front of them. He ascertained the precise time it would require to accomplish all this, and, ordering all to be carried on with the utmost quickness, he returned to Badajoz, and next proceeded to Seville, to join his brother in urging on the Spanish government the necessary measures for the defense of the country. After visiting Cadiz with his brother, he returned to his headquarters, where he had scarcely arrived on the 17th of November, when he received the news of the total overthrow of the Spaniards at Alcana. He then made a deliberate and orderly retreat from Spain, crossing the Tagus at Abrantes, where he left General Hill with his division, supported by General Fane's brigade of heavy horse, and marched to Almeida, and quartered his army there in a more healthy situation. His troops were now also well supplied with provisions. During the long interval of repose, that is, till the following May, Wellington actively employed himself in putting life and order into the commissariat, baggage, and conveyance departments, and General Beresford, to whom the important function of disciplining the Portuguese troops was assigned, labored in that with such effect that he produced at the next campaign troops which, led by British officers and mixed with British regiments, fought admirably. The Portuguese were wise enough to allow the British commander full control, and by this means they avoided those defeats and calamities which fell long and heavily on the Spaniards. Whilst these events had been taking place in Spain and Portugal, Great Britain had been sending money and troops to oppose Bonaparte in other quarters. Early in the spring, Austria was in the field. In July, a powerful fleet, carrying an army, sailed from the Downs to create a diversion on the coast of the Netherlands, and other operations were commenced in the south of Italy. The army destined for the Netherlands amounted to 40,000 men, attended by a fleet of 35 sail of the line and 20 frigates, to assist where they might be needed. Bonaparte had contemplated making a great port of Antwerp, and had expended much money and labor in docks and fortifications there. But finding that the port of Antwerp was not deep enough for first-rate ships of war, he undertook to render Flushing capable of receiving and protecting a large fleet. He still contemplated, by the cooperation of Denmark and Russia, the sending forth a fleet some day which might cope with the British Navy or enable him to invade England. For this purpose he was building ships at Antwerp and Flushing, and it was, no doubt, these circumstances which determined the British to direct their attack on Flushing and Antwerp. Captain, afterward Sir George Cockburn, was of opinion that these preparations of Napoleon could never affect England, that no possession of Zealand, or any part of it, could be kept by England, from its extreme unhealthiness to foreigners and even to Dutchmen, and that it was much better for Britain to let Bonaparte build ships, and take them whenever they came out to sea, than to sacrifice the lives of our troops for no permanent benefit in this region of bogs, stagnant water, and malaria. Had these 40,000 troops been sent to support Wellington, and half the money that this fatal expedition cost, they would have enabled him to drive the French triumphantly out of Spain, and create the most magnificent diversion for Austria, as well as the most honorable to England. But the surprise of Antwerp and the destruction of the docks of Flushing were determined upon, and Lord Chatham, rather for his name than for any military talent that he possessed, was appointed the commander of the forces. Lord Chatham was so notorious for his sluggish and procrastinating nature that he had long been nicknamed the late Lord Chatham. The justice of this epithet had been too obvious in all the offices that he had hitherto held, and yet this expedition, which demanded the utmost promptness and active skill, was entrusted to him. At the head of the fleet was placed Sir Richard Strachan, a man of no energy. The commander of the ships on such an occasion should have been Lord Cochrane, for Sir Sidney Smith was already engaged on the coast of Italy. The orders for each commander were extremely loose and indefinite, thereby leaving every chance of disputes and consequent delays and mishaps. And to complete the disgraceful management of the government, no inquiries had been made as to the healthiness or unhealthiness of the district where the army would have to encamp. Though the island of Walcheren had been occupied by our troops under William III, no record was to be found, or, indeed, was sought for, as to the cost of life to our men on that occasion from the climate. The whole plan was laid in ignorance and carried out with carelessness, and it was no wonder, therefore, that it ended in misery and disgrace. The Duke of Wellington, after the portrait by Sir Thomas Lawrence. See larger version. The fleet sailed from the Downs on the 28th of July, 1809, and on the 30th it touched at the islands of South Beveland and Walcheren. The orders of the government were the capture or destruction of the enemy's ships building or afloat at Antwerp and Flushing, the destruction of the arsenals at Antwerp, Turnus, and Flushing, the reduction of the island of Walcheren, and, if possible, the rendering of the Scheldt no longer navigable for ships. Nelson, who had contemplated this enterprise, had calculated that it would require 4,000 or 5,000 men, and could be accomplished in a week. But now Buonaparte had rendered the task more difficult, and there was no Nelson to do it. The most sagacious of the officers pointed out that the first rush should be for Antwerp, as the extreme point of the expedition, so as to destroy or capture the vessels there before the French could come to the rescue. The places nearer to the sea could be taken in returning. Had the troops landed at Blankenberg, they could have made a rapid march along a paved road through Bruges and Ghent, and captured Antwerp, only 45 miles distant, whilst the fleet ascended the Scheldt to receive them on their return. But no such common-sense ideas found acceptance with the commanders. They determined to reduce Flushing first, and the other forts on the Scheldt, as Lillo and Liefkenshoek, in succession, by which time it was certain that the French would appear at Antwerp in numbers sufficient to protect it. Flushing was attacked on the 1st of August, and did not surrender till the 16th. Had this been the reduction of Antwerp, the rest of the objects of the expedition would have followed, of course. But Lord Chatham and Rear Admiral Strachan were in no hurry. They remained signing the capitulation, securing 6,000 prisoners that they had taken, and reducing 2 small islands to the north of the eastern Scheldt, till the 21st, 3 whole weeks virtually wasted. And on the 23rd they landed at Tergoes, on the neighboring island of South Beveland. Here again they delayed another precious fortnight, whilst the 582 French were planting batteries at every turn of the river between them and Antwerp, had drawn a boom chain across the channel between Lillo and Liefkenshoek, and had sunk vessels to obstruct the narrowest part of the channel beyond. They still talked of forcing their way to Antwerp, but according to a satiric rhyme of the time, the Earl of Chatham, with his sword drawn, stood waiting for Sir Richard Strachan. Sir Richard, eager to be at him, stood waiting too for whom? Lord Chatham. Meantime Cambyses and Fouch had dispatched couriers to Louis Buonaparte, in Holland, to march down troops to the defense of Antwerp. And he had not only done that, but had opened the sluices on the borders of the Scheldt and laid the country under water, to prevent the march of the British. He also had ordered the erection of numerous batteries, and Bernadotte arrived in about a fortnight, by orders of Napoleon, to resist the advance of the British. From 40 to 50,000 troops were assembled in and around Antwerp, and hosts of Dutch and Belgian militia swarmed over the country. This was certain to be the case if any time was allowed, and it was now agreed, in a council of war, that it was not possible to proceed further. In fact, they were no longer allowed to remain where they were. Their provisions were rapidly being exhausted, sickness was spreading amongst the troops, and the fire of the enemy's batteries from both sides of the river compelled them to fall down the stream. That was the end of the campaign. The rest was a foolish and murderous delay in the island of Walcheren, without any conceivable purpose. There was no use in retaining the island, for we could at any time blockade the mouths of the Scheldt, and our men on board the ships were comparatively healthy. But in this swamp of death the soldiers continued dying like rotten sheep. The island of Walcheren, to which they were now confined, is a spongy swamp, below the level of the sea at high water. The wet oozes through the banks and stagnates in the dikes, and is only capable of being pumped out by windmills. The ground is covered often with mud and slime, and the inhabitants are sickly and sallow in aspect, and of loose and flaccid muscles. Yet, in this den of fever and death, the commanders seemed determined to retain the army till it perished entirely. The Earl of Chatham himself returned to London on the 14th of September, with as many of the sick as he could take. At this time he left 11,000, out of the 17,000 quartered on the island of Walcheren, on the sick list and rapidly dying. Yet neither he nor Sir Eyre Coote, who succeeded him, seems to have felt the necessity of saving the army by retiring from the place. They attributed the unhealthiness to the dikes being cut, and the surrounding country being flooded in the hot season. No matter what was the cause, the army was perishing, and ought to have been removed. But so far from this, the ministers seemed determined to keep possession of this useless and pestilential swamp at any cost. As it was imagined that the drinking of the water was the cause of the fever, Thames water was carried over for the troops, 500 tons per week being required. But it was not the drinking it only that caused disease and death, but the standing and working in it, as many of them did up to the middle for many hours together, and the malaria arising from the oozy soil. As the roofs in Flushing were knocked to pieces by the storming of the town, British workmen, with bricks, mortar, tiles, and tools, were sent over to repair them, so as to protect the sick in the hospitals, though plenty of workmen and materials might have been had in the country. As it was necessary that some doctors of note and experience should be sent over to examine the nature of the illness and the condition of the men, the Surgeon General was ordered to proceed to the spot and make the necessary inquiries. But he replied that it was not in his department, but in that of the Physician General, Sir Lucas Pepys. Sir Lucas excused himself on account of his age, and recommended some other physicians to be sent out. Both gentlemen were content to receive the country's money easily at home, but although a whole army was perishing, they would not risk their own precious lives. They were dismissed, and their conduct showed the necessity of a thorough reform of the medical establishment of the army. Sir Richard Strachan, though he saw the continuous destruction of the soldiers, strongly recommended government to retain possession of Walcheren as a very important naval station, and the ministry were besotted enough to contemplate fortifying it on an extensive scale, and more men and materials were sent over for that purpose. But fortunately for the remains of our army there, the Emperor of Austria had now made peace with Bonaparte, and our diversion in his favor here was useless. So, on the 13th of November, orders were sent to Lieutenant General Donne, who had succeeded Sir Eyre Coote, to destroy the docks and fortifications of Flushing 583 and come away. Thus ended this most fatal expedition, which cost Great Britain 20 millions of money and many thousands of lives. Of those who survived, thousands had their constitutions broken forever, and even such as appeared to get over the lingering and insidious Walcheren fever, on being sent to the war in the peninsula, proved so liable to its return on exposure to wet or cold, that often 1/3 of these troops were not fit for service. So far from wishing to remove us from Walcheren, Bonaparte wrote to the Minister of War, saying, "We are rejoiced to see that the English have packed themselves in the morasses of Zealand. Let them be only kept in check, and the bad air and fevers peculiar to the country will soon destroy their army." The fatal results of this expedition introduced dissensions into the cabinet, and soon after occasioned the resignation of Canning. Our forces on the Italian coast were met by the active spirit of the new King of Naples, Joachim Murat. Sir John Stuart, who had won the splendid victory of Maida, embarked on the 13th of June, 15,000 British troops in Sicily, and proceeded to menace Naples and create alarm in various quarters, so as to draw the French from Upper Italy and thus relieve the Austrians. With part of these forces siege was laid to Silla. With the other Sir John anchored off Cape Messino, close to Bai and Pozzuoli, and directly across the bay, about a dozen miles from Naples. The greatest alarm was excited, and nothing would have been easier for Sir John than to have battered the town about the ears of the intruder king. But this the interests of the old king did not permit, especially as Ferdinand's second son, Don Leopold, was present as nominal commander, but he was of no use really, being a most effeminate and incapable person. Sir John then sailed to the islands of Procida and Ischia, compelled the garrisons to capitulate, dismantled the fortifications, and then abandoned these islands. During all this time, our warships were scouring the whole of the coasts of southern Italy, capturing every vessel that ventured out, and keeping the French generals on shore in constant agitation. In the encounters with the enemy's vessels on these coasts, many brilliant exploits were performed by our captains, and by none more than by Captain Staines, of the Scion frigate, who, on the 27th of June, stood a stout but most unequal fight with a Neapolitan frigate and corvette, under the very batteries of Naples. The siege of Silla was raised by a strong French force, and Sir John Stuart returned to Sicily. Silla was, however, shortly after abandoned again by the French, and its guns and stores, which appeared to have been left in some panic, fell into the hands of the British. Sir John Stuart did not long remain idle at Palermo. At the suggestion of Lord Collingwood, he sent out an expedition to seize on a number of the Ionian Isles, which had been taken possession of by the French, who were calculating on further conquests in that direction, namely in continental Greece itself. The warrior, commanded by Captain Spranger, attended by other vessels, carried over 1,600 troops, under command of Brigadier General Oswald. The troops were half of them British, and half Corsicans, Sicilians, Calabrians, and other foreigners in British pay. They carried with them Signor Foresti and an Ionian Greek as interpreters and agents with their countrymen, many of whom, they were aware, had an indignant hatred of the French domination. They arrived off Cephalonia on the 28th of September, and on the 1st of October, being joined by their transports and gunboats, they anchored in the Bay of Zante, and the following morning commenced a landing, under the cover of a brisk fire from some of the ships and gunboats. The land batteries were soon silenced, and before night the French commander had not only surrendered the castle, but the islands of Zante, Cephalonia, Ithaca, and Cerigo. 2 of the 7 islands remained for the time in the hands of the French, Santa Maura and Corfu. But Santa Maura, after a sharp contest, was carried, in the following April, by General Oswald, most brilliantly supported by Lieutenant Colonel Hudson Lowe, Major Church, and other officers. General Camus, the French commandant, surrendered with his garrison of 1,000 men. There remained only Corfu, but this, the most important island of the group, would have required a much stronger force to reduce it. And as it was completely useless to the French, being cut off from all communication with France by our ships, it remained under France till 1814, when, at the Congress of Paris, it was made over by Louis XVIII, and the whole 7 islands were declared a republic, under the protection of Great Britain. Such was the origin of our connection with the Ionian Islands, where we maintained a commissioner and a body of troops, much to the discontent of a party in the islands, who desired to join the Kingdom of Greece. At the opening of 1810, a peace was contracted with Turkey, but not with the Sultan Selim, with whom we had been at war, nor with his successor, Mahmud. Whilst the throne of Turkey was occupied by a mere boy, and whilst his regular troops were dispersed, Alexander of Russia, famed for his piety, thought it a fine opportunity to seize on his neighbors' lands. His ministers, at the commencement of 1809, at the Congress of Yassi, demanded, as a condition of peace, the cession of the Turkish provinces on the left bank of the Danube. The Turks, of course, refused to thus dismember their empire for the aggrandizement of Russia, and Alexander, who was resolved to have those provinces by hook or by crook, immediately declared war on Turkey, on the shameless plea that it had made peace with Britain. The Russians were supported by the Greeks and other inhabitants of Moldavia and Wallachia, but on crossing the Danube and pushing forward into Bulgaria, they were beaten on every occasion. On the 22nd of October, 1809, a desperate conflict took place between them under the walls of Silistria, which continued from morning till night, in which the Russians were driven back, and, in a second engagement, routed with such slaughter that they retired from Bulgaria and went into winter quarters in Moldavia and Wallachia. In this campaign it was found that the guns were served by French officers, though Bonaparte professed to be willing that Alexander should possess himself of Constantinople. By the peace with Turkey, the trading ports of that empire were again opened to us, and our manufactures, entering there, spread over all the continent, and were sold and worn in Hamburg, Bremen, and other towns where they were strictly excluded by sea. The naval transactions of 1810 were almost wholly confined to watching the French, Spanish, and Italian coasts, to thwart the French, who, on their part, were continually on the watch for any of our blockading ships being driven by the weather, or called to some other station, in order to run out and convey men and stores into Spain. The last action of Lord Collingwood took place in this service, though his health was fast failing, and he had repeatedly entreated the Admiralty to allow him to give up the command and go home to his family. The only chance of his long survival, they always refused. His complaint was declared by the faculty to be owing to his long confinement on board ships, and he had now scarcely set foot on shore for 3 years. But notwithstanding all this, with a singular selfishness, the Admiralty kept him on board, and he was too high-minded to resign his commission whilst he could be of service to his country. In this state of health he was lying off Toulon, blockading that port, when he was driven to Minorca by a gale of wind. He had regained the coast of Catalonia, when he heard that the French fleet had issued from Toulon and were making for Barcelona. The whole British fleet were in exultation, but on sighting this supposed fleet, it was found to consist only of 3 sail of the line, 2 frigates, and about 20 other vessels, carrying provisions to the French army at Barcelona. They no sooner caught view of the British fleet than they made off in all haste, and the British gave chase. Admiral Martin was the first to come up with them in the Gulf of Lion, where two of the ships of the line ran ashore and were set fire to by the French Admiral Baudin. Two others ran into the harbor of Cette, and 11 of the storeships ran into the Bay of Ruas and took refuge under the powerful batteries. But Lord Collingwood, in spite of the batteries, sent in the ship's boats and in the face of the batteries and of boarding nets, set fire to and destroyed them. 5 other storeships were captured. This was the last exploit of the brave and worthy Collingwood. His health gave way so fast that, having in vain endeavored again to induce the Admiralty to relieve him of his command, expressly assuring them that he was quite worn out, on the 3rd of March he surrendered his post to Rear Admiral Martin and set sail in the Ville de Paris for England. But it was too late. He died at sea on the 7th of March, 1810. Very few admirals have done more signal service or have displayed a more sterling English character than Lord Collingwood, and perhaps none were ever more grudgingly rewarded or so unfeelingly treated by the Admiralty, who, in fact, killed him by a selfish retention of his services when they could be continued only at the cost of his life. The Mediator breaking the boom at La Rochelle, CP 585. See larger version. Another attempt was to burn a portion of the Brest fleet, which was found lying off La Rochelle, in the Basque Roads. Lord Gambier, on the 11th of March, wrote to the Admiralty proposing to send fireships amongst them and destroy them. The Admiralty seized on the idea, but instead of leaving Lord Gambier to work out his own plan, they appointed Lord Cochrane to that service, under Gambier. This was sure to create jealousies, not only in the mind of Gambier, to whom the Admiralty had written on the 19th, approving his design, and ordering him to execute it according to his own ideas, but also in the minds of other officers in Gambier's fleet. Lord Cochrane proceeded to the Basque Roads in a frigate, arriving there on the 3rd of April, and presenting Gambier with a letter informing him of the change of plan by the Admiralty. Mr. Congreve, with a supply of his rockets, was to accompany the fireships from England, and on the 11th, these having arrived, and being joined by several large transports which Lord Gambier had converted into fireships, the attack was made. The French squadron was lying between the Isle of Aix and the town of La Rochelle, in a narrow passage, commanded by powerful batteries both on the land and on the island of Aix. Besides this, numbers of gunboats were placed so as to defend the approach to the vessels. But still more, a very strong boom was stretched across the passage, formed of enormous cables, secured by equally enormous anchors and supported by buoys. None of the officers, not even Gambier or Cochrane, seemed to have been aware of this boom till some of the foremost fireships ran against it, and several of the ships, whilst thus detained, exploded, being too far off to do any harm. But Captain Woolridge in the Mediator burst the boom asunder, and the fireships sailed up towards the French ships in the dark, and exploded, one after another, with a terrible uproar. One fireship alone containing 1,500 barrels of gunpowder, besides 300 or 400 shells and 3,000 or 4,000 hand grenades. But the only mischief done was to cause the French to cut their cables and run their ships ashore. There, the next morning, they were seen, and Lord Cochrane signaled to Lord Gambier to stand in and destroy them before the rising of the tide should float them, and enable them to run up the river Charente. No ships, however, arriving, Cochrane again more urgently signaled that all the fleet was aground, except 2 vessels, and might easily be destroyed. Lord Gambier paid no attention to these signals, and as the tide rose, the vessels floated and escaped up the river except 4 which still stuck fast, and were destroyed by 586 Cochrane. Those which escaped were all greatly damaged. Had Gambier stood in with his vessels promptly, no doubt the whole squadron would have been destroyed. On his return, Lord Cochrane received the honor of the Red Riband of the Bath, but he could not conceal his dissatisfaction at Lord Gambier's conduct, and declared that he would oppose any vote of thanks to him in Parliament. On this, Gambier demanded a court-martial, which was held, and acquitted him of all blame. Cochrane complained that the court was strongly biased in favor of Gambier and against himself, and the public was very much of his opinion. Chapter 21, Reign of George III, continued. Austria gets ready for war, Napoleon's preparations, invasion of Bavaria by Austria, the Archduke Charles driven from Bavaria, occupation of Vienna, Battle of Aspern, the spirit of revolt in Germany, Schill and Brunswick, Battle of Wagram, Peace of Vienna, victories of the Tyrolese, death of Hofer, the betrayal of Poland and Italy, deposition of the Pope, ministerial dissensions, death of Portland and reconstruction of the ministry, inquiry into the Walcheren expedition, imprisonment of Gale, Jones, Burdett committed to the Tower, the Piccadilly riots, arrest of Burdett, debates in the House of Commons, agitation for parliamentary reform, liberation of Burdett, remaining events of the session, condition of Spain, Soult's victorious progress. He fails. At Cadiz, the guerrilla war, Massena sent against Wellington, capture of Ciudad Rodrigo, capitulation of Almeida, battle of Busaco, the lines of Torres Vedras. Massena baffled condition of the rival armies, victories in the East and West Indies, the war in Sicily. The difficulty which Buonaparte had created for himself, by the usurpation of the thrones of Spain and Portugal, had the direct result which his wisest counselors foresaw. Austria immediately began to watch the progress of the peninsular struggle and the resistance of the Spanish people. And the stepping of Great Britain into that field induced her to believe that the opportunity was come for throwing off the French yoke and avenging her past injuries and humiliations. She had made arrangements by which she could call out an immense population and convert them into soldiers. But in determining to declare open war against Buonaparte, Austria displayed a woeful want of sagacity. To compete with a general like Buonaparte and a power like France, it needed not only that her armies should be numerous but thoroughly disciplined. Nothing could have been lost by a little delay, but much might be gained. If Buonaparte succeeded in putting down the insurrection in Spain, he would then fall on Austria with all his victorious forces. If he did not succeed, but his difficulties increased, then every day that Austria waited was a day of strength to her. Russia, which was nominally at peace with Buonaparte, but which at heart was already determined on breaking the connection, saw, with just alarm, this precipitate movement of Austria. If she rose at once, Alexander was bound by treaty to cooperate in putting her down. If she deferred her enterprise for a while, there was every probability that they could issue forth together against the common disturber. If Austria made a rash blow and were prostrated, Russia would then be left alone. And Alexander knew well, notwithstanding Napoleon's professions, that he would lose little time in demanding some concession from him. But Austria had not the prudence to guide herself by these considerations. Her ablest statesman, Metternich, and the ablest statesman of France, Talleyrand, had many private conferences with the Russian ambassador, Romanzoff, to endeavor to concert some scheme by which this war could be prevented, but in vain. Austria believed that the time for regaining her position in Germany, Italy, and the Tyrol was come, and Talleyrand knew that Buonaparte would make no concession to avoid the threatened collision, because it would argue at once a decline of his power. All that he could do, he did, which was on his hasty return to Paris from Spain. He opened communications with Austria, intended to defer the declaration of war for a few months whilst he made his preparations. He had little fear of crushing Austria summarily. He believed that Soult, having driven Sir John Moore out of Spain, would prevent the British from sending 587 another army there. And he was confident that his generals there could speedily reduce the Spaniards to submission. On the other hand, Austria, he knew, could have no assistance from Russia, Prussia, or the other northern powers. All he wanted, therefore, was a little time to collect his armies. Austria had made gigantic exertions, and had now on foot a greater host than she had ever brought into the field before. It was said to comprehend 500,000 of men, 200,000 of whom were under the command of the emperor's brother, the Archduke Charles, and posted in Austria to defend the main body of the empire. Another large army was, under the command of the Archduke John, in Carinthia and Carniola, ready to descend on the north of Italy, and a third was posted in Galicia, under the Archduke Ferdinand, to defend Poland. John was to cooperate with Charles through the defiles of the Tyrol, which, having been given over by the pressure of Buonaparte at the Treaty of Pressburg to Bavaria, was ready to rise and renew its ancient and devoted union with Austria. Buonaparte had not a sufficient French force in Germany under Davoust and Oudenot, but he called on the Confederacy of the Rhine to furnish their stipulated quotas to fight for the subjugation of their common fatherland. Bavaria, Württemberg, Saxony, and the smaller states were summoned to this unholy work. His numbers, after all, were far inferior to those of the enemy, and besides the renegade Germans, consisted of a medley of other tributary nations, Italians, Poles, Dutch, Belgians, and others. It is amazing how, in all his later wars, he used the nations he had conquered to put down the rest. Even in his fatal campaign in Russia, yet to come, a vast part of his army consisted of the troops of these subjugated nations. On the 9th of April, 1809, the Archduke Charles crossed the Inn and invaded Bavaria, the ally of France. He issued a manifesto declaring that the cause of Austria was that of the general independence of Germany, and called on those states which had been compelled to bear the yoke of France to throw it off and stand boldly for the common liberty. The serious discontent of the people of Germany encouraged him to hope that his call would be responded to, but Germany was not yet ripe for an effective reaction. Simultaneously, the Archduke John had descended from the Alps into Italy and driven the troops of the viceroy, Eugene Beauharnais, before him. He had advanced as far as the Tagliamento and laid siege to the fortresses of Orobo and Palma Nuova. The Archduke Ferdinand had also marched into Poland, defeated Poniatowski, Buonaparte's general, and taken possession of Warsaw. All so far looked cheering, for the great actor was not yet on the scene. But he quitted Paris on the 11th of April, 2 days only after the Archduke Charles entered Bavaria, and in a few days was with his army at Donauwörth. He expressed the utmost contempt for the Austrian troops, saying, in a letter to Massena, that 6,000 French ought to beat 12,000 or 15,000 of those canaille. He greatly disapproved of the manner in which Berthier had disposed of his forces, for he had extended them in a long line from Augsburg to Ratisbon, with a very weak centre. He ordered Davoust and Massena, who commanded the opposite wings, to draw nearer together. That being done, on the 20th of April he made a sudden attack on the Austrians at Abensberg and defeated them. The next day he renewed the attack at Landshut and took from them 30 pieces of cannon, 9,000 prisoners, and a great quantity of ammunition and baggage. The following day he advanced against the main position of the Archduke Charles, at Eckmühl, where, by the most skillful maneuvers, he turned all the enemy's positions, and defeated one division after another with all the art and regularity of a game of chess. Charles was thoroughly defeated, and had 20,000 men taken prisoners, with a loss of 15 stand of colors, and the greater part of his artillery. The next day the Austrians made a stand to defend the town of Ratisbon. They fought bravely, but a breach being made in the wall, Marshal Lannes seized a scaling ladder, and whilst hundreds of French were falling under the fire of the Austrians, he planted it against the breach, saying, "I will show you that your general is still a grenadier." The wall was scaled, and a desperate battle ensued in the streets of the town. At one moment, a number of tumbrils loaded with powder were in danger of exploding and destroying the combatants on both sides. But the Austrians warned the French of the danger, and they mutually combined to remove them. That over, they recommenced the struggle, and the Austrians were driven out of the town, leaving again cannon, much ammunition, and many prisoners in the hands of the French. Whilst watching the melee, Buonaparte was struck on the toe by a spent musket ball, but he had the wound dressed, and again remounted his 588 horse, and watched with unfailing vigilance the progress of the battle. Marshal Lannes at Ratisbon, CP 587. See larger version. In 5 days he had snatched the most damaging victories. The Archduke Charles retreated in haste towards Bohemia, to secure himself in the defiles of its mountains, and Buonaparte employed the 23rd and 24th of April in reviewing his troops and distributing rewards. General Hiller, who, with the Archduke Louis, had been defeated at Landshut, had united himself to a considerable body of reserve, and placed himself on the way, as determined to defend the capital. He retreated upon Ebersberg, where the sole bridge over the Traun gave access to the place, the banks of the river being steep and rocky. He had 30,000 men to defend this bridge, and trusted to detain the French there till the Archduke Charles should come up again with reinforcements, when they might jointly engage them. But Massena made a desperate onset on the bridge, and, after a very bloody encounter, carried it. Hiller then retreated to the Danube, which he crossed by the bridge of Mottern, and, destroying it after him, continued his march to join the Archduke Charles. This left the road open to Vienna, and Buonaparte steadily advanced upon it. The Archduke Charles, becoming aware of this circumstance, returned upon his track, hoping to reach Vienna before him, in which case he might have made a long defense. But Buonaparte was too nimble for him. He appeared before the walls of the city and summoned it to surrender. The Archduke Maximilian kept the place with a garrison of 15,000 men, and he held out for 3 or 4 days. Buonaparte then commenced flinging bombs into the most thickly populated parts of the city, and warned the inhabitants of the horrors they must suffer from a siege. All the royal family had gone except Maximilian and the young Archduchess, Maria Luisa, who was 99. This was notified to Buonaparte, and he ordered the palace to be exempted from the attack. This was the young lady destined very soon to supersede the Empress Josephine in the imperial honors of France. The city capitulated on the 12th of May, the French took possession of it, and Napoleon resumed his residence at the Palace of Schönbrunn, on the outskirts. Buonaparte's army now occupied the city and the right bank of the Danube. The Archduke arrived, and posted himself on the left bank. The river was swollen with the spring rains and the melting of the snow in the mountains. All the bridges had been broken down by which Buonaparte might cross to attack the Austrians before they were joined by their other armies. Buonaparte endeavored to throw one over at Nussdorf, about a league above Vienna, but the Austrians drove away his men. He therefore made a fresh attempt at Ebersdorf, opposite to which the Danube was divided into 5 channels, flowing amongst islands, the largest of which was one called Lobo. Here he succeeded, the Archduke Charles seeming unaware of what he was doing or taking no care to prevent it. On the 20th of May, the French began to cross and deployed on a plain between the villages of Aspern and Esslingen. 30,000 infantry had crossed before the next morning, and 6,000 horse, and they were attacked by the Austrians near the village of Aspern about 4 in the afternoon. The battle was desperately contested on both sides. The villages of Aspern and Esslingen were taken and retaken several times. The struggle went on with great fury. Amid farmyards, gardens and enclosures, and wagons, carts, harrows, and plows were collected and used as barricades. Night closed upon the scene, leaving the combatants on both sides in possession of some part or other of these villages. On the following morning, the 22nd, the fight was renewed, and after a terrible carnage, the French were driven back on the river. At this moment news came that the bridge connecting the right bank with the islands was broken down, and the communication of the French army was in danger of being altogether cut off. Buonaparte, to prevent this, retreated into the island of Lobau with the whole of the combating force, and broke down the bridge which connected the islands with the left bank behind them. The Austrians followed keenly upon them in their retreat, and inflicted a dreadful slaughter upon them. Marshal Lannes had both his legs shattered by a cannonball, and was carried into the island in the midst of the melee. General Saint-Hilaire also was killed. The loss in killed and wounded on both sides amounted to upwards of 40,000. For 2 days Napoleon remained on the island, with his defeated troops, without provisions, and expecting hourly to be cut to pieces. General Hiller earnestly pressed the Archduke Charles to allow him to pass the Danube, by open force, opposite to the Isle of Enzersdorf, where it might be done under cover of cannon, pledging himself to compel the surrender of Buonaparte and his army. But the Archduke appeared under a spell from the moment that the fighting was over. Having his enemy thus cooped up, it was in his power to cut off all his supplies. By crossing the river higher or lower, he could have kept possession of both banks, and at once have cut off Buonaparte's magazines at Ebersdorf, under Davoust, from which he was separated by the inundation. By any other general, the other armies under his brother would have been ordered up by express. Every soldier and every cannon that Austria could muster within any tolerable distance would have been summoned to surround and secure the enemy, taken at such disadvantage. In no other country but Austria could Napoleon have ever left that island, but as a prisoner with a surrendered army. And all this time, the spirit of revolt against Napoleon's domination was growing rapidly in Germany. And had the Austrians only made the slightest use of their present opportunity, the whole of the country would have been in arms and the French completely driven out. Though Prussia was still too much depressed to dare to rise and join Austria, there was a fast-growing spirit of indignation amongst its population, which the Tugendbund had tended greatly to increase. The brave Major Schill, without waiting for any sanction from the King of Prussia, led forth his band of hussars, amounting to about 5,000, and prepared to join with Colonel Dornberg, an officer of Jerome, the King of Westphalia's guard, to raise an insurrection in that state and drive out Jerome and the French. The design was betrayed to Jerome by a traitorous friend of Dornberg, and he was compelled to fly. Letters found amongst Dornberg's papers showed the participation of Schill in the scheme. Jerome, of course, complained to the King of Prussia, and the unhappy monarch was obliged to disavow and denounce the conduct of Schill. The brave partisan made his way to Wittenberg and Halberstadt, and was pursued by the forces of Westphalia and Holland northwards to Weimar, and finally to Stralsund, which he prepared to defend. The place was stormed by the Dutch and Westphalians, and Schill was killed fighting in the streets of Stralsund, after having split the head of the Dutch general, Carteret, with his sword. Thus fell the gallant Schill, true to his motto, better a terrible end than endless terror. Dornberg escaped to Great Britain. Cat, another patriot, assembled a number of veterans at Stendal, and advanced as far as Magdeburg, but was compelled to fly to the Brunswickers in Bohemia. Had the Archduke Charles marched through Franconia at the opening of the campaign, as he proposed, all these isolated bodies might have been encouraged and knit into a formidable army. But the most powerful of all these independent leaders, the Duke of Brunswick, was too late to join Schill, Cat, and Dornberg. The son of the Duke of Brunswick, who had been so barbarously treated by Buonaparte, had vowed an eternal revenge. But the French were in possession of his sole patrimony, Oles, and he went to Bohemia, where he raised a band of 2,000 hussars, which he equipped and maintained by the aid of England, the home of his sister Caroline, the Princess of Wales. He clothed his hussars in black, in memory of his father's death, with the lace disposed like the ribs of a skeleton, and their caps and helmets bearing a death's head in front, whence they were called the Black Brunswickers. He advanced at their head through Saxony, Franconia, Hesse, and Hanover, calling on the populations to rise and assert their liberties. He defeated Junot at Berneck and the Saxons at Zittau, but it was the middle of May before he entered Germany, and by that time the enemy had widely separated Schill and the other insurgents. He managed, however, to surprise Leipzig and thus furnish himself with ammunition and stores. But the Dutch, Saxons, and Westphalians were all bearing down on him. He defeated them at Halberstadt and in Brunswick, but was finally overpowered by numbers of these Dutch and Germans disgracefully fighting against their own country, and he retreated to Elspeth and then sailed for England. All this time, too, the brave Tyrolese were in open revolt, so that the success of Austria would have instantly produced a universal rising of the country. But for 6 weeks, the Austrians continued to allow Napoleon to keep open his communication with Vienna, whence he procured every material for building, not one bridge, but 3. Timber, cordage, iron, and 40 engines to drive the piles were procured from its ample magazines. Besides building the bridges, Buonaparte had quickly fortified the island and placed batteries so as to prevent any successful attack upon him, whilst he was now furnished with the means of issuing from the island almost at pleasure. Since their being cooped up on Lobo, the French had received numerous reinforcements, and though the Archduke John was marching to join the Archduke Charles, Eugene Beauharnais was close at his heels, continually harassing him and compelling him to fight. On the frontiers of Hungary, the town of Robb ought to have enabled John to resist and retard Beauharnais, and have allowed the Archduke Regnier, who was organizing another army in Hungary, to come up. But Robb only stood out 8 days, and John was obliged to cross the Danube at Pressburg, to endeavor to advance and make a junction with the Archduke Charles. But Eugene Beauharnais managed to join Buonaparte still earlier, and the emperor did not then allow John to unite with Charles. For, on the night of the 5th of July, he began to fire on the Austrians, on the left bank of the Danube, from gunboats, and whilst they were replying to this, he quietly put his forces across the river. At daylight the next morning, the Archduke Charles was astonished to find the French army on the open land. They had turned his whole position, had taken the villages of Esslingen and Enzersdorf, and were already assailing him in flank and rear. The Archduke retired upon Wagram, which was lost and taken several times during the day. Buonaparte attempted to break the center of the Austrian line by a concentrated fire of grapeshot, but the Austrians replied vigorously with their artillery. The French were held in check, if not repulsed. The Saxons and other German troops displayed a disposition to break and go over to the Austrians. Buonaparte spoke sharply to Bernadotte of the conduct of the Saxons, and the marshal replied that they had no longer such soldiers as they brought from the camp of Boulogne. When night closed, the French were in confusion and, in reality, worsted. The next morning, the 6th of July, the Archduke renewed the attack on all the French lines, but is said to have left his center too weak. Buonaparte again endeavored to break it, but failed. Bernadotte, Massena, and Davoust were all in turn driven from their positions. Buonaparte, in a state of desperation, cried, "The Austrian center must be battered with artillery like a fortress." He ordered Davoust to make a desperate charge on the left wing, and called on Drouet, the general of his artillery, to bring up all the artillery of the guard and support Davoust. Davoust directed the whole of his force on the left wing, which was broken, and then Buonaparte, forming a dense and deep column of all his best troops, old and new guards, and his celebrated 591 grenadiers a cheval, under MacDonald and Beauharnais, drove against the center with a fury that shattered it, and the battle was decided. But at what a price! The Austrians had 26 or 27,000 killed and wounded, and the French upwards of 30,000. Buonaparte lost 3 generals and had 21 wounded. The Austrians had 13 generals killed or wounded, but they had taken many more prisoners than they had lost. Whilst the battle was raging, the Archduke John was approaching from Pressburg, but Austrian slowness, or, as it is said, conflicting orders from his brother and the Aulic Council, did not permit him to come up in time, or he would assuredly have turned the day. Still, there was no need to despair. The Archduke had yet a great force. There were the divisions of the Archdukes John, Ferdinand, and Regnier, and the Tyrolese were all in active operation in their mountains. But the emperor, on learning the fate of the battle, lost heart, made offers of peace, which were accepted, and an armistice was signed by Francis at Znaim in Moravia. The armistice took place on the 11th of July, but the treaty of peace was not signed till the 14th of October, at the Palace of Schönbrunn. The long delay in completing this treaty was occasioned by the exactions which Buonaparte made on Austria of cessions of territory, and the means he took to terrify Francis into submission to his terms. He even addressed a proclamation to the Hungarians, exhorting them to separate from Austria and form an independent kingdom, telling them that they formed the finest part of the Austrian Empire, and yet had received nothing from Austria but oppression and misfortunes. By such means, and by constantly exerting himself to sow the germs of discontent through all the Austrian provinces, he at last succeeded in concluding peace on condition of the cession of various territories to his partisans of the Confederacy of the Rhine, and of Trieste, the only Austrian port, to France, thus shutting up Austria, as he hoped, from communication with England. In all, Austria sacrificed 45,000 square miles and nearly 4 millions of subjects to this shameful peace. Neither were his allies, the King of Saxony and the Emperor of Russia, forgotten. Each obtained a slice of Austria. The news of the Treaty of Schönbrunn was a death blow to the hopes and exertions of the Tyrolese. At this moment they had driven the French out of their mountains, and the beautiful Tyrol was free from end to end. Francis, too, had been weak enough to give this brave country over again to Bavaria, at the command of Napoleon, and sent the patriotic Tyrolese word to lay down their arms. To understand the chagrin of the people, we must recollect the strong attachment of the Tyrolese to the House of Austria and their brilliant actions during this war. It was decided to ignore the message and raise the Tyrol. On the 9th of April, the concerted signal was given by planks, bearing little red flags, floating down the Inn, and by sawdust thrown on the lesser streams. On the 10th, the whole country was in arms. The Bavarians, under Colonel Reed, proceeded to blow up the bridges in the Pusterthal to prevent the approach of the Austrians, but his sappers, sent for the purpose, found themselves picked off by invisible foes and took to flight. Under Andrew Hofer, an innkeeper of the valley of Pasir, the Tyrolese defeated the Bavarians in engagement after engagement. After the Battle of Aspern, Francis too sent word that his faithful Tyrolese should be united to Austria forever, and that he would never conclude a peace in which they were not indissolubly united to his monarchy. But Wagram followed. Francis forgot his promise, and the Tyrol, as we have seen, was again handed over to the French to clear it for the Bavarians. Lefebvre marched into it with 40,000 men and an army of Saxons who had to bear the brunt of the fighting. Hofer and his comrades, Spechbacher, Joachim Haspinger, and Schenk, the host of the Krug or Jug, again roused the country and destroyed or drove back the Saxons. And when Lefebvre himself appeared near Botzen with all his concentrated forces, they compelled him also to retire from the Tyrol with terrible loss. The French and Saxons were pursued to Salzburg, many prisoners being taken by the way. Hofer was then appointed governor of the Tyrol. He received his credentials at Innsbruck from an emissary of the Archduke, his friends Spechbacher, Mayer, and Haspinger being present on the occasion, and also the priest Douai by whom the patriot was subsequently betrayed. The Duke of Brunswick and his Hussars, the Black Brunswickers, CP 590. See larger version. But the Peace of Vienna was now concluded, and on the 30th of October, Baron Lichtenthurm appeared in the camp of the Tyrolese and delivered a letter to the leaders from the Archduke John, requesting them peaceably to disperse and surrender the country to the Bavarians. This was a terrible blow to these brave men. They appeared prostrated by the news, and Hofer announced to Spechbacher, who was still fighting with the Bavarians, that peace was made with France and that the Tyrol was forgotten. Hofer returned to his native Vale of Pasir and still held out against the French and the Italian mercenaries under Rusca, whom he defeated with great slaughter. But traitors were amongst them, who guided the French to their rear. Hofer escaped into the higher Alps, but 30 of the other leaders were taken and shot without mercy. Another traitor guided the French to Hofer's retreat in the high wintry Alps. He had been earnestly implored to quit the country, but he refused. As the French surrounded his hut, on the 17th of February, 1810, he came out calmly and submitted. He was carried to the fortress of Mantua, and Napoleon sent an order that he should be shot within 24 hours. He would not suffer himself to be blindfolded, nor would he kneel, but exclaimed, "I stand before my Creator, and standing I will restore to him the spirit he gave." Thus died on the 20th of February, 1810, the brave Hofer, another murdered man, another victim of the sanguinary vengeance of Bonaparte against whatever was patriotic and independent. Andrew Hofer appointed governor of the Tyrol, CP 591. From the picture by France de Freger. See larger version. The arbitrary crushing of the freedom of the Tyrol, and the handing of it over to the Bavarians as a gift, was not the only oppression of this period of Napoleon's career, which the Germans call his supremacy. He seemed to have put down all opposition on the continent, except in Spain, and he dictated to all nations according to the arrogance of his will. His general in Poland, Poniatowski, himself a Pole, was employed to crush his countrymen. Poniatowski fell on the Austrians with 40,000 men, and made himself master of Warsaw, whilst the Archduke Ferdinand was besieging Thorn. He then advanced against the Archduke, beat him in 2 battles fought in April and May, and eventually drove the Austrians out of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw. Bonaparte then divided Galicia, giving one portion to the Emperor of Russia and adding the other to the Grand Duchy of Warsaw, which was restored to the King of Saxony. Thus the Poles saw an end of all the high hopes with which Bonaparte had artfully succeeded in inspiring them, in order to induce them to 594 fight his battles for the subjugation of other peoples. The Archduke John, whilst advancing victoriously into Italy, driving the viceroy, Eugene Beauharnais, before him, when he had reached almost to Venice, was recalled by the news of the unfortunate Battle of Eckmühl and the orders of the Aulic Council. The Italians had received him with unconcealed joy, for, harsh as the rule of Austria in Italy had been, it was found to be easy in comparison with the yoke of Bonaparte. In common with other peoples, the Italians found that Bonaparte's domination, introduced with lofty pretenses of restoring liberty and crushing all old tyrannies, was infinitely more intolerable than the worst of these old tyrannies. It was one enormous drain of military demand. The lifeblood of the nation was drawn as by some infernal and insatiable vampire, to be poured out in all the other lands of Europe for their oppression and curse. Trade vanished, agriculture declined under the baleful incubus, public robbery was added to private wrong, the works of art, the national pride, were stripped from their ancient places without any regard to public or individual right, and there remained only an incessant pressure of taxation, enforced with insult and often with violence. The Austrians being again expelled from Italy, Bonaparte, in his all-absorbing cupidity, determined to turn adrift the Pope, and add his little vineyard to his now cumbrously overgrown Ahab's domains. He had begun this spoliation in 1808, seizing on the greater part of the pontiff's territories, sending away his cardinals, and reducing him to little better than a solitary prisoner in his own palace. This was an ungrateful return to the poor old Pope, for making the long journey into France to crown him, and thus to give a sacred sanction to his usurpation of the imperial crown, a sanction of immense effect throughout the Catholic world. Pius VII had given Bonaparte great offense by refusing to declare war on Great Britain, and thus keeping up a breach in his system of exclusion of British commerce. He had, therefore, already taken military possession of Civita Vecchia and Ancona, but he now resolved to take the whole temporal dominion from the Pope, and abrogate, by virtue of his assumed heirship of Charlemagne's realm, the gift of Charlemagne to the Church. On the 2nd of February, 1809, General Mialis, by order of Bonaparte, took possession of Rome, disarmed and disbanded the Pope's guard, and marched his other soldiers to the north, telling them they should no longer remain under the effeminate rule of a priest. Mialis then gave the pontiff the alternative to join the French League, offensive and defensive, or to be deposed. The Pope firmly refused to concede his rights to anything but absolute force. On the 17th of May, therefore, Napoleon's decree for the deposition of the Pope from his temporal power was proclaimed. It assumed the heirship of Charlemagne to be in Bonaparte, declared the union of the spiritual and temporal powers to be the source of all scandals and discords in the Catholic Church, that they were, therefore, at an end, the Roman state forever united to the French Empire. On the 10th of June, Pius issued a bull excommunicating Bonaparte and all who aided him in his sacrilegious usurpation of the patrimony of St. Peter, and this was followed on the 6th of July by General Radet forcing the gates of the Vatican, taking possession of it with his troops, entering the presence of the Pope, who was amid his priests and clad in his pontificals, and demanding that he should instantly sign a renunciation of all the temporal estates attached to the See of Rome. Pius declared that he neither could nor would perform any such sacrilegious act. He was then informed that he must quit Rome. Pius was detained at Savona 3 years, and was then removed to Fontainebleau. In England, the ministry was thrown into the utmost chaos and discord by the disastrous progress of the war on the continent, and especially by the miserable result of the Walcheren expedition. One member of the cabinet endeavored to throw the blame on another, and the feud between Canning, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, and Lord Castlereagh, the Minister at War, grew deadly. Each accused the other of interfering and thwarting action, and so producing the lamentable consequences that ensued. A hot correspondence followed, in which Castlereagh charged Canning with privately insinuating to the other ministers that Castlereagh should be dismissed, and Canning denied it. Between them, Lord Camden came into difficulty. For, though Canning had told Lord Camden, as Lord Castlereagh's relative, that one or other of them must resign, he declared that he did not mean this communication as secret, but as one that he expected Lord Camden would communicate to Lord Castlereagh. Castlereagh resigned and then challenged Canning. Canning also resigned, and the duel was fought on the 22nd of September on Putney 595 Heath, and Canning was wounded. The Duke of Portland, who was near his end, hastened probably by these agitations and embarrassments, also resigned and died a few days afterwards. The Tory ministry was now in a most shattered condition, and it was believed that it could not repair itself. On the 23rd of September, official letters were addressed to Lords Grey and Grenville to endeavour to form a coalition with the Tories, but they declined. The Tory ministry was therefore readjusted by the introduction of Lord Wellesley, who had been replaced in his embassy in Spain by his brother Henry, afterwards Lord Cowley, who took the post of Canning in the Foreign Office, Perceval taking the premiership, which Portland had only nominally held, as well as the chancellorship of the Exchequer, which he held before. Lord Palmerston also made his first appearance in this cabinet as Under-Secretary of State for the War Department, in place of Sir James Pulteney. Lord Liverpool took Castlereagh's place as Secretary at War, and the Hun. R. Ryder succeeded Lord Liverpool as Secretary of State for the Home Department. The year 1810 opened with violent debates on the conduct of the late ministry and the miserable management of the Walcheren expedition. The King's speech, read by commission, passed over the disasters in Belgium entirely, and spoke only of Wellesley's glorious victory at Talavera. But the opposition did not pass over Walcheren. In both houses, the whole business was strongly condemned by amendments which, however, the ministry managed to get negatived by considerable majorities. Both Castlereagh and Canning defended their concern in the expedition. They declared that the orders were to push forward and secure Antwerp and destroy the docks and shipping there, not to coop up the troops in an unhealthy island swamp, and that they were not responsible for the mismanagement of the affair. This threw the onus on Lord Chatham, the commander, but did not exonerate ministers for choosing such a commander. And though they were able to defeat the amendments on the address, they were not able to prevent the appointment of a secret committee to inquire into the conduct and policy of the expedition. The committee was secret because Bonaparte carefully read the English newspapers, and Parliament was desirous of keeping from his knowledge the wretched blunders of our commanders. This object, however, was not achieved, for the evidence given before the committee oozed out and appeared in our newspapers, and was duly set forth in the Moniteur for the edification of France and the continent. Notwithstanding the frightful details laid before the committee, and the gross proof of dilatoriness and neglect, ministers succeeded in negativing every condemnatory motion. And though General Crawford actually carried resolutions affirming the propriety of taking and keeping the island of Walcheren, awfully fatal as it was, still Lord Chatham, though exculpated by the court and Parliament, was by no means acquitted by the country, and he found it necessary to surrender his post of Master General of the Ordnance. The motion of Mr. Yorke, afterwards First Lord of the Admiralty, for the exclusion of strangers during the debate on the Walcheren expedition, gave great offense to the reformers, who were now beginning to co-operate in societies, and to keep a keen watch on the ministerial tendency to curb the liberty of the press and carry things with a high hand. At a debating society called the British Forum, the president, Mr. Gale-Jones, delivered a strong oration against it and proposed for the discussion of the following evening the question, which was the greater outrage upon public feeling: Mr. Yorke's enforcement of the standing order, or Mr. Wyndham's attack on the liberty of the press on the same occasion? This proposal being agreed to, the intended debate was made known by placards posted in the streets. Yorke complained of this as a breach of the privileges of the House of Commons, and the printer was immediately summoned before the House, when he gave the name of the author, Mr. Gale-Jones, who was thereupon, on the morrow, the 21st of February, brought before the House and committed to Newgate. This action was the height of imprudence. The true wisdom would have been to have taken no notice of such a discussion by an obscure association. On the 13th of March, Sir Francis Burdett moved that Mr. John Gale-Jones should be discharged, questioning the legality of his commitment, and declaring that, if the proceedings of Parliament were not to be criticized like everything else, there was an end of liberty of speech and of the press. This motion was rejected by 153 against 14. The speech of Sir Francis was printed by Cobbett in his Weekly Register, a publication possessing high influence with the people. It was also accompanied by a letter of Sir Francis, commenting in strong language upon this arbitrary act, and 596 questioning the right of such a house to commit for breach of privilege, seeing that it consisted of a part of our fellow subjects, collected together by means which it is not necessary to describe. This definition of the House of Commons at this time, and for long afterwards, was too happy a definition to escape the wrath of that body. Accordingly, on the 27th of March, Mr. Lethbridge, member for Somersetshire, moved that Sir Francis Burdett should be committed to the Tower for his attack on the House. After some discussion, the question was adjourned to the 5th of April, when, by a majority of 38, Sir Francis was ordered to be committed as guilty of a libel against the House. But Sir Francis, justly regarding the House as altogether illegally constituted, and as a usurpation by the aristocracy of the functions of the people, determined not to submit to its order. The next day he addressed a letter to the Speaker of the House, declaring his contempt for it as then constituted, that he held its order to be, on that ground, illegal, and that he would resist it to the utmost. He ordered the doors and windows of his house in Piccadilly to be closed and prepared to yield only to force. The excitement among the public as this resolution became known was intense, and large crowds assembled in front of the baronet's house, applauding and shouting "Burdett forever." In their enthusiasm, they compelled all passengers to take off their hats and shout too. But they did not stop here. On such occasions, a rabble of the lowest kind unites itself to the real reformers, and the mob began to insult persons of opposite principles and to break the windows of their houses. The Earl of Westmoreland, Lord Privy Seal, was recognized, and, as well as others of the same political faith, pelted with mud. The windows of Mr. York, as the originator of the Acts of the Commons, were quickly broken, and, in rapid succession, those of Lord Chatham, amid loud shouts of Walcheren. Of Sir Robert Peel, the Duke of Montrose, Lord Castlereagh, Lord Westmoreland, Lord Wellesley, Mr. Wellesley Pole, Sir John Anstruther, and others. The horse guards were called out and dispersed the rioters. The next day the serjeant-at-arms made his way into Sir Francis Burdett's house and presented the Speaker's warrant for his arrest. But Sir Francis put the warrant in his pocket without looking at it, and a Mr. O'Connor, who was present, led the serjeant-at-arms downstairs and closed the door on him. A troop of life guards and a company of foot guards were then ordered to post themselves in front of Sir Francis's house, and at night it was found necessary to read the Riot Act, and then the guards were ordered to clear the street, which they 999. Whilst this was doing, Sir Francis watched the proceeding from the windows and was repeatedly cheered by the mob. Whilst thus besieged, he was visited by Lord Cochrane, the Earl of Thanet, Whitbread, Coke of Norfolk, Lord Folkestone, Colonel Wardle, Major Cartwright, and other radical reformers. Some of these gentlemen thought enough had been done to establish a case for a trial of the right of the House of Commons, and advised Sir Francis to yield to the Speaker's warrant. But Sir Francis addressed a letter to the sheriffs of London, informing them that an attack was made upon his liberty, by an instrument which he held to be decidedly illegal, and calling upon them to protect both him and the other inhabitants of the bailiwick from such violence. In this dilemma, the Premier, Mr. Percival, advised that the serjeant-at-arms should lay the case before the Attorney General, Sir Vicary Gibbs, which he did. But the reply of Sir Vicary only created more embarrassment, for he was doubtful whether, should any person be killed in enforcing the Speaker's warrant, it would not be held to be murder, and whether if the serjeant-at-arms were killed, a charge of murder would not issue against the perpetrator. The sheriffs, who were themselves strong reformers, laid the letter of Sir Francis before the Speaker and before Mr. Ryder, the new Home Secretary, who counseled them to give their aid in enforcing the warrant. But these gentlemen proceeded to the house of Sir Francis Burdett and passed the night with him for his protection. During that evening and night, there were serious contentions between the mob and the soldiers still posted in front of Sir Francis's house, and one man was shot by the military. Scarcely had the sheriffs quitted the house of the besieged baronet on the Sunday morning, supposing no attempt at capture would take place that day, when the serjeant-at-arms presented himself with a party of police and demanded entrance, but in vain. All that day and late into the night, the mob continued to insult the soldiers who kept guard on the baronet's house, and an order being given at night to clear the streets around, the mob broke the lamps and threw all into darkness. They then carried away the scaffolding from a house under repair and made a barricade across 597 Piccadilly, which was, however, removed by the soldiers, and the rain falling in torrents, the mob dispersed. George Canning. See larger version. On the following morning, being Monday, the ministers came to the resolution of entering the baronet's house by force, and, as he sat at breakfast with a considerable company of friends, an attempt was made by a man to enter by the window, which he broke in, trying to raise the sash. This man was secured, but a more successful party of officers below dashed in a window on the ground floor and soon appeared in the drawing-room. Sir Francis was seized and, still struggling and protesting, was conveyed to a carriage. Then, escorted by the military, he was taken to the Tower, amid tremendous crowds crying "Burn it forever." A strong force had occupied the passage through the city, and had drawn up before the Tower before the arrival of the party with the prisoner, whom they had taken round by Pentonville and Islington. The scene during the conveyance of Sir Francis into the old fortress was indescribable for tumult and yelling. As the soldiers were returning, they were hooted and pelted with stones, and at last they lost patience and fired, killing 2 persons and wounding several others. The whole of London was thrown into great agitation, and Sir John Anstruther that evening, in the House of Commons, was very severe on the ministers for not taking more decided measures for the protection of the metropolis. The next day the letter of Sir Francis was taken into consideration. Many severe strictures were made on his conduct, and even Whitbread contended that the Speaker's warrant was perfectly legal, and that 598 Sir Francis had done a great injury to the cause of reform by stirring up a riot in the prosecution of a constitutional question. There was a call for the expulsion of the radical baronet from the House, but as this would have produced a new election in Westminster, by which he would certainly have been returned afresh, that was prudently abandoned. On the 13th of April, the Speaker read to the House a notice which he had received, that a bill would be filed against him, in the Court of King's Bench, to try the validity of his warrant in this case, and the House ordered the letter and the notice to be entered on the journals. On the 16th, Sir Samuel Romilly moved for the discharge of Gale Jones, but Windham observed that a meeting of the electors of Westminster was announced for the morrow, to take into consideration the case of their representative, and that to liberate Jones at that moment would be sure to be attributed to fear on the part of the Commons. The motion was, therefore, rejected. The meeting of the Westminster electors the next day, held in Palace Yard, under the very walls of Parliament, was attended by vast crowds, and the tone of the speakers was most indignant. They justified the letter of their representative to themselves, denounced the conduct of the Commons as oppressive, arbitrary, and illegal, tending to destroy the popular liberties, and they approved highly of the baronet's spirited resistance to the forcing of his house. They called for his liberation, and for that of the unjustly incarcerated Mr. Gale Jones. They drew up a letter to Sir Francis to this effect, to be presented to him in the Tower by the High Bailiff of Westminster, and they prepared a petition and remonstrance to the House of Commons in equally spirited terms, which was presented the same evening by Lord Cochrane. The Honourable J.W. Ward, afterwards Lord Dudley and Ward, opposed the reception of the petition as highly indecorous and as violating the dignity of the House, but Whitbread defended it, and even Canning and Percival excused, in some degree, the tone of the petition in the circumstances. It was ordered, therefore, to be laid on the table. In the meantime, coroner's inquests had been held on the 2 men who were shot by the military. In the one case, the jury brought in a verdict of justifiable homicide, but, in the other, of willful murder against the soldiers. On their part, the government offered a reward of £500 for the discovery of anyone who had been guilty of firing at the soldiers, and an additional one of £500 for the discovery of the person who had fired at and wounded Ensign Cowell, whilst on duty at the Tower, the night after the committal of Sir Francis. The Reform party in the Commons demanded whether the government did not intend to offer a reward for the discovery of the soldiers who had fired at and wounded several of the people, and killed 2 of them. Whitbread moved that an inquiry should be instituted into the justice of the verdict of willful murder against the soldiers, and in this he was seconded by William Smith of Norwich. But Captain Augar, who had been on duty, declared that the people had fired the first shot, and the Premier got rid of the question by asserting that an inquiry was already going on into the circumstances of the riot, and that it was not for Parliament to anticipate it. During the Easter recess, popular meetings were held condemning the conduct of ministers and calling for parliamentary reform. On the meeting of the House again, a very strong petition, bearing rather the character of a remonstrance, was presented from the electors of Middlesex by Mr. George Byng, on the 2nd of May. The ministerial party declared that the petition was an insult to the House, but the reformers maintained that not only the language of the petition, but the whole of the unhappy events which had taken place, were the direct consequences of the corrupt character of the representation, and of the House screening from due punishment such culprits as the Duke of York, Lord Castlereagh, etc. The petition was rejected, but the very next day a petition of equal vigor and plainness was voted by the Livery of London, and was presented on the 8th, and rejected too. The House had grown so old in corruption that it felt itself strong enough to reject the petitions of the people. A memorial was presented also on the same subject from Major Cartwright, one of the most indefatigable apostles of reform, by Whitbread, and this was rejected too, for the Major pronounced the committal of Sir Francis a flagrantly illegal act. As Sir Francis Burdett had commenced suits, not only against the Speaker, but also against the Sergeant-at-Arms and against Lord Morra, the Governor of the Tower, for his arrest and detention, the House of Commons appointed a select committee to inquire into the proper mode of defense, and it was determined that the Sergeant-at-Arms 599 should appear and plead to these indictments and that the Attorney General should be directed to defend them. Though these trials did not take place till May and June of the following year, we may here note the result to close the subject. In the first two, verdicts were obtained favorable to the government, and in the third the jury, not agreeing, were dismissed. These trials came off before Lord Ellenborough, one of the most steady supporters of government that ever sat on the judicial bench, and the results probably drew their complexion from this cause, for the feeling of the public continued to be exhibited strongly in favor of the prisoner of the House of Commons. He continued to receive deputations from various parts of the country, expressive of the sympathy of public bodies, and of the necessity of a searching reform of Parliament. Whatever irregularity might have marked the proceedings of the radical baronet, there is no question that the discussions to which they led all over the country produced a decided progress in the cause of a renovation of our dilapidated representation. The prorogation of Parliament on the 21st of June liberated both Sir Francis and the unfortunate president of the debating society, Mr. John Gale Jones. On the morning of this day, vast crowds assembled before the Tower to witness the enlargement of the popular baronet. There was a great procession of reformers with banners and mottos, headed by Major Cartwright, and attended by Mr. Sheriff Wood and Mr. Sheriff Atkins. But as Sir Francis apprehended that there might be some fresh and fatal collision between the military and the people, he prudently resolved to leave the Tower quietly by water, which he effected, to the deep disappointment of the populace. No such excitement as this had taken place, on a question of right between the House of Commons and an individual member, since the days of Wilkes. The other measures of Parliament during this session were these. In the House of Lords Lord Holland, and in the Commons Henry Brougham, moved for addresses to His Majesty, exhorting him to persevere in his efforts to induce the governments of other nations to co-operate in the abolition of the slave trade, and to take measures for putting a stop to the clandestine practice of British subjects, yet carrying on this trade in a fraudulent manner, as well as to adopt plans for preventing other evasions of Mr. Wilberforce's Act. Mr. Banks introduced a motion for rendering perpetual his bill to prevent the grant of offices in reversion, and such a bill was passed in the Commons, but rejected in the Lords. A bill for parliamentary reform was introduced by Mr. Brand and debated with unusual interest, owing to the events connected with Sir Francis Burdett, but was, of course, rejected by a large majority. The day for such a measure was yet far off. There was a motion made by Mr. Parnell regarding tithes in Ireland, another by Grattan and Lord Donoughmore for Catholic emancipation, and a third by Sir Samuel Romilly for reform of our criminal code, all necessary, but yet long-to-be-deferred measures. Lord Melville also introduced a plan of great importance into the House of Peers, namely, to substitute government war vessels for the conveyance of troops to their destinations abroad. He showed that not only was there immense and flagrant jobbing going on between the Government Transport Board and the merchants from whom they hired ships on such occasions, but that these all tended to the misery and mortality of the soldiers, that the transport vessels hired were often not only inconveniently small, necessitating very uncomfortable and unhealthy crowding, but they were also frequently crazy, unseaworthy craft, badly manned, and ignorantly commanded by very ordinary skippers. He showed that a great amount of the mortality attending the transport of our troops to distant shores was owing to this cause, and that all might be avoided, and a considerable pecuniary saving effected, by employing none but government vessels, roomy and clean, and commanded by officers duly qualified. But no such necessary and humane scheme was likely to be cordially supported by an unreformed Parliament. Mr. George Rose also obtained leave to bring in a bill for a more questionable object. It was to augment our navy by bringing up the children of such people as became chargeable to parishes at government naval schools, and thus regularly appropriating them as sailors. He estimated these children at 90,000, and calculated that these schools would furnish 7,000 sailor boys per annum. It was a scheme for a press-gang system commencing with the cradle. The supplies for the present year were voted to the amount of £50,185,000. No new taxes were to be levied, but there was to be a loan of £8 million. This money was distributed as follows: £25 million to the Land Service and Ordnance, £20 million to 600 the Navy, a subsidy to Portugal of £988,000, and to Sicily of £400,000. Arrest of Sir Francis Burdett, CP 597. See larger version. The aspect of affairs in Spain at the commencement of 1810 was gloomy in the extreme. Scarcely a town, fortress, or army remained to the Spaniards, yet perhaps never did Napoleon feel a deeper anxiety concerning it. The spirit of the people had shown that it could not be easily subdued. He might beat its regular troops and compel the surrender of cities after long and severe sieges, but there still remained a whole population hostile to him. Throughout all the mountain districts, the inhabitants might be said to be still in arms against him, and there was a fire burning in the general Spanish heart that might at any moment blaze up into a dangerous flame, or, if not, must wear out his troops, his energies, and his resources. Napoleon had yet to discover that it is impossible to subdue the people of a mountainous country, so as to rule them in peace if they are at heart opposed to the ruler. Yet, looking at Spain from a mere momentary point of view, its condition was sad enough. Saragossa had undergone a second siege, in which the inhabitants had again made a brilliant stand and caused the French much loss and suffering, though compelled at length to surrender. The Battle of Ocana, in November of 1809, had been lost by Arizaga and left Spain without a single considerable army. During the latter part of the same year, General Redang, the patriotic Swiss general, had been defeated at Valls. Blake had sustained two heavy defeats near Saragossa and Belchite, with the loss of the greater part of his artillery and men. Girona had withstood a desperate siege, but was compelled to capitulate on the 10th of December. Tarragona and Tortosa had suffered the same fate. In some of these towns, the Spaniards had not yielded till they had killed and eaten their horses and mules. Towards the end of the year, Soult had been recalled to Madrid to take the place of Jourdain, who was remanded to Paris. Soult then determined to make an expedition into the south, to subdue Seville and Cadiz, the last places of six, one consequence left to the Spaniards. He took King Joseph with him, or rather, perhaps, King Joseph was afraid to be left in the capital without his protection. The Battle of Ocana and the destruction of Arizaga's army left the passes of the Sierra Morna all open, and on the 21st of January Soult was at Bailén, where the army of Dupont had surrendered. Thence he pushed forward for Seville, sending other divisions of the army to traverse Malaga and Granada. Nothing could be more favorable to the visit of Soult than the then condition of Seville. The stupid, proud, ignorant junta had refused all proffers of aid from the British, and they had, at the same time, worn out the patience of the people, who had risen upon them, and expelled them from the place. They then fled to Cadiz, in the hope of renewing their authority there, but they met with a still fiercer reception from the people of Cadiz, and were compelled formally to resign. As for the inhabitants of Seville, they talked of defending the city against the French, but there was no order amongst them, no authority, and they did nothing. Soult marched on from town to town, collecting a rich spoil everywhere, which the Spaniards had left behind them. They seemed to think of carrying away with them only their money, but a mass of other wealth fell into the hands of the French, and amongst it, as usual, great quantities of British cannon, muskets, and ammunition, which assisted in enabling the French to fight with us. Soult entered Cordova in triumph on the 17th of January, and Seville on the 1st of February, and their King Joseph established his court for some time. Cadiz. See larger version. Soult sent on Marshal Victor, without delay, to surprise and seize Cadiz. But the Duke of Albuquerque, with 8 or 10,000 men, had been called at the first alarm, and making a rapid march of 260 English miles, reached the city just before him. The garrison now consisted of 20,000 men, British, Spanish, and Portuguese, commanded chiefly by General Graham, an officer who had distinguished himself at Toulon, at the same time that Bonaparte first made his merit conspicuous. The British troops had been offered by Lord Wellington, and though insolently refused by the junta before, were now thankfully accepted. 602 some were hastened from Torres Vedras, under command of the Hun, Major General Stewart, and some from Gibraltar. The British, independent of the Portuguese under their command, amounted to 6,000. The Spanish authorities, having their eyes opened at length to the value of the British alliance, now gave the command of their little fleet to Admiral Purvis, who put the ships, 20 in number, into tolerable order, and joined them to his own squadron. With these moored across the harbor, he kept the sea open for all necessary supplies, and though Soult, accompanied by King Joseph, arrived on the 25th of February and sat down before the place, occupying the country round from Rota to Chiclano with 25,000 men. He could make no impression against Cadiz, and the siege was continued till the 12th of August, 1812, when the successes of Wellington warned them to be moving. It was an essential advantage to Wellington's campaign that 28,000 French should thus be kept lying before this place. In Andalusia, the French under Sebastiani held Malaga and Granada, but more eastward, the Spanish made a very troublesome resistance. It was in vain that Sebastiani marched into the mountains of Murcia to disperse the forces that Blake was again collecting there. Beaten in one place, they appeared in another. A strong force under General Lacy surprised a body of 6,000 French at Ronda and put them to flight, securing their arms and stores. In Catalonia, General O'Donnell stood his ground well, the country not only being by nature strong, but lying along the coast, where the British could support them by their fleets. Rushing from their hills and mountain forts, the Catalonian militia continually inflicted severe chastisement on the French invaders, and then retired to their fortresses. Marshals Suchet, Augereau, and MacDonald found it impossible to make permanent head against O'Donnell and the Catalonians. In fact, though Spain might seem to be conquered, having no great armies in the field, it was never less so, and that Bonaparte felt. Wherever there were hills and forests, they swarmed with sharpshooters. For this species of warfare, the guerrilla, the Spanish were peculiarly adapted. The mountaineers, headed by the priest, the doctor, or the shepherd, men who, in spite of their ordinary habits, had a genius for enterprise, were continually on the watch to surprise and cut off the enemy. Other bodies of them were led by men of high birth, or of military training, but who were distinguished for their superior spirit and endurance of fatigue. These leaders had the most perfect knowledge of the woods and passes of the mountains, and had the most immediate information from the peasantry of the movements of the French. They could, therefore, come upon them when totally unlooked for, and cut them off suddenly. If they were repulsed, they disappeared like shadows into the forests and deserts. Sometimes they came several thousand strong. Sometimes a little band of 10 or 20 men would dash forward from their concealment and effect some startling deed. To chase them appeared hopeless, for they vanished in 1,000 ways, as water sinks into the earth and disappears. To intimidate them, Soult published a proclamation that he would treat them as bandits, and immediately shoot all that he captured. And the commanders replied by another proclamation that, for every Spaniard shot, they would execute 3 Frenchmen. And they so literally fulfilled their threat that the French were compelled to return to the ordinary rules of warfare. Such was the state of Spain, though nominally conquered by the French. It was only held by a vast force, and there was no prospect that this force could ever be dispensed with. Joseph was so heartily tired of his kingdom that, on going to Paris to attend Napoleon's marriage, he declared that he would abdicate unless he were made generalissimo of all the forces in Spain, the separate generals, in their own provinces, paying but little regard to his commands, but each acting as if viceroy of his own province. To Napoleon, the state of things was equally irksome. The drain of men and money was intolerable, and appeared without prospect of any end. He resolved, therefore, to make a gigantic effort to drive the British out of Portugal, when he hoped to be able to subjugate Spain. He could not yet proceed thither himself, but he sent heavy reinforcements under Drouet and Junot, and dispatched Massena, who was reckoned the greatest general next to himself, to drive Wellington into the sea. Massena had been so uniformly victorious that Bonaparte styled him the dear child of victory, and had made him Prince of Esslingen. In the peninsula altogether, the French had upwards of 200,000 men, but the force which Massena led against Wellington did not amount to more than 60,000, Drouet remaining, for the present, in Spain with 18,000 men, and Rignier lying in Estremadura 603, with 10 or 12,000 more. To contend against Massena's 60,000 veterans, Lord Wellington had only 24,000 British on whom he could rely. He had 30,000 Portuguese regulars, who had been drilled by General Beresford, and had received many British officers. Wellington had great expectation that these troops, mixed judiciously with the British ones, would turn out well, but that had yet to be tried. Besides these, there were numerous bodies of Portuguese militia, who were employed in defending the fortresses in Alemtejo and Algarve, thus protecting the flanks of Wellington's army. In June, Massena advanced, and laid siege to Ciudad Rodrigo. This was almost within sight of Wellington's lines. The town was defended by a Spanish garrison, and Wellington was called upon to cooperate by attacking the besiegers. This he offered to do if Romana would undertake to prevent the march of Rignier from Estremadura on his rear the while. But Romana would not undertake to maintain himself against Rignier, if the British force under General Hill crossed the Tagus. Wellington, whose object was to defend Portugal and not Spain, therefore lay still, and the Spaniards, after a brave defense, were compelled to capitulate on the 10th of July. Then there was a wild cry of indignation raised against Wellington by the Spaniards, and even by his own officers, that he should see a place taken from our allies, under his very eyes, and not attempt to relieve it. The French taunted him with it in the Moniteur, and regarded it as a great sign of his weakness. But none of these things moved Wellington. He knew what he had to do, which was to defend Portugal, and he had made his plans for doing it. But this was not by exposing his small army in any situation to which the Spanish chose to call him, while, at the same time, they declined to cooperate with him. He soon had the division of Marshal Ney upon his outposts, where he fell in with our light division under General Crawford. Wellington had ordered that, on attack, Crawford should retire on the main body in order, because he did not wish to reduce his small numbers in skirmishes, but to reserve them for favorable occasions. But Crawford, being hotly pursued, turned and gave the French a severe rebuff, killing and wounding above 1,000 of Massena's men. Crawford, having driven the French back 3 times, made a masterly passage by a bridge over the Coa and joined the main army. When he entered Portugal, Massena issued a proclamation, informing the Portuguese that the British were the troublers and mischief-makers of Europe, and that they were there only for their own objects of ambition, and calling on the inhabitants to receive the French as their friends and saviors. Lord Wellington issued a counter-proclamation, remarking that the Portuguese had had too much occasion to learn what sort of friends the French were, that they had learned it by the robbery of their property, their brutality towards the women, and oppression of all classes. He called on them, as the sole means of rescue, to resist to the death. And he ordered them, as the British army retired from Lisbon, to withdraw from their towns and villages, carrying whatever they could with them, so that the enemy might find no means of support. This was part of his great plan, and he assured the Portuguese that those who stayed behind, after their magistrates had ordered them to withdraw, should receive no assistance from him, and that whoever was found holding any communication with the enemy should be deemed a traitor and treated accordingly. On the 26th of August, Massena arrived before Almeida, a strongly fortified town not 30 miles from Ciudad Rodrigo. Wellington hoped that it would detain him at least a month, for it had a good Portuguese garrison, commanded by Colonel Cox, an English officer, and he himself drew near to be able to seize any opportunity of damaging the besiegers. But in the night of the 27th, there was a terrible explosion of a powder magazine, which threw down part of the wall and made the place untenable. Treachery was immediately suspected, and what followed was sufficient proof of it. For the Portuguese major, whom Colonel Cox sent to settle the terms of the capitulation, went over to the French, and was followed by a whole Portuguese regiment with the exception of its British officers. This was a great disappointment to Lord Wellington, whose plan was to detain Massena till the rainy season set in, when he would at once find himself embarrassed by bridgeless floods and in intolerable roads, and, as he hoped and had ordered, in a country without people and without provisions. But undiscouraged, Lord Wellington ordered General Hill, who had already crossed the Tagus, to hasten onward, and he then carefully fell back, and took his position on the grim and naked ridges of Busaco, a sierra extending from Mondigo to the northward. Behind this range of hills lay Coimbra, and 3 roads led through the defiles to that city. These and several lesser ravines used 6-4 by the shepherds and muleteers, he thoroughly fortified, and posting himself on these difficult heights, he calmly awaited the advance of Massena. The ascents by which the French must reach them were precipitous and exposed, and on the summit, in the center of the range, Wellington took up his headquarters at a Carmelite convent, whence he could survey the whole scene, having upwards of 30,000 men disposed along these frowning eminences. On the 26th of September, the hostile host was seen in full march, cavalry, infantry, and artillery, attended by a vast assemblage of wagons and burden-bearing mules. The spectacle, as described by eyewitnesses, was most imposing in its multitudes and its beautiful order. At night, the whole country along the foot of the hills was lit up by the enemy's camp fires, and towards morning the din of preparation for the contest was plainly audible. Nothing but the overweening confidence of Massena in his invincibility and the urgent commands of Napoleon could have induced him to attack the allied army in such a position. But both he and Bonaparte held the Portuguese as nothing, regarding them no more than as so many Spaniards, unaware of the wonderful change made in them by British discipline. A letter of Bonaparte to Massena had been intercepted, in which he said that it would be ridiculous to suppose that 25,000 English could withstand 60,000 French if the latter did not trifle, but fell on boldly, after having well observed where the blow might be struck. Ney, it is said, was of opinion that this was not such a situation, that it was at too great odds to attack the Allies in the face of such an approach. But Massena did not hesitate. Early on the morning of the 27th, he sent forward several columns both to the right and left of Wellington's position, to carry the heights. These were met, on Wellington's right, by Picton's division, the 88th Regiment being commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Wallace, and the 45th by Lieutenant Colonel Meade. They were supported by the 8th Portuguese Regiment. The French rushed up boldly to the very heights, but were hurled back at the point of the bayonet, the Portuguese making the charge with as much courage and vigor as the British. Another attempt, still farther to Wellington's right, was made, the French supposing that they were then beyond the British lines, and should turn their flank. But they were there met by General Leith's division, the Royals, the 9th and the 38th Regiments, and were forced down the steeps with equal destruction. Both these sanguinary repulses were given to the division of General Rignier. On the left of Wellington, the attack was made by Ney's division, which came in contact with that of General Crawford, especially with the 43rd, 52nd, and 95th Regiments of British, and the 3rd Portuguese Cacadores, and with the same decisive and destructive result. There, too, the Portuguese fought gallantly, and where they had not room to kill with their bayonets, they imitated the British soldiers, and knocked down the French with the butt ends of their guns. Everywhere the repulse was complete, and Massena left 2,000 slain on the field, and had between 3,000 and 4,000 wounded. One general was killed, 3 wounded, 1 taken prisoner, besides many other officers. The Allies lost about 1,300, of whom 578 were Portuguese. Wellington was delighted with the proof that General Beresford's drilling had answered the very highest expectations, and that henceforth he could count confidently on his Portuguese troops, and he wrote in the most cheering terms of this fact in his dispatches home. On the 28th, Massena had discovered the pass of Boelva through these hills, to the north of Busaco, which Wellington had ordered Colonel Trant to occupy. But Trant had missed his way and did not reach the pass in time. Wellington saw, therefore, his flank turned, and the enemy on the highway to Oporto. He therefore quitted his position, and, taking Coimbra in his way, compelled such of the inhabitants as had not obeyed his order to march along with him. On the 1st of October he was on his route southward, accompanied by this strange crowd. It was a perfect exodus, and appeared to the poor inhabitants as a severe measure, but to it they owed their after-salvation. Had they remained, it would have been only to suffer the oppressions and insults of the French, and to see them supporting themselves on their provisions. As it was, the French, on entering Coimbra, found it, as they had done Vaisu, totally deserted, and the stacks of corn and provision that could not be carried away, for the most part too adroitly buried to be easily found. They were left to the starvation that the English general designed for them. But what a scene on the road! The whole country moving south with the cattle and sheep, and wagons laden with their goods. No power of description, said an eyewitness, can convey to the mind of any reader the afflicting scenes, the 6:05 cheerless desolation that we daily witnessed on our march from the Mondego to the lines. Wherever we moved, the mandate, which enjoined the wretched inhabitants to forsake their homes and to remove or destroy their little property, had gone before us. The villages were deserted, the churches, retreats so often, yet so vainly confided in, were empty. The mountain cottages stood open and untenanted. The mills in the valley, but yesterday so busy, were motionless and silent. From Tamar, the flanks of our line of march were literally covered with the flying population of the country. In Portugal, there are at no time many facilities for traveling, and those few, the exigencies of the army had very greatly diminished. Rich indeed were those who still retained a cabriolet and mules for its service. Those who had bullock cars, asses, or any mode of transporting their families and property, looked contented and grateful. For respectable men and delicate women of the second class might on every side be seen walking slowly and painfully on foot, encumbered by heavy burdens of clothes, bedding, and food. It was a whole country in emigration, quitting their cities, homes, and fields to coop themselves up in the vicinity of Lisbon, for the stern purpose of starving the detested enemy out of the land. Wellington's retreat from Coimbra, CP 604. See larger version. But sorrowful as the sight itself was, the news of it in Great Britain excited the strongest condemnation in the party, which had always doubted the power of Wellington to cope with the vast armies of France. They declared that he was carrying on a system that was ruining Portugal and must make our name an opprobrium over the whole world, at the same time that it could not enable us to keep a footing there, that we must be driven out with terrible loss and infamy. But not so thought Wellington. Before him were the heights of Torres Vedras, about 24 miles from Lisbon. These, stretching in two ranges between the sea and the Tagus, presented a barrier which he did not mean the French to pass. He had already planned the whole scheme. He had already had these heights, themselves naturally strong, made tenfold stronger by military art. He had drawn the enemy after 606 him into a country stripped and destitute of everything, and there he meant to stop him and keep him, exposed to famine and winter, till he should be glad to retrace his steps. Neither should those steps be easy. Floods and deep muddy roads and dearth should lie before him, and at his heels should follow, keen as hornets, the allied army, to avenge the miseries of this invaded people. By the 8th of October, Wellington was safely encamped within these impregnable lines, and the crowd of flying people sought refuge in Lisbon or in the country around it. The British did not arrive a moment too soon, for Massena was close at their heels with his van. But he halted at Sobral for 3 days to allow of the coming up of his main body. This time was spent by the British in strengthening their position, already most formidable. The two ranges of mountains lying one behind the other were speedily occupied by the troops, and they were set to work at more completely stopping up roads and constructing barriers, palisades, platforms, and wooden bridges leading into the works. For this purpose, 50,000 trees were allowed them, and all the space between Lisbon and these wonderful lines was one swarming scene of people bringing in materials and supplies. The right of the position was flanked by the Tagus, where the British fleet lay anchored, attended by a flotilla of gunboats, and a body of marines occupied the line of embarkation. Portuguese militia manned the castle of St. Julian and the forts on the Tagus, and Lisbon itself was filled with armed bands of volunteers. There was no want of anything within this busy and interesting enclosure, for the British fleet had the command of the sea and all its means of supply. 7,000 Portuguese peasantry were employed in bringing in and preparing the timber for the defenses, and every soldier not positively on guard was enthusiastic in helping the engineers and artillery in the labor of making the lines impregnable. It was one of the most interesting scenes in any warfare, and there was not a man who did not enjoy the astonishment and disappointment of the French when, on the 11th, they marched in wonder up to the foot of these giant fortifications. Wellington had doubly obtained his wish, for he was not only safely ensconced in his strong position, but the rainy season which he was anticipating had set in earnest. The main body of the French had been detained by the bad roads and the floods, and now, when the proud general, who expected so rapidly to drive the British into the sea, surveyed the scarped cliffs bristling with cannon and with bayonets far above him, his astonishment was evident. He rode along the foot of the hills for several days reconnoitering the whole position, which seemed suddenly to have altered the situation of the combatants, and not so much to have shut up Wellington and his army in Lisbon, as to have shut him and his numerous one out to famine and the wintry elements. For more than 4 months, the invincible Massena continued to watch the lines of Torres Vedras without striking a single effective blow. In fact, instead of attacking Wellington, Wellington attacked his advanced posts near Sobral on the 14th and drove them in with the bayonet. The French then showed themselves in some force near Villafranca, close to the Tagus, but there the gunboats reached them, causing them rapidly to retreat and killing General Sainte Croix. After this, the French made no further attempt on those mountain lines, which struck Massena with despair. After occupying his position for a month, he fell back to the town of Santarem, and there, and in the neighboring villages, quartered his troops for the winter. His great business was to collect provisions, for he had brought none with him, and had the people obeyed strictly the proclamation of Wellington and the junta, he would have found none at all, and must have instantly retreated. But the Portuguese thought it hard to quit their homesteads and carry all their provisions to Lisbon or into the mountains, and the miserable junta threw all the blame of the order on the British general. Not only, therefore, was a considerable amount of provisions left in the country, but boats were left at Santarem, on the Tagus, contrary to Wellington's orders, by which provisions were brought over by the French from Spain. Yet during this winter, while Massena's army was in a constant state of semi-starvation, badly clothed and badly lodged, and thus wasting away by sickness and desertion, that of Wellington increased in numbers, in physical condition, and in discipline. Whilst Massena's army, originally 71,000 men, was ere long reduced by the Battle of Busaco and the miserable quarters in the wet country near Torres Vedras to 55,000, the forces of Wellington had been augmented by reinforcements from England and by the addition of Portuguese and Spanish troops to 58,000. When Massena retreated to Santarem, Wellington followed him to Cartaxo, 607, and there fixed his headquarters, and ordered General Hill to post his division opposite to Santarem, so as to check the enemy's foraging parties in that direction. At the same time, Colonel Trant, who had surprised the French rear as Massena's army was leaving Coimbra on his march after Wellington to Torres Vedras, and had secured the sick and wounded in the hospitals there to the amount of 5,000 men, and who retained possession of Coimbra, now joined Sir Robert Wilson and Colonel Miller, who commanded the Portuguese militia, and their united force appeared in Massena's rear, cutting off his communication with the north and also with the Spanish frontier. Such was Massena's situation, so early as the commencement of November, having to maintain his army in a country reduced to a foodless desert by the art of his masterly antagonist, and instead of being able to drive the British before him, finding them menacing him on all sides, so that he dispatched General Foy to make his way with a strong escort to Ciudad Rodrigo, and thence to proceed with all speed to Paris to explain to the emperor the real state of affairs. The state was that the whole of Portugal, except the very ground on which Massena was encamped, was in possession of the British and the Portuguese. There was no possibility of approaching Lisbon without forcing these lines at Torres Vedras, and that, if done at all, must be at the cost of as large an army as he possessed altogether. All the rest of Portugal, Oporto, Coimbra, Abrantes, and all the forts except Almeida were in the hands of the enemy. As to the destitution of Massena's army, we have the description from his own statements in letters to Napoleon, which were intercepted. From this information, Lord Wellington wrote in his dispatches, "It is impossible to describe the pecuniary and other distresses of the French army in the peninsula. All the troops are months in arrears of pay. They are, in general, very badly clothed. They want horses, carriages, and equipments of every description. Their troops subsist solely upon plunder. They receive no money, or scarcely any, from France, and they realize but little from their pecuniary contributions from Spain. Indeed, I have lately discovered that the expense of the pay and the hospitals alone of the French army in the peninsula amounts to more than the sum stated in the financial expose as the whole expense of the entire French army." Such were the advantages now possessed by the British over the French commander, that both the Portuguese and people at home were impatient that Wellington should at once attack and annihilate Massena's army. But Wellington knew better. He knew that a great battle, or battles, must vastly reduce his own as well as Massena's army. He knew that France could readily march down 80 or 100,000 fresh men into Portugal at extremity, but that Great Britain could not so readily do that. And should the Whigs come into power, as was probable, he could not calculate on any support at all. The king now hopelessly insane, the Prince of Wales must be soon appointed regent, and then, perhaps, would come in his friends the Whigs. There were many other considerations which made Wellington refuse to accede to a general attack on the French at present. He had, as it was, trouble enough with the junta, but should any reverse occur, his situation then would be intolerable. Just now the Portuguese troops were in good spirits for fighting, but defeat would ruin all the progress yet made with them. He knew that the winter would do for the French army all that he expected without any cost to himself, and he waited for that, ready then to follow up the advantages it would give him. It was his great plan of operations which already reduced them to the dilemma in which they were, and now came winter and did the rest, fully showing his superior sagacity. In November the weather became and continued wretched in the extreme. The country was flooded, cutting off the precarious supplies of the French, but adding strength to the encampment of Torres Vedras. The crossroads were impassable for artillery, and all but impassable for wagons bringing provisions, which had to be hunted for far and wide, with incredible hardships and little success. Leaving the hostile armies in this position till the spring, we must notice other important matters. In the course of 1810, the French were expelled completely from the East and West Indies and the Indian Ocean. Guadeloupe, the last of their West India islands, was captured in February by an expedition conducted by General Beckford and Admiral Sir A. Cochrane. In July, an armament, sent out by Lord Minto from India, and headed by Lieutenant Colonel Keating, reduced the Isle of Bourbon, and being reinforced by a body of troops from the Cape of Good Hope, under Major General John Abercrombie and Admiral Bertie, the Isle of France, much the more important, and generally called Mauritius, surrendered on the 3rd of December. Besides 608, a vast quantity of stores and merchandise, 5 frigates and about 30 merchantmen were taken, and Mauritius became a permanent British colony. From this place, a squadron proceeded to destroy the French factories on the coast of Madagascar, and finished by completely expelling them from those seas. Our forces in Sicily had an encounter in the autumn with those of Murat, King of Naples. Murat was ambitious of driving us out of Sicily and Ferdinand IV, and his court with us. From spring till September, he had an army lying at Silla, Reggio, and in the hills overlooking the Strait of Messina, but he did not attempt to put across till the 18th of September. Seizing then the opportunity, when our flotilla of gunboats and our cruisers were off the station, he pushed across a body of 3,500 men, under General Cavaignac. These troops were chiefly Neapolitans, but there were 2 battalions of Corsicans, and they were furnished with an embroidered standard to present to the Corsicans in our service, whom they hoped to induce to desert to them. General Cavaignac managed to land about 7 miles to the south of Messina and attacked the British right wing. Sir John Stuart made haste to bring up other troops to the support of the right, but before he could arrive, Colonel 100. Campbell defeated the invaders, taking prisoners a colonel, a lieutenant colonel, and 40 other officers with 800 men. There was a rapid retreat to their boats by the intruders, but the British pursued and cut to pieces great numbers of them, besides what were killed by the Sicilian peasantry. One boat full of soldiers was sunk as it went off, and the Neapolitans in another deserted to their old king. Colonel Campbell did not lose a single man, and had but 3 wounded, so that it is evident that the flight of the enemy must have been instantaneous and universal. Murat made no further attempt to seize Sicily, though he kept his camp on the heights behind Reggio and Silla for 2 years longer.